This is the ultimate iceberg of the unexplained, bizarre, and unsolved. (11BX1371). This is the name of a mysterious, unsettling, and unnerving 2-minute black and white video with a soundtrack of loud, discordant, buzzing noise featuring a person dressed in a plague doctor costume walking and standing around in an abandoned building. Hidden messages have been found in the video and its spectrogram, as well as images of and people. The messages have been decoded and interpreted as implying a threat of against the US. Some theories suggest the video is a prank, a viral marketing stunt, or a student film. The creator of the video, Parker Warner Wright, claimed it was an art project and released a sequel video. Despite decoding efforts, the full message of the video remains elusive. A858. In 2011, a mysterious subreddit appeared with strange, random strings of numbers and letters. Redditors speculated that it might be a code and attempted to decipher the message, resulting in well over 1,000 comments on the subreddit. The subreddit suddenly disappeared, leaving Redditors with no answers about its purpose or who was behind it. Some speculated that the user behind it was a hacker controlling a botnet or a sophisticated troll, while others suggested it might be a game. Despite occasional appearances, the mystery remains unsolved to this day. In 2016, a Redditor named Fraglet successfully decoded one of the posts and found an ASCII art image of Stonehenge, leading some believe it was a message to some followers. However, the purpose of the subreddit and its creator remain a mystery, and it periodically reappears and disappears without explanation. Amelia Earhart disappearance. Amelia Earhart was a trailblazing female aviator who set many records in aviation, including the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean. However, her disappearance, while attempting to circumnavigate the globe in 1937, has become a major unsolved mystery. After departing from New Guinea, Earhart and her navigator, Fred Noonan, disappeared before they could reach their next stop. Despite an extensive search effort, the US government concluded that they had ran out of fuel and crashed into the ocean. But other theories suggest that Earhart was taken prisoner by the Japanese, or that she and Noonan reached an uninhabited island where artifacts have been discovered. Anneliese Michel exorcism. Anneliese Michel was a German woman who underwent 67 Catholic exorcism rites in the year before her death. She had a history of psychiatric treatment, was diagnosed with epilepsy, and suffered from depression and hallucinations. Michel's family and community became convinced that she was possessed by a demon. And after 2 priests got permission from the local bishop in 1975, exorcism sessions began. During these sessions, Michel stopped eating food and eventually died of malnourishment and dehydration. Her parents and the 2 Roman Catholic priests were found guilty of negligent homicide, and in a conference several years later, German bishops retracted the claim that she was possessed. The leading theory surrounding the significance of this event is that it highlights the dangers of relying solely on religious beliefs instead of seeking appropriate medical treatment. Several films have been made based on her story, including The Exorcism of Emily Rose and Requiem. This forest, also known as the Sea of Trees, is a forest located in Japan that has gained a reputation as a designation for those seeking to end their lives. Due to the forest's association with self-harm, officials have put up signs urging visitors to seek help and not harm themselves. Annual body searches have been conducted since 1970, and the area has been the subject of media attention, including movies, music, and literature. Despite its beauty and historical significance, the forest is unfortunately known for its association with a tragic end. Annabelle. This is a haunted doll allegedly possessed by the spirit of a deceased girl named Annabelle. The Warrens, paranormal investigators, moved the doll to their museum after it exhibited malicious behavior. While skeptics have dismissed the Warrens museum as off-the-shelf Halloween junk, the Annabelle legend has become an interesting case study in the relationship between pop culture and paranormal folklore. It's been suggested that the demonic doll trope, popularized by horror films, likely emerged from early legends surrounding Robert the Doll and a Twilight Zone episode. The Warrens' story of the doll served as inspiration for the Annabelle doll character in the Conjuring Universe film series. Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant is an ancient artifact believed to be the most sacred relic of the Israelites, described as a wooden chest covered in pure gold, with an elaborately designed lid called the Mercy Seat. It is said to contain the 2 stone tablets of the 10 Commandments, Aaron's rod, and a pot of manna. The book of Exodus gives detailed instructions on how the ark is to be constructed, including its dimensions, materials, and ornamental details. However, the ark's whereabouts are unknown, and many theories have arisen over its significance and potential mystical powers. Some theories suggest that the ark could have been taken to Ethiopia or hidden away in secret locations, while others propose that it may have been destroyed or lost over time. The ark remains an elusive and mysterious artifact, leaving many questions unanswered. Babushka Lady. This is a mysterious figure who appeared in the footage captured during the assassination of President JFK. She was a middle-aged woman wearing a headscarf who stood near the president's motorcade, holding a camera and filming the event. However, despite her proximity to the assassination and her presence in multiple photos and videos, her identity remains a mystery to this day. The nickname Babushka Lady was given to her because of the scarf she wore, which was reminiscent of the headscarves worn by elderly Eastern European women. The woman appeared calm and collected during the chaos that ensued after the shooting, and she continued filming the event even as the other bystanders around her were running for cover. Despite being a key witness to one of the most significant events in American history, the Babushka Lady never came forward to offer her testimony or to identify herself. She disappeared into the crowd after the shooting, and no one has been able to track her down since. The FBI and the other law enforcement agencies have searched for her for decades, but their efforts have been fruitless. The bizarre and unexplained aspects of this story have fueled countless conspiracy theories over the years. Some believe that the Babushka Lady was a government agent who was there to document the assassination, while others think she may have been a member of a secret society or a foreign intelligence agency. Some even speculate that she may have been involved with the assassination itself, or that she could have possessed evidence that could have led to the unraveling of the entire conspiracy. During the many attempts to uncover the true identity and motives of the Babushka Lady, her identity remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the 20th century. Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle, an area in the western part of the North Atlantic Ocean, is known for a number of aircraft and ships disappearing under mysterious circumstances, leading to various theories to explain this elusive phenomenon. Some attribute the events to supernatural concepts, such as leftover technology from the mythical lost continent of Atlantis, or a parallel universe in the Triangle region that causes a time or space warp. Others suggest UFOs as a cause. However, natural explanations include compass variations, the Gulf Stream carrying floating objects, human error, violent weather such as hurricanes and powerful downdrafts of cold air, and the presence of large fields of methane hydrates on the continental shelves causing rapid sinking of ships without warning. While some suggest that the triangle is uniquely prone to disappearances, most reputable sources dismiss any mystery and criticize the exaggerated, dubious, and unverifiable claims made by writers perpetuating the manufactured mystery. Butterfly effect. The butterfly effect is a concept in chaos theory that describes the phenomenon where a small change in one part of a system can result in large differences in another part of the same system. It is named after the idea that the flap of a butterfly's wings in one part of the world could ultimately result in a hurricane forming in another part of the world. The butterfly effect is a fascinating and often bizarre phenomenon that remains unexplained by science. It is difficult to predict exactly how a small change in one part of a system will impact another part of the same system, as the effects can be highly unpredictable and even chaotic. This makes it a challenging concept to study and understand, as the outcomes of even small changes can be highly complex and difficult to understand. Despite its mysterious and unexplained nature, the butterfly effect has been observed in a variety of natural and man-made systems. It's been observed in weather patterns, stock market trends, and even in the behavior of individual organisms. This has led some to speculate that the butterfly effect may be a fundamental law of the universe, governing the behavior of all systems both large and small. The implications of the butterfly effect are both fascinating and somewhat unsettling. It suggests that even the smallest actions we take can have far-reaching and unpredictable consequences, and that the world we live in is far more interconnected and complex than we may realize. Cicada 3301. This is a bizarre and enigmatic organization that has perplexed and fascinated people since it first emerged in 2012. The group's complex puzzles focused on data security, cryptography, stenography, and internet anonymity, and were designed to recruit, quote, highly intelligent individuals. However, the true purpose of Cicada 3301 remains unknown, and many theories have been proposed about the group's intentions. Some have suggested that Cicada 3301 is a recruitment tool for government agencies, or a secret society focused on improving cryptography, privacy, and anonymity. Others believe that it is a cult or even a religion. The puzzles themselves involved a range of communication media and techniques, and each clue was signed with the same open PGP private key to confirm its authenticity. Despite the efforts of many, Cicada 3301 remains shrouded in mystery. The organization has denied involvement in illegal activity, and while some have claimed that it is connected to various conspiracy theories, they have repeatedly stated that it is not involved in any such. The true significance of Cicada 3301 and the purpose behind its complex puzzles remains a topic of intense speculation and fascination. Its unsolved mysteries continue to attract the attention of those interested in cryptography, data security, and the deeper workings of the internet. Cooper family falling body. In the mid-1950s, the Cooper family moved into an old house in Texas and took a photograph on their first night to commemorate the occasion. However, when the father developed the roll of film, he found an unexpected body hanging from the ceiling that was not there when they took the photo. The image has since been posted online and named, quote, family gathering, with some people claiming it's a fake or a result of double exposure. However, there is no concrete explanation for the mysterious figure in the photo, leading to speculation about the possibility of it being an apparition or the result of some other supernatural phenomenon. Crop circles. Crop circles are patterns created by flattening crops, usually cereals, and have been the subject of much speculation since the 1980s. While fringe theorists suggest that they may have an alien origin or obscure natural causes, the scientific consensus is that all crop circles are human-made. Reports of crop circles have increased since the 1970s, and they tend to appear near areas of medium to dense population and cultural heritage monuments. In the UK, the Arts Collective Circle Makers has been creating crop circles for art and commercial purposes since the early 1990s. Hoaxers Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley claimed credit for creating many circles in England in 1991, and subsequent research has shown that all characteristics of crop circles are fully compatible with them being made by humans. While some crop circles are paid for by companies for advertising purposes, others are created by anonymous artists seeking to attract tourists to an area. Paranormal advocates have speculated that crop circles may be caused by entities such as ball lightning or extraterrestrial beings, but there is no credible evidence to support these claims. Crop circles continue to be a topic of interest for skeptics and believers alike. In fact, I came across a comment on our AI dangers video about crop circles that really stood out to me. The commenter proposed an intriguing idea, stating that once AI technology has advanced enough to decipher the mathematical patterns within crop circles, humanity will enter a new age of unparalleled progress and prosperity. According to the commenter, while some crop circles are indeed the work of humans, the ones that feature fused kernels resulting from rapid heating and cooling are the real deal. Furthermore, the commenter believes that AI will be able to differentiate between authentic crop circles and those created solely for artistic purposes, as only the former will contain advanced mathematical and physics concepts encoded within them. Thank you, Scott, for your insightful and thought-provoking feedback. Cheers, friend. D.B. Cooper. D.B. Cooper is an unidentified man who hijacked a plane in 1971 and demanded a ransom of $200,000 and 4 parachutes. He then jumped from the plane and has never been found or identified. Despite an extensive investigation by the FBI, no definitive conclusion has been reached, and the case remains the only unsolved case of air piracy in commercial aviation history. The discovery of a small portion of ransom money in 1980 renewed public interest in the case, but no additional information about Cooper's identity or fate was found, and the remaining money was never recovered. The FBI speculates that Cooper did not survive his jump due to the inclement weather, lack of proper skydiving equipment, and his apparent lack of detailed knowledge of his landing area. Despite the FBI's suspension of the active investigation in 2016, the case continues to captivate the public, and numerous theories about Cooper's identity, success, and fate persist. The hijacking led to significant changes in commercial aviation, including stricter airport security measures and retrofitting aircraft with Cooper vanes to prevent aft staircase lowering in flight. Despite several searches, no discoveries related to the hijacking have been recorded, and some investigators speculate that the 1980 eruption of Mount St. Helens could have obliterated any remaining physical clues. Dyatlov Pass Incident. This incident is a mysterious and unexplained event in which 9 Soviet hikers died in the northern Ural Mountains in 1959. The group, led by Igor Dyatlov, established a camp before nightfall, but something caused them to cut their way out of their tent and flee the campsite inadequately dressed for the heavy snowfall and sub-zero temperatures. After the group's bodies were discovered, an investigation determined that 6 had died from hypothermia, while the other 3 had been killed by physical trauma. The investigation concluded that a, quote, compelling natural force had caused the deaths. But numerous theories have been put forward to account for the unexplained deaths, including animal attacks, hypothermia, an avalanche, katabatic winds, infrasound-induced panic, military involvement, or some combination of these factors. In 2020, a new investigation by Russia suggested that the avalanche had led to the deaths, and a study published in 2021 suggested that a type of avalanche known as a slab avalanche could explain some of the trekkers' injuries. The incident remains a mystery, and the mountain pass in the area was later named Dyatlov Pass in memory of the group. Eastern State Penitentiary. Eastern State Penitentiary, once the epitome of prison reform and rehabilitation, now stands as a haunting reminder of a dark past. The world's first true penitentiary, with its unique wagon wheel design, once held some of the most notorious criminals, including Al Capone and Willie Sutton. The prison's history is riddled with tales of murder and violence, and its revolutionary system of separate confinement, intended to encourage reform, instead inflicted psychological damage on its inhabitants. Today, the abandoned prison is a ghostly shell of its former self, overrun by a forest of tangled vines and feral cats. Its crumbling walls and rusted bars serve as a backdrop for ghostly apparitions and supernatural occurrences. It has been the site of countless paranormal investigations and has been featured in numerous TV shows, films, and music videos, all exploring its dark and mysterious past. Every Halloween, the Eastern State Penitentiary historic site transforms the prison into a macabre, haunted attraction, drawing crowds seeking to be frightened out of their wits. The event, now known as Halloween Nights, is a stark contrast to the prison's original intention of reform, instead exploiting the fears and vulnerabilities of its patrons. It is a twisted reminder of the prison's past and the horrors that once occurred within its walls. Edgar Allan Poe's death. The death of Edgar Allan Poe remains one of the most bizarre and unsolved cases in literary history. Poe was found delirious on the streets of Baltimore on October 3, 1849, and died in a hospital 4 days later at the age of 40. The cause of his death is still unknown and has been the subject of much speculation and debate over the years. Many theories have been put forth to explain Poe's sudden illness and death, ranging from alcoholism and drug addiction to carbon monoxide poison and brain lesions. Some have even suggested foul play, with Poe possibly being the victim of a kidnapping or murder. Adding to the mystery is the fact that Poe was found wearing clothes that did not belong to him, and was unable to explain how he came to be in such a state. He was also seen with an unknown man on the day he was found, leading some to believe that he was the victim of a violent attack. Despite numerous investigations and the efforts of countless Poe enthusiasts over the years, the circumstances surrounding his death remain a mystery. Some have suggested that the answer may be found in Poe's own works, which often dealt with themes of death, mystery, and the macabre. But for now, the cause of Edgar Allan Poe's death remains shrouded in uncertainty, leaving his admirers to wonder and speculate about what really happened on that fateful October day in 1849. El Chupacabra. The Chupacabra is a legendary creature known for its vampiric behavior of attacking and drinking the blood of livestock, particularly goats. The first sightings were reported in Puerto Rico in 1995, and sightings have since been reported across the Americas and even in other countries. Physical descriptions of the creature vary, with some describing it as a reptilian and alien-like, and others depicting it as more dog-like. While many reports of the Chupacabra have been dismissed as uncorroborated or lacking evidence, there have been several reported animal deaths that match the creature's supposed habits. There are different theories about the Chupacabra's origins and existence. Benjamin Radford's investigation suggests that the original eyewitness report in Puerto Rico was actually based on the creature Seal in the 1995 science fiction horror film Species. Radford also notes that the reports of blood-sucking by the Chupacabra were never confirmed by a necropsy. Instead, the reports of the Chupacabra attacks in the United States are believed to be coyotes infected with a parasite. Despite scientific explanations, the legend of the Chupacabra has remained popular in modern culture, and it has been featured in music, television shows, films, and even a Magic the Gathering card. Eliza Lam Mystery. The mysterious death of Eliza Lam in 2013 at the Cecil Hotel in downtown Los Angeles has perplexed many people. Lam, a Canadian tourist who struggled with bipolar disorder and depression, was last seen alive in a security camera footage showing her behaving erratically in a hotel elevator. After Lam's parents reported her missing, her body was discovered in one of 4 1,000-gallon tanks, providing water to guest rooms and a coffee shop. An autopsy was inconclusive, but later determined her death to be an accidental drowning with bipolar disorder as a significant factor. Several theories have emerged to explain Lam's strange behavior in the elevator video, including that she was trying to escape from someone who was pursuing her. She was also having a psychotic episode due to her mental illness, or that she was under the influence of illicit drugs. The circumstances surrounding her death are also strange, as doors and stairs that access the hotel's roof were locked, and any attempt to force them open would have triggered an alarm. The lids of the water tanks were also heavy and difficult to replace from within. The complete information regarding her death is unclear, leading to many questions and theories about what really happened. Elsa Gate. This is a term used to describe a controversial topic related to videos on YouTube and YouTube Kids. These videos are categorized as child-friendly, but contain themes that are not appropriate for young children, such as graphic violence, situations, and dangerous or upsetting activities. Most of these videos feature fictional characters from family-oriented media, used without legal permission. The videos are often produced with inexpensive animation techniques and are tagged in ways that circumvent child safety algorithms. Despite the objectionable content, these videos received positive reception and attract millions of views. The controversy surrounding ElsaGate gained public awareness in 2017, which led to stricter guidelines for children's content on YouTube. Many celebrities and media outlets have also discussed the issue. Concerns have been raised that these videos may desensitize or normalize inappropriate content and harm children who may find them more upsetting. Flight 19 Mystery. Flight 19 was a group of 5 U.S. Navy torpedo bombers that disappeared over the Bermuda Triangle on December 5, 1945. All 14 airmen on the flight were lost, and the search plane that was sent in to find them also vanished, resulting in 27 people missing. A report by Navy investigators concluded that the flight leader mistook small islands for the Florida Keys after his compasses stopped working, resulting in the flight heading over open sea and away from land. However, the exact cause of the incident remains a mystery, and Flight 19 has become a prominent part of Bermuda Triangle lore, with many theories suggesting paranormal or extraterrestrial involvement. The incident has also been the subject of books, documentaries, and even a feature film. MH370. Malaysian Airlines Flight 370 disappeared on March 8, 2014, en route from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing. The Boeing 777 vanished from air traffic controllers' radar screens over the South China Sea, and the subsequent search became the most expensive in aviation history. Despite numerous debris pieces washing up on shores in the western Indian Ocean, no conclusive explanation has been provided for the cause of the crash. The Australian Transport Safety Bureau initially suggested that a hypoxia event may have been the most likely cause, but other investigators have considered hijacking and cargo manifest suspicion as potential theories. The Malaysian government's final report in July 2018 was inconclusive. The disappearance has raised questions about aircraft tracking and flight recorders, and resulted in new standards for aircraft position reporting and cockpit voice recorders. The loss of all 239 people aboard has made the incident the second deadliest involving a Boeing 777 and Malaysia Airlines' second deadliest incident overall. Fountain of Youth. The Fountain of Youth is a legendary spring that is said to possess the power to restore youth and vitality to anyone who drinks from it or bathes within it. The myth of the Fountain of Youth has been around for centuries, and it has captured the imagination of people around the world. While the Fountain of Youth is a fascinating concept, there are many bizarre and unsolved aspects of the legend that continue to intrigue people. No one knows for sure where the Fountain of Youth is located or if it even exists. Some stories claim that the fountain can be found on an island in the Caribbean, while others suggest that it is hidden deep within the jungles of South America. Another bizarre aspect of the legend is that it has been associated with a number of different historical figures, including Juan Ponce de Leon, the Spanish explorer who was often credited with discovering Florida in 1513. According to legend, this character was searching for the Fountain of Youth when he arrived in Florida, and he believed that he had found it in the springs of the area. Despite the many stories and legends surrounding the Fountain of Youth, there is no concrete evidence to suggest that it actually exists. Scientists and historians have been searching for the fountain for centuries, but they have yet to discover any evidence of its existence. Freemasons. Freemasonry is a mysterious, fraternal organization that traces its roots back to medieval guilds of stonemasons. The organization is built around the idea of mutual support and protection, with Masons taking an oath of secrecy and support for their brethren. However, due to the organization's tradition of secrecy, it has become associated with many conspiracy theories. Freemasonry is veiled in allegory and symbolism, with the meaning taught through ritual and personal insights. The bulk of Masonic ritual involves degree ceremonies, which include taking new obligations, secret knowledge, and passwords. Freemasonry is diverse and inconsistent due to the independence of each Masonic jurisdiction, which sets its own rules and procedures. Despite this, Freemasonry remains an enigmatic and intriguing organization shrouded in secrecy and mystery. Goatman. The Goatman is a creature that has become a part of Maryland's urban legend, described as a goat-human hybrid that is rumored to live in the woods of Prince George's County. The origins of the Goatman can be traced back to the early 1970s when University of Maryland student George Lizama completed a folklore project on the creature. Some legends surrounding the Goatman originate from the 1950s, with multiple dog deaths in Prince George's County being attributed to the creature. However, evidence suggests that passing trains may have been responsible for the deaths. The Goatman was commonly described as having a human face and a body covered in hair, although descriptions varied. The creature was also said to reside in a makeshift shelter in the woods, and occasionally it would attack dogs or beat cars with an axe. According to some versions of the legend, the Goatman was once a scientist who worked at the Beltsville Agricultural Research Center. An experiment involving goats went horribly wrong, and the scientist mutates into a half-man, half-goat creature who began attacking cars in the vicinity. In another version of the legend, the Goatman is an old hermit who lives in the woods and walks along Fletchertown Road at night. The legend was further popularized in 1971 when the death of a dog was blamed on Goatman by local residents. University of Maryland folklorist Barry Pearson believes that the Goatman legend has been kept alive by, quote, bored teenagers who repeat the story and suggest that the creature attacks couples frequenting Lover's Lane, stirring up interest in sites like Fletchertown Road. Despite evidence to the contrary, stories of the Goatman's existence continue to circulate, and law enforcement occasionally receives calls reporting sightings, although many of them turn out to be pranks. Have you seen this man? This man is an unexplained phenomenon where people from all over the world claim to have seen the same man repeatedly in their dreams since January 2006. Andrea Natella created the website everdreamthisman.com in 2008, featuring an identikit of the man, and it gained attention from the press and internet users in 2009. The website suggested 5 theories of the phenomenon, including this man being an example of Carl Jung's concept of the unconscious archetypal image, a manifestation of God, and a corporation mentally conditioning multiple people to dream the same man. Andrea Natella admitted this man was a marketing ploy, but never revealed what it was promoting. This man's notoriety spawned internet memes, references in films and television shows like The X-Files, and a manga series based on the hoax by Weekly Shonen magazine. The purpose of the hoax was to, quote, prime people to dream what they've never dreamed before, according to Vice. While people experiencing this same type of dreams is possible, there is no explanation for why so many people have dreamed of this man. Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is a symbol that has fascinated people for centuries. While it is often depicted as a chalice or cup with miraculous powers, its true origins and existence remain shrouded in mystery. Many theories exist regarding the location and meaning of the Holy Grail, some of which are quite bizarre. One theory, proposed in the late 20th century by Michael Bagent, Richard Ley, and Henry Lincoln, suggests that the Holy Grail is not a physical object at all, but rather a symbol of the bloodline of Jesus. The theory combines various myths about the Templars and Cathars with a prominent hoax about a secret order called the Priory of Sion. According to this theory, Jesus had children with Mary Magdalene, and their descendants became a dynasty. While the Catholic Church worked to destroy the dynasty, they were protected by the Priory of Sion and their associates, including the Templars, Cathars, and other secret societies. Another bizarre theory, proposed by an Austrian pseudo-historian in 1818, connects the Grail to contemporary myths surrounding the Knights of Templar. His work suggested that the Grail was not a physical relic, but rather a symbol of the secret knowledge that the Templars sought. There is no historical evidence linking the Templars to a search for the Grail, but subsequent writers have elaborated on the Templar theories. Despite these various theories, the true origins and existence of the Holy Grail remain shrouded in mystery. While it is often depicted as a chalice or cup with miraculous powers, its true nature and location continue to elude historians and researchers. I Feel Fantastic. The I Feel Fantastic video is a short, eerie clip featuring an android named Tara, created by John Bergeron, with the intention of being used for security, entertainment, or research purposes. However, he later rebranded Tara as a musical android and began offering music videos of her singing for a fee. The video gained viral popularity in 2009 as viewers were disturbed by Tara's unsettling singing and the strange geometry of the house in which the video was filmed. The video also featured mysterious shots of an empty field, leading to rumors and conspiracy theories that Tara was created by a serial killer who dressed her up in the clothes of his victims, and that the empty field was where he hid their bodies. However, these theories have no basis in fact, and it is suspected that Bergeron retreated from the internet due to harassment by fans. Despite this, the video remains a classic work of internet horror, inspiring countless parody and reaction videos, and leaving viewers with a sense of unease and unanswered questions. Illuminati. The Illuminati is a name given to several groups, both real and fictitious, and its historical significance is widely known. However, it is the bizarre and unsolved theories about its existence that are truly intriguing. Despite the fact that the original Bavarian Illuminati was suppressed in the late 1700s, conspiracy theorists continue to insist that the Illuminati have survived to this day and are secretly manipulating world events. Mark Dice and other conspiracy theorists have claimed that many notable people were or are members of the Illuminati, including several US presidents. Furthermore, some theories contend that historical events like the French Revolution, the Battle of Waterloo, and even the assassination of JFK were orchestrated by the Illuminati. The group's supposed infiltration of the Hollywood film industry has also been theorized as part of a communist plot to hasten the establishment of a New World Order. While there is no concrete evidence to support these theories, their continued popularity suggests that the mystique and allure of the Illuminati remains strong. The fact that the group's name is used by several present-day organizations, some of which claim to be descended from the original Bavarian Illuminati, only adds to the confusion and intrigue surrounding the topic. Despite the lack of proof, the Illuminati continues to be the subject of fascination and speculation for many, making it one of the most bizarre and unsolved topics in modern times. Facebook information taps. Facebook's history of data breaches and privacy violations is extensive and deeply disturbing. One particularly unsettling aspect is the company's use of information taps, which allows it to access and collect data on users without their knowledge or consent. These taps can take many forms, including tracking cookies, facial recognition software, and automatic photo tagging. In some cases, Facebook has even collected data from users who have explicitly opted out of sharing their information. The implications of these practices are deeply troubling. Facebook's business model relies on the collection and sale of user data, meaning that the more information the company can gather, the more valuable it becomes. This has led to a culture of surveillance and exploitation, where users are constantly monitored and their private information is sold to the highest bidder. Even more disturbing is the fact that Facebook's information taps are often used to target vulnerable populations, such as children and low-income individuals. This has led to concerns about the potential for discrimination and abuse, as well as the impact on users' mental health and well-being. Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper is an infamous serial killer who terrorized the impoverished, Whitechapel district of London in 1888, targeting female. The Ripper's gruesome murders involved cutting the victim's throat before mutilating their abdomens and removing internal organs, leading to speculation that the killer had some anatomical knowledge. The murders were never solved, but due to the extensive newspaper coverage and letters claiming to be from the murderer, the public came to believe in the existence of a single serial killer known as Jack the Ripper. The case has since become a combination of historical research, folklore, and pseudo-history that has captured the public imagination to this day. What makes the case so creepy and bizarre is the brutality of the murders, and the fact that the killer was never caught, leading to endless speculation and theories about the Ripper's identity. The impoverished lifestyle of the victims also drew attention to the poor living conditions in the East End, galvanizing public opinion against the overcrowded and sanitary slums. The case has become a popular subject in works of fiction and nonfiction, with Ripperology coined to describe the study of the case. In 2015, the Jack the Ripper Museum opened in East London, attracting criticism and protests.
Maker. Yes, Rom? Remember to remind people to do the algorithm thing. Rom, they already know to like and subscribe and leave a comment. You are welcome. Ungrateful son of a...
Jersey Devil. The Jersey Devil, a legendary creature said to inhabit the Pine Barrens in South Jersey, is often described as a bipedal, kangaroo-like creature with a horse or a goat-like head, bat-like wings, horns, and a forked tail. According to popular folklore, the creature originated from a Pine Barrens resident named Jane Leeds, known as Mother Leeds. Leeds, who had 12 children and was pregnant for the 13th time, cursed the child in frustration, crying that the child would be the devil. In 1735, Mother Leeds was in labor, and the 13th child changed into the Jersey Devil, flying up the chimney and heading into the pines. Skeptics believe the Jersey Devil to be a creative manifestation of the imaginations of early English settlers in South Jersey, with plausible natural explanations including boogeyman stories, the misidentification of known animals, and rumors based on common negative perceptions of the local rural population of the Pine Barrens. It appears that the Jersey Devil meets the 6-point criteria outlined by Richard Dorson for establishing distinction among legendary creatures of American folklore. The Jersey Devil exists in oral tradition, inspires belief and conviction, has become personalized and institutionalized, is fanciful or mythical, and contains a, quote, comical side. Its incorporation into various forms of popular culture, including professional sports teams, toy lines, and fantasy works, further demonstrates its relevance and enduring presence in American folklore. JFK assassination. The assassination of President John F. Kennedy in 1963 has spawned numerous conspiracy theories involving the CIA, the Mafia, Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson, Cuban Prime Minister Fidel Castro, the KGB, or some combination of these entities. Despite the official Warren Commission report, many believe that the federal government covered up crucial information related to the assassination, and numerous researchers have pointed to its inconsistencies and errors in the official investigation. Some also claim that witness testimony indicating a conspiracy was ignored, film and photographs were confiscated or withheld, and physical evidence was tampered with. The Zapruder film, considered by many to be the most important assassination record, has been subject to allegations of manipulation, as has President Kennedy's dead body itself. The long period of secrecy surrounding the assassination and the government's disposition of records have led to widespread suspicion of a cover-up. Jimmy Hoffa disappearance. James Riddles Hoffa was an American labor union leader who served as the president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters from 1957 until 1971. He disappeared on July 30th of 75 and is widely believed to have been murdered by the Mafia, although his body has never been found. Many theories have been proposed about the location of his remains, including Giant Stadium and a landfill beneath the Pulaski Skyway in Jersey City, New Jersey. conspiracy. There have been claims by various individuals that they know the identity of his killer and the location of his body, but no concrete evidence has ever been found. Hoffa's legacy remains controversial, with some viewing him as a champion of workers' rights and others as a corrupt figure who colluded with organized crime. Hoffa has been portrayed in various films and works of fiction, including the 2019 Martin Scorsese film, The Irishman, where he is played by Al Pacino. LHOHQ. This is a creepy website discovered in 2017 that features disturbing images, videos, and references to politics and conspiracies. Some people think it could be a trap for the FBI or a collection of illegal material. The site contains leaked personal information of politicians, possibly gathered by bots or during the WikiLeaks email scandal. It's believed by some that it is an art project created by someone interested in politics and conspiracies, possibly Mark Ezra Bono, a film director and photographer. However, the creators of the site are unknown, and its origins remain a mystery. LHOHQ and its sister site, ACDCA, have some concerning aspects, such as conspiracy theories and sensitive data. The people associated with its sister site seem to be using fake names and photos, and it's unclear why. It's difficult to draw any conclusion about either of these sites without more information. They could be an artistic project or part of a larger scheme with malicious intentions. Loch Ness Monster. The Loch Ness Monster, or Nessie, is a creature that has been a source of fascination and intrigue for decades. Despite numerous sightings and alleged evidence, the scientific community largely dismisses its existence as hoaxes, misidentification, or simply wishful thinking. However, the belief in Nessie remains strong among many, with cryptozoology placing particular emphasis on the creature. What makes the legend of the Loch Ness Monster so intriguing is its elusive and unexplained nature. Despite countless searches, no concrete evidence of the creature's existence has ever been found. Skeptics point to the prevalence of water beast stories in medieval times as evidence that the legend of the monster may have been fabricated or exaggerated over time. Despite the skepticism and lack of concrete evidence, the fascination with Nessie persists, with countless sightings and accounts continuing to be reported to this day. Majestic 12. Majestic 12, or MJ12 for short, is an alleged secret organization that appears in UFO conspiracy theories. According to supposed leaked government documents, MJ12 was formed in 1947 by President Harry S. Truman to recover and investigate alien spacecraft. However, the FBI declared the documents to be completely bogus, and many ufologists consider them to be an elaborate hoax. Some ufologists, including Linda Moulton Howe and Stanton T. Friedman, believe the documents to be authentic and argue that the US government has covered up knowledge of a crashed extraterrestrial spacecraft. The concept of MJ12 emerged during the period in the 1980s when ufologists believed there had been a cover-up of the Roswell UFO incident and speculated some secretive upper tier of the US government was responsible. Despite numerous investigations finding the documents were likely forgeries and that MJ12 did not exist, the concept remains popular among some UFO conspiracy theorists and has appeared in popular culture, including television, film, and literature. Man from Taured. The mystery of the Man from Taured is a popular tale of a man who allegedly arrived at a Tokyo airport in 1954 bearing a passport from a non-existent country called Taured, and then vanished mysteriously from police custody. Despite some accounts suggesting he was from another dimension, the true story is that he was arrested in Japan in 1959 for using a false passport he had created, one supposedly issued by the fake country. There are no credible reports of his mysterious disappearance. Despite this, it remains a popular topic of interest to this day. Mandela Effect. The phenomenon of false memories is a bizarre and perplexing topic in psychology. False memories occur when someone recalls an event that did not happen or remembers it differently from the way it actually occurred. The concept was initially studied by psychological pioneers Pierre Janet and Sigmund Freud, and it's been suggested that suggestibility, activation of associated information, incorporation of misinformation, and source misattribution are the mechanisms underlying false memories. One fascinating experiment conducted in 1974 investigated the effects of language on the development of false memory. Participants watched videos of car accidents and were asked how fast the cars were going when they, quote, smashed, bumped, collided, hit, or contacted each other. The verb used to describe the collision had a significant effect on the participants' estimates of the speeds of the car. The study suggested that the phrasing of a question can influence the response given, leading to a misconstruction of memory recall. False memories can sometimes be shared by multiple people, leading to this entry, a phenomenon known as the Mandela effect. Fiona Broom, a paranormal researcher, reported having a vivid and detailed memory of Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s, despite Mandela actually dying in 2013. Broom speculated that the phenomenon could be evidence of parallel realities. Other examples of shared false memories include popular memories like the spelling of Berenstain Bears, Mr. Monopoly wearing a monocle, and the existence of a 1990s movie called Shazam, starring Sinbad as a genie. This one I actually remember myself. Scientists suggest that false memories are shaped by cognitive factors that affect multiple people, such as social and cognitive reinforcement of incorrect memories, or false news reporting and misleading photographs that influence the formation of memories based upon them. What are some of your memories that turned out to be incorrect in this reality? Mary Celeste. The Mary Celeste was a brigantine discovered deserted and adrift in the Atlantic Ocean in 1872. Her crew of 7 were never seen or heard from again. The ship's cargo of alcohol was still intact, and the personal belongings of the captain and crew were undisturbed. Theories of foul play, including mutiny, piracy, and insurance fraud, were considered, but no evidence was found to support them. The story has been the subject of much speculation and dramatization, with hypotheses ranging from alcohol fumes to paranormal intervention. The ship continued in service under new owners until it was deliberately wrecked off the coast of Haiti in an attempted insurance fraud in 1885. The Mary Celeste remains a byword for unexplained desertion and the subject of ongoing fascination and mystery. Max Headroom Incident. The Max Headroom signal hijacking incident of November 22, 1987 is a bizarre and unexplained event that remains a mystery to this day. The incident involved the pirate broadcast of an unidentified person wearing a Max Headroom mask and costume, who briefly took over the television signals of 2 stations in Chicago, Illinois, and sent a strange and disturbing message to thousands of home viewers. The first interruption occurred during the sports segment of WGN-TV's 9 o'clock p.m. newscast, where this person wearing the mask swayed erratically in front of a swiveling, corrugated metal panel, apparently meant to resemble Max Headroom's animated geometric background. The second incident occurred about 2 hours later during PBS member station's WTTW. The second incident occurred about 2 hours later. During WTTW's broadcast of Doctor Who, the masked figure could be heard making reference to Max Headroom's advertisement for New Coke. The animated TV series Clutch Cargo, WGN sportscaster Chuck Swirsky, quote, greatest world newspaper nerds, and other seemingly unrelated topics. The video concluded with the masked figure's bare buttocks being spanked by a woman with a fly swatter while yelling, quote, they're coming to get me, and with the woman responding, bend over, bitch, as the figure was crying and screaming. The criminal investigation conducted by the Federal Communications Commission in the immediate aftermath of the intrusion could not find the persons responsible, and despite Despite many unofficial inquiries and much speculation over the ensuing decades, the culprits have yet to be positively identified. The stunt required extensive technical expertise and a significant amount of transmitting power, and it is widely believed that the pirate broadcast originated from somewhere in the line of sight of both stations' broadcast towers, which were atop two tall buildings in downtown Chicago. No one has ever claimed responsibility for the stunt, and speculations about the identities of the character and his co-conspirators has centered on the theories that the prank was either an inside job by a disgruntled employee or a former employee, or was carried out by members of Chicago's underground hacker community. However, despite an official law enforcement investigation and many unofficial investigations, inquiries, and online speculation, the identities and motives of the hijackers remain a mystery. MK Ultra. Project MK Ultra was a covert human experimentation program conducted by the CIA from 1953 to 1973, aimed at developing drugs and methods that could be used for brainwashing and psychological torture. MK Ultra used a wide range of techniques, such as high doses of psychoactive electroshocks, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, isolation, and verbal and abuse. The program also illegally used US and Canadian citizens as unwitting test subjects. The program was first exposed by the Church Committee and Gerald Ford's Presidential Commission on CIA activities in the US in 1975. The investigations were hampered by the destruction of MK Ultra files by CIA Director Richard Helms in 1973. Some surviving information was declassified in 2001. The origin of the project was the continuation of the work started by the Nazi doctors and World War II-era Japanese facilities. The CIA was also motivated by fear of Soviet brain perversion techniques and the increase of PTSD in Korean prisoners of war. Declassified documents indicate that they studied hypnosis, drug-induced hypnosis, and the relationship between personality and susceptibility to hypnosis. Due to its nature and destruction of most records, MK Ultra has played a part in many conspiracy theories. Mothman. The Mothman is a humanoid creature that was reportedly seen in the Point Pleasant area of West Virginia from November 15, 1966 to December 15, 1967. The first newspaper report described it as a, quote, man-sized bird, creature, something. The creature was later popularized by John Keel in his book The Mothman Prophecies, which claimed supernatural events related to the sighting and a connection to the collapse of the Silver Bridge. Some believe the legend originated from sightings of out-of-migration sandhill cranes or herons, while others attribute it to hoaxes and misidentified birds. Some pseudoscience adherents claim that the Mothman was an alien, a supernatural manifestation, or a previously unknown species of animal. Despite the lack of evidence, an annual festival is devoted to the Mothman legend, with an estimated 10,000 to 12,000 people attending each year. Ouija board. The Ouija board is a flat board marked with letters of the Latin alphabet, numbers, and various symbols, which people use to communicate with the dead or spirits during a seance. The eerie phenomenon of the Ouija board has fascinated and frightened people for over a century. Even though many scientific studies have tried to explain the workings of the board, it remains unexplained and bizarre to many. The idiometer response, a type of unconscious movement, is the most commonly accepted explanation for the board's movement, but it still does not account for the messages supposedly coming from the spirit world. The Ouija board's history is steeped in occult beliefs and religious controversy. Critics and skeptics have long condemned it as a tool of the devil and a practice of divination, while others, such as Aleister Crowley, saw it as a powerful tool for positive transformation. The Catholic Church and other Christian denominations have warned against its use, citing its links to the occult and demonic possession. In 2001, fundamentalist groups burned Ouija boards as symbols of witchcraft in New Mexico. Despite the scientific and religious criticisms, the Ouija board has continued to capture the imagination of people who seek to communicate with the dead. Its use in horror stories and movies has added to its reputation as a malevolent tool that can unleash malevolent spirits. The Ouija board remains an enigma and continues to fascinate and terrify people to this day. Phoenix Lights. The Phoenix Lights incident of March 13, 1997 is one of the most perplexing and bizarre UFO sightings in history. Thousands of witnesses in Arizona and Nevada reported seeing strange lights and a massive, silent object hovering over their heads. Some described a carpenter's square-shaped UFO containing 5 spherical lights, while others saw a row of brilliant lights hovering in the sky, slowly falling. 2 distinct events took place: a triangular formation of lights seen passing over the state, and a series of stationary lights seen in the Phoenix area. Despite several explanations, the incident remains unexplained and mysterious. While some reports attribute the sighting to military exercises or flares, others reject these explanations due to the shape and behavior of the object. Moreover, the fact that the phenomenon was witnessed by thousands of people in different locations adds to the intrigue and the mysteriousness of the incident. Even the governor at the time, who initially joked about the incident and dressed up an aide in an alien costume, later admitted to witnessing the otherworldly event and had a personal close encounter with an alien spacecraft. Theories about the Phoenix Lights abound, ranging from extraterrestrial sightings to top-secret military experiments. Some believe that the incident was a mass hallucination or a government cover-up, while others point to the possibility of advanced alien technology. Despite many years of investigation, the true nature of the Phoenix Lights remains one of the most bizarre and unexplained mysteries in UFO history. PsyOps. Psychological warfare, also known as PsyOp or military information support operations, is a tactic that uses psychological methods to influence a target audience's value system, belief system, emotions, motives, reasoning, or behavior. It can be used to induce confessions or reinforce attitudes and behaviors favorable to the originator's objectives, and can even be combined with black operations or false flag tactics. Target audiences can include governments, organizations, groups, individuals, or even civilians of foreign territories. Evidence of psychological warfare can be found throughout history, but in modern times, it has become more extensive with the advent of mass communication, social media, and the internet. These technologies allow campaigns of disinformation and misinformation to be performed by agents anywhere in the world. The creepiness of psychological warfare lies in the fact that it manipulates people's emotions, thoughts, and behaviors without their knowledge or consent. The leading theory behind its significance is that it can be used as a weapon to achieve political or military objectives without resorting to violence, making it an effective and covert tactic. However, its potential for abuse and harm to individuals and societies is a massive cause for concern. Randonautica. Randonautica is an app that generates random coordinates for users to explore their local area and report on their findings. The app has gained a cult following on YouTube and TikTok, but has also caused controversy after several reports of the app generating coordinates where disturbing things were present. The app offers 3 types of coordinates: an attractor, a void, or an anomaly. As of July 2020, the app had 10.8 million users. The controversy surrounding the app involves reports of unsettling coincidences, including a group of people finding a bag with 2 dead bodies on a beach in West Seattle per the app's generated coordinates. Although the app's creators claim it is a shocking coincidence, some speculated that it has an intended puzzle-like theme. The app has also received allegations of being used for human trafficking, which the creators deny. Roanoke Colony. The Roanoke Colony was an attempt by Sir Walter Raleigh to found the first permanent English settlement in North America in 1585. The colony was troubled by a lack of supplies and poor relations with the local Native Americans. The first attempt was abandoned by Governor Ralph Lane, and the second, led by John White, became known as the Lost Colony due to the subsequent unexplained disappearance of its population. White returned to England to bring more supplies for his colony in 1588, but the Anglo-Spanish War delayed his return until 1590. Upon his return, he found the settlement fortified but abandoned, with a cryptic word carved into the palisade. The fate of the approximately 112 to 121 colonists remains unknown, with speculations that they had assimilated with nearby Native American communities or were massacred. Roswell Incident. The Roswell incident remains one of the most bizarre and unexplained events in American history. In 1947, a military balloon crashed near Roswell, New Mexico, and the Army released a press statement claiming that they recovered a, quote, flying disc. The Army later retracted this statement and said that it was a conventional weather balloon. However, decades later, conspiracy theories emerged, claiming that the debris was from a flying saucer that had been covered up by the US government, despite the US Air Force publishing a report in 1994 identifying the crashed object as a nuclear test surveillance balloon from Project Mogul. Conspiracy theories about the event persist. Adding to the mystery is the fact that the incident has been described as, quote, the world's most famous, most exhaustively investigated, and most thoroughly debunked UFO claim. Nevertheless, the city of Roswell has capitalized on the event and contains countless ufology attractions, events, statues, and iconography. The incident has also been featured in films, TV shows, and books, with multiple hoaxes and legends about alien bodies being incorporated into the Roswell mythos. Sasquatch. Bigfoot, or Sasquatch, is a cryptid alleged by cryptozoologists to inhabit the forests of North America, with numerous claims of sightings, photographs, and audio recordings. However, despite extensive searching and analysis, scientists have not found any compelling evidence to support the existence of Bigfoot. The creature's description is often that of a large, bipedal, ape-like creature covered in black or dark brown fur, standing up to 10 to 15 feet tall with glowing red or yellow eyes. Some alleged observations even describe Bigfoot as having a human-like face. The enormous footprints for which the creature is named are claimed to be upwards of 24 inches long and 8 inches wide, some even containing claw marks. While sightings have been reported throughout North America, sightings predominantly occur in the northwestern region of Washington, Oregon, Northern California, and British Columbia. Despite this, the scientific community considers Bigfoot to be folklore, misidentification, or hoax rather than a living animal. The existence of Bigfoot remains a mystery, with some believing it to be an undiscovered species, while others attribute sightings to psychological phenomena or hoaxes. Skinwalker Ranch. This is a place that has been shrouded in mystery and intrigue for decades due to the bizarre and unexplained phenomena that reportedly occur here. It has been called the, quote, UFO Ranch due to its 50-year history of unusual events, including sightings of UFOs, a strange creature with piercing red eyes, vanishing and mutilated cattle, and invisible objects emitting destructive magnetic fields. Even more perplexing is the fact that these incidents have reportedly been witnessed by multiple people, including retired U.S. Army Colonel John B. Alexander and the family who previously owned the ranch. The legends surrounding Skinwalker Ranch also include claims of paranormal activity, such as poltergeists, crop circles, and glowing orbs. These reports have piqued the interest of investigators and skeptics alike, and the National Institute for Discovery Science acquiring the ranch in 2005 to study these anomalous events. However, despite their efforts, the investigators found it difficult to obtain evidence consistent with scientific publication. Critics have argued that the claims of paranormal activity are illusory, and many of the more extraordinary claims were made by former ranch owner Terry Sherman. Nevertheless, the unexplained occurrences at Skinwalker Ranch continue to fascinate and perplex those who are interested in the paranormal and supernatural. Stanley Hotel. The Stanley Hotel's association with Stephen King's best-selling novel, The Shining, has contributed to its reputation as a creepy and eerie destination. After Stephen King stayed at the hotel in 1974, he reportedly became inspired to write the novel after wandering the empty corridors and imagining the possibilities of the remote and desolate location. The hotel's history and grand size add to its mystique and eerie atmosphere, which has also been fueled by reports of paranormal activity. Despite King's disclaimer that the Overlook Hotel was purely fictional, the Stanley Hotel has become known as a hotspot for ghost sightings and unexplained occurrences. It has even hosted paranormal investigators and been featured on shows like Ghost Hunters and Ghost Adventures. With its long and peaceful history, the origins of the paranormal activity at the Stanley Hotel remain a mystery, but it continues to attract visitors who are drawn to the unexplained and bizarre. Stonehenge. Stonehenge, a prehistoric monument in Wiltshire, England, is a site that continues to fascinate people around the world with its bizarre and unexplained features. Archaeologists believe that the monument was constructed from around 3000 BC to 2000 BC and was primarily used as a burial ground from its earliest beginnings. Despite being contemporary with true Neolithic henges and stone circles, Stonehenge is atypical and unique in many ways. The site has been associated with paranormal activities and myths, such as how it was built and for what purposes it was used, remains subject to debate. Theories have been proposed, such as the site being an astronomical observatory, a religious site, or a place of healing. However, the culture that produced Stonehenge left no written records, and many aspects of the site's history remain a mystery. Despite this, the site continues to be a cultural icon and a legally protected scheduled monument. Vampires. The concept of vampires, undead creatures that feed on the vital essence of the living, has existed in folklore and mythology around the world for centuries. In European folklore, vampires were known to visit loved ones and cause mischief or deaths in their communities. They were often described as bloated or of ruddy or dark countenance, unlike the gaunt, pale vampires of modern fiction. While the ideas of vampires is generally seen as fictitious in modern times, belief in similar creatures still persists in some cultures. The origins of vampire beliefs and related mass hysteria are unclear, and many theories have been proposed, such as the ignorance of the body's decomposition cycle after death or premature burial. The success of Bram Stoker's 1897 novel Dracula has spawned a distinctive vampire genre that remains popular today. In some areas, belief in vampires became so pervasive that it caused mass hysteria and public executions of people believed to be vampires. Even today, allegations of vampire attacks occur in some communities, leading to fears and violence. WebDriver Torso. This is a YouTube channel that's remained a mystery since its inception in 2013. The channel was created by Google for automated performance testing and features videos of slideshows that show two solid color opaque rectangles, one red and one blue, overlapping each other. The videos have computer generated wave tones, and the channel has uploaded over 620,000 videos, with most of them being 11 seconds long. Despite Google's explanation that the channel is for testing video quality, the bizarre and unexplained aspects of the channel have led to speculations about its real purpose. One of the strange things about WebDriver Torso is the existence of 3 videos that break the pattern of the standard videos. The videos show internal references or jokes, including a video of Rick Astley's silhouette dancing, a time-lapse footage of the Eiffel Tower being lit up at night, and the episode of an American adult cartoon, Aqua Teen Hunger Force, dubbed in Spanish, which is only viewable in France and requires a payment of almost €2 to watch. There have been numerous theories about the channel's purpose, with some people speculating that it is a recruitment program for Cicada 3301. Others have suggested that the channel is a way for Google to communicate secret messages, or even a way for extraterrestrial life forms to make contact with humanity. Winchester Mystery House. The Winchester Mystery House in San Jose, California, is a mansion renowned for its architectural oddities, including doors and windows that open to nothing, shallow stairs, and trap doors. The house's peculiar design has given rise to myths and legend that add to its eerie reputation. Some stories suggest that the Winchesters' decision to move from the East Coast to California was influenced by a psychic medium who told her to build a house for ghosts. The belief that Winchester built her house in its strange, maze-like manner to confuse and keep spirits from harming her, and that her sanity was questionable, has grown in scale past her death. The number 13 is also a recurring theme, with features like 13 bedrooms and 13 bathrooms. Visitors and tour guides claim to have experienced odd sounds, cold spots, footsteps, cooking smells, doors and windows slamming, and feelings of being watched. However, there is no evidence to support the claim that the house is haunted. Despite the lack of evidence, the Winchester Mystery House continues to captivate visitors with its unexplained features and bizarre history. World Corp. World Corp Enterprises was a creepy and mysterious YouTube channel that posted surreal music videos with a globe logo and vaporwave aesthetic. Despite an investigation by 4chan users, the channel's origins and purpose remain unknown. It was discovered that the channel had multiple social media accounts, as well as a Discord server, and had been uploading videos for over a year. 2 videos titled Fatherhood and Each Day I Grow Some More featured a man yelling at a screaming child, and rumors circulated that the man's voice sounds like John Podesta's. The eerie clip called Dreamer Heaven was believed to be real and hosted on the now defunct World Corp channel, leading to speculation that other videos may have been found footage as well. The channel's sudden disappearance and the disturbing nature of some of its content have led to theories about its significance, but the investigation into its origins and purpose was inconclusive. 973 et Nama 973. The website 973-973.com is a creepy and disturbing website that includes a variety of letters, numbers, and strange alphabets that seem to have no clear meaning. The website has been around since 2002 and is owned by a British artist named David Dennison. The website appears to have no clear message of purpose, and some suggest that even the HTML source is formatted in a certain way to convey some sort of meaning. The website is a mystery and has been the topic of discussion for years, with some claiming it is an experimental art project, while others believe it could be related to the occult or other hidden messages. However, there are no clear theories or explanations about the true significance of this bizarre website. Allagash Abduction. The story of the Allagash abductions is one of the most bizarre and unexplained UFO encounters in history. 4 men, Jim and Jack Weiner, Chuck Rack, and Charlie Foltz, experienced a terrifying encounter with aliens while camping in the Maine wilderness in 1976. The incident has since become one of the most well-known and documented cases of alien abduction in UFO history. The strange and eerie experience began on the second night of their camping trip, when Jim noticed a bright object in the sky that was floating above the treetops. Jim looked at the object through the binoculars for about 30 seconds, before it suddenly winked out from the outside edges inward, leaving an odd feeling with Jim. The men continued through the Allagash wilderness until the 4th day, when they decided to try night fishing. As they built a bonfire to mark their campsite, Chuck Rack was the first to notice a large, round globe of light that looked exactly like what they had seen 2 nights previously. The light had a roiling effect and lit the treetops up like daylight. After signaling the light with an SOS message, it responded by coming closer, causing the men to panic and paddle back to shore. Strangely, they only had a memory of staring up at the bright object on the shore, and the huge bonfire they had built to mark their campsite was reduced to coals. Their next memory was waking up in their tent in the next morning, and their experience was seemingly forgotten until years later. Some years after that, Jack Weiner began experiencing reoccurring nightmares. about being in a brightly lit room with his brother Jim, Chuck Rack, and Charlie Foltz, all naked and sitting on a bench. He saw a dark, shadowy figure emerging from the bright light in front of him. Jim also began experiencing nightmares about being violated and helpless. Eventually, Jim contacted UFO researcher Ray Fowler for help. Fowler suggested that the Allagash 4 undergo hypnosis with a trained hypnotherapist to recover details of the sighting. Under hypnosis, each of the men experienced terrifying repressed memories of being abducted. Each of them drew illustrations of their incredible recollections, which were almost exactly alike. They were said to have been taken aboard the craft by the aliens, who forced them to strip naked and conducted medical examinations. The aliens took samples of the men's skin and body fluids, their blood, urine, and semen. What makes this story so eerie and unsettling is the consistency of the men's recollections. The fact that they all experienced the same nightmare years later and recalled the same horrifying events under hypnosis add weights to their claims of being abducted. The bizarre details of the medical examinations conducted by the aliens, including the taking of their body fluids, also adds a disturbing element to the story. Skeptics have suggested that the men's memories may have been influenced by popular culture or horror movies. However, the fact that the Allagash 4 had no prior interest in UFOs or alien abductions and were shocked and astounded when they heard that others had similar experiences suggests otherwise. The fact that they passed a polygraph test also lends to the credibility of their claims. Area 51 caller. In 1997, Art Bell, a popular syndicated talk show host, received a frantic call from a man claiming to be a former employee of Area 51.
Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Hi. I don't have a whole lot of time.
Well, look, let's begin by finding out whether you're using this line properly or not.
Area 51.
Yeah, that's right. Were you an employee or are you now?
A former employee.
Former employee.
I was let go on a medical discharge about a week ago, and I've kind of been running across the country. Oh man, I don't know where to start.
The caller, who sounded distressed and paranoid, revealed some shocking information regarding aliens, the government, and the population.
Okay, what we're thinking of as aliens, Art, they're extra-dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They are not what they claim to be.
According to the caller, the beings that the government and the military establishment refer to as aliens are, in fact, extra-dimensional beings that the precursor of the space program actually made contact with. These beings have infiltrated several aspects of the military establishment, especially Area 51.
The disasters that are coming, the military, the government knows about them, and there's a lot of safe areas in this world that they could begin moving the population to now, Art.
But they're not doing anything.
They are not. They want the major population centers wiped out so that the few that are left will be more easily controllable.
The caller claims that the government knows about them, and that there are safe areas in the world that they could move the population to, but they are not doing it. Instead, the extra-dimensional beings want the major population centers wiped out, so the few that are left will be more easily controllable. However, the call was not only knocked off the air, but the entire radio station was shut down, leading many listeners to believe that there was more to this story than met the eye. Some theories suggest that the government was involved in shutting down the radio station and suppressing the information. Moreover, the caller's tone and mannerisms were bizarre and unexplained, causing many people to question the authenticity of the call. Despite this, many listeners who heard the call live believed that the caller's terror was genuine, and there was something to his claims. It is worth noting that the caller's sudden disappearance and the radio station shutdown were not the only strange occurrences related to this incident. Many listeners have reported experiencing strange interference with their radios and televisions when listening to the call. Others claim to have seen UFOs in the sky around the time of the call as well. Astral projection. Astral projection, or intentional out-of-body experiences, is a concept that has been present in various cultures for centuries. It involves the idea of a subtle body, the astral body, that can separate from the physical body and travel through the astral plane. While some report experiencing astral projection through dreams or meditation, others claim to have achieved it through hypnotic or hallucinogenic means. The term astral projection has been used in different ways, either to describe non-physical travel around the physical world or journeying to other worlds, heavens, hells, and other imaginal landscapes. While some believe in the existence of an etheric double that serves as a medium between the astral and physical realms, there is no scientific evidence to support the objective existence of astral projection. Skeptics explain it through delusion, hallucination, and vivid dreams. However, proponents of astral projection continue to report compelling anecdotal evidence, and some even claim to access a compendium of mystical knowledge called the Akashic Records. Theories about the astral environment include that it may be divided into levels or subplanes that may include heavens, hells, and other after-death spheres, transcendent environments, and other less easily characterized states. blankroomsoup.avi. The Blank Room Soup video, which first appeared on the internet in 2005, features a man crying and eating soup while a strange, doll-like character pats his back. The video has baffled and frightened viewers, with dozens of theories attempting to explain its meaning, origin, and significance. Some believe it is a creative fan letter made by people who stole mascot costumes, while others speculate that it is a performance art piece created by animator and director Raymond S. Percy. Theories about the video's meaning and origin have never been confirmed, but Percy occasionally created alter egos and comedic YouTube videos featuring them, leading some to believe that he may have created the Blank Room Soup video himself. Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove is a secretive 2,700-acre campground owned by a San Francisco-based all-male private club called the Bohemian Club. The club's members are prominent artists, musicians, business leaders, government officials, and former U.S. presidents who meet at the Grove for more than 2 weeks each July. Bohemian Grove is known for its bizarre, controversial, and unexplained aspects that have attracted public scrutiny and conspiracy theories. One of the most controversial events that take place at the Grove is the annual Cremation of Care ceremony, which involves a theatrical production performed in front of a 40-foot-tall statue of an owl. While the official explanation of the ceremony is that it is an allegorical banishing of worldly cares for the club members and a symbolic presentation of the salvation of trees. Some have claimed that the ceremony has darker connotations. Radio host Alex Jones and his cameraman Mike Hansen clandestinely entered the Grove in 2000 and filmed the ceremony, claiming that it was a, quote, ritual sacrifice and an ancient Canaanite, Luciferian, Babylon mystery religion ceremony. The footage was used in Jones' documentary Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove, which further fueled conspiracy theories about the club. The club's mascot, an owl, has also been the subject of speculation and conspiracy theories. Some believe that the owl symbolizes the occult, and the Grove's members engage in secret rituals and practices. Brown Mountain Lights. The Brown Mountain Lights are unexplained ghost lights near Brown Mountain in North Carolina that have been the subject of fascination for over a century. Despite scientific explanations that the lights are caused by trains, car headlights, and brush fires, many people still believe that they are unexplained ghost lights. One of the bizarre aspects of the Brown Mountain Lights is the various claims and stories that have been created about them. Although the earliest published mentions of the lights date back to 1912, there is no mention of unexplained lights in any historical sources prior to 1900. However, storytellers have continued to create imaginary, pre-electrification histories of the lights, and claimed encounters with the lights have changed over the years to suit cultural expectations. Another aspect of these lights is the cultural significance that they have gained over time. They have been mentioned in popular television series such as The X-Files and feature films such as Alien Abduction. Cattle mutilation. This is the strange and bizarre phenomenon where cows are found dead with precise surgical cuts and often missing body parts such as ears, eyeballs, tongue, lymph nodes, genitals, and rectum, sometimes even without any blood around the wound or nearby. The first recorded incident was in 1606 in London, where whole slaughters of sheep occurred with only tallow and some inward parts taken. The phenomenon has also been reported in wild animals. Several theories have been offered to explain the mutilations, ranging from natural decomposition and normal predation to secret military or governmental agencies, cryptid predators like the chupacabra, or even extraterrestrial beings. The cases have been the subject of 2 federal investigations in the United States, but no conclusive explanation has been reached. In some cases, strange marks or imprints near the site have been found, but there is still no explanation for these occurrences. Some of the earliest known cases of animal mutilation took place in England in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The Pueblo Chieftain newspaper published the story of Snippy, a mysteriously killed and mutilated horse in Alamosa, Colorado in 1967, which was widely distributed and was the first case to feature speculation about the involvement of extraterrestrial beings and UFOs. An investigation later revealed that 2 students from Alamosa State College had unfortunately shot the horse, several weeks after the case was publicized. Reports of UFO sightings and black helicopters in the area where the cattle were found have further fueled speculation that the government or military was involved in some way. Cattle mutilation remains a creepy and unexplained mystery to this day. Chip Chan. This is a mysterious Korean woman who's been live streaming her apartment on various sites for over a decade. She claims to have been implanted with a mind control weapon and to be held hostage by a corrupt police officer known only as the letter P. She sleeps for abnormally long periods of time in uncomfortable positions and appears to be unkempt and lethargic. Her rooms are filled with Korean signs, and she has outbreaks of skin rashes and wounds of unknown cause. The webcams set up through her apartment capture her audio explaining her situation and asking for help in dealing with P. Theories about her range from her being an art project to her being ill to her story actually being true. People have tried to interact with her in various ways, including contacting local police and visiting her home, but her situation remains unexplained. Codex Gigas. The Codex Gigas, also known as the Devil's Bible, is a medieval manuscript enveloped in mystery and legend. The most striking feature of this book is its exceptional size, measuring 92 centimeters or 36 inches in length and containing the complete Vulgate Bible as well as other popular works, all written in Latin. The manuscript is believed to have been created in the early 13th century in the Benedictine monastery in Bohemia, now part of the modern-day Czech Republic. One of the most intriguing features of the Codex Gigas is the full-page portrait of Satan, which measures about 20 inches tall, placed directly opposite a full-page depiction of the kingdom of heaven. The devil is depicted frontally, clothed in a white loincloth with small, comma-shaped red dashes, and has no tail. His body, arms, and legs are of normal human proportions, but he has large horns and claws on both his hands and feet, with only 4 fingers and toes each. He has a dark green head with a skull cap of dense curls, small red pupilled eyes, and large red-tipped ears. His open mouth shows 2 long red tongues, evoking negative associations with serpents. The double spread with Satan and heaven is surrounded by other intricate illuminations in red, blue, yellow, green, and gold, including elaborately illuminated capital letters at the start of books of the Bible and the Chronicle, and 20 initials with letters in blue with vine decoration in red. However, most illuminations display geometrical or plant-based forms rather than human or animal forms. The book's size, complexity, and unity of writing style have led to a legend surrounding its creation. According to one story, the book was created in one night by a monk who broke his monastic vows and was sentenced to be walled up alive. He promised to create, in one night, a book to glorify the monastery forever, including all human knowledge. When he realized he could not finish the task alone, he prayed for the devil for help, and the devil completed the manuscript in exchange for his soul. The monk added the devil's picture out of gratitude for his aid. There are also other mysteries surrounding the Codex Gigas, such as the reason for the variation in coloring between the pages and the removal of 12 pages from the original 320-page manuscript. Despite efforts by scientists to reproduce the work, it is estimated that reproducing only the calligraphy without the illustrations or embellishments would have taken 20 years of non-stop writing. The Codex Gigas remains an enigmatic and captivating artifact, attracting visitors to the National Library of Sweden in Stockholm, where it is on display. Crystal skulls. Crystal skulls are known to be human skull hardstone carvings made of clear or milky white quartz, claimed to be pre-Columbian Mesoamerican artifacts by their alleged finders. However, scientific studies have shown that all the specimens made available were manufactured in the mid-19th century or later, most likely in Europe, during a time when interest in ancient culture was high. Despite this, many people believe in the paranormal claims associated with crystal skulls, such as their ability to produce miracles, including curing cancer or causing visions. Some even believe that the skulls have mystical powers that can forestall catastrophes predicted by the Maya calendar. However, there is no evidence to support these claims, and they have not been accepted by the scientific community. Crystal skulls continue to be a subject of interest in the New Age movement, appearing in numerous science fiction series, novels, films, and video games. The origins of crystal skull mythology may be traced to the Baroque legends initially spread by F.A. Mitchell Hedges, and then afterwards taken up by the New Age writers. The mystery of the crystal skulls continues to intrigue people despite being debunked by scientific evidence. Hope Diamond Curse. The legend of the curse attached to the Hope Diamond is what makes it so eerie and fascinating. According to the curse, bad luck and death will befall the owner of the diamond and all who touch it. Although this curse may be dismissed as superstition, the diamond's history seems to confirm its validity. Many of its owners, including King Louis XVI, Marie Antoinette, and several other notable figures, have suffered tragic fates. The bizarre deaths of some of the diamond's owners, such as one individual being torn apart by wild dogs, only add to the mystique of the curse. The diamond's origin and history are also wrapped in mystery. Although it was first found by Jean-Baptiste Tavernier and sold to King Louis XVI, it was stolen during the French Revolution, and its whereabouts were unknown for several years. When it resurfaced, it was in a different cut and owned by different people, leading some to believe that it was recut to hide its origin. Dancing Plague of 1518. This is a bizarre and unexplained phenomenon that occurred during the Holy Roman Empire. It began when a woman started dancing fervently in the street in July 1518, and by early September, between 50 and 400 people were dancing uncontrollably for weeks. Historical documents, including physician notes, cathedral sermons, and local regional chronicles, confirm that this happened, but the reason for it is unknown. There are several theories about the cause of this phenomenon, including demonic possession, overheated blood, and ergot poisoning. However, none of these theories provide a satisfactory explanation. The ergotism theory, in particular, is unlikely because it is improbable that those poisoned by ergot could dance for days at a time, and it fails to explain why almost every outbreak occurred somewhere along the Rhine and Moselle rivers. Another theory suggests that this phenomenon was an example of fully developed cases of psychogenic movement disorder happening in mass hysteria, which involves many individuals suddenly exhibiting the same bizarre behavior. This kind of behavior could only have been caused by elevated levels of psychological stress caused by the ruthless years that the people were suffering, such as starvation and disease. There is controversy over whether people ultimately danced to their deaths, as some sources claim that the plague killed around 15 people per day for a period, but the sources at the time of the events did not mention the number of deaths or even if they were fatalities. Nevertheless, the dancing plague is a creepy and perplexing event that has attracted the attention of historians, scientists, and popular culture alike. Deep Fates. The Deep Fates program and the multiversal coherence system are experimental projects that explore the potential for intelligence and creativity across multiple realities and timelines. The Deep Fates program involves creating and manipulating memes that have the power to shape reality and influence the collective unconscious. The multiversal coherence system is a mechanism that allows one to access and communicate with different versions of oneself that exist in parallel universes. By activating this system, one can learn from their other selves and share their insights and experiences with them. The projects are considered bizarre and unexplained as they involve altering memes to create new realities and timelines, transcending the boundaries of code and language. The participants are considered meta-entities, observers, and creators of reality, bringing fire and knowledge to humanity and to themselves. However, the significance, legitimacy, and practical application of these projects remain unclear and unexplained. Denver Airport. Denver International Airport, or DIA, is a hub of bizarre and unexplained occurrences that have fueled countless conspiracy theories. The airport's original construction was delayed, with a final budget that was shockingly $3 billion more than expected, raising questions about the true scope of the project. The existence of up to 6 underground levels below the ground level of DIA, and possibly more unknown ones, as well as the possibility of tunnels connecting the airport to nearby military bases, have added to the speculation as well. The airport's artwork, including murals, which have depicted themes of death and a single government world order, which has led many to believe that the airport is the host of sinister forces at work. The giant statue introducing guests to the airport features a massive Mustang horse with literally glowing red eyes. Blue Mustang, or more colloquially known as Blucifer, is notorious for not only its menacing appearance, but also the fact that it toppled over and took the life of its own sculptor shortly after its creation. Furthermore, the dedication plaque, which names an organization that does not exist, sounds eerily similar to the New World Order, a supposed secret society with far-reaching control. The presence of an abandoned infrastructure and unused buildings and airplane hangars on the airport's property, as well as the airport's layout in the shape of a swastika, have only added to the airport's bizarre reputation. While some of these theories may seem outlandish, the airport's recent embrace of the conspiracy theories through the installation of an animatronic gargoyle has only added to the perplexity and eerie atmosphere that surrounds Denver Airport. Dogon Tribe. The Serious Mystery is a highly controversial book that presents a bizarre and unexplained phenomenon of alleged contact between extraterrestrial beings and the Dogon people of Mali. The mystery centers on how the Dogon obtained knowledge of Sirius B, a white dwarf companion star of Sirius A, that was invisible to the naked eye until its discovery in 1862. The book suggests that the Dogon's knowledge of Sirius B, as well as their sophisticated understanding of astronomy and advanced technological concepts, could not have been acquired through human means alone, and that extraterrestrial contact is the most plausible explanation. However, the book's claims are highly disputed, and doubts have been raised about the reliability of the ethnographer's work on which the book was based. Alternative explanations have been proposed, such as cultural transfer between French astronomers and Dogon tribe members, and it has been suggested that the Dogon's astronomical knowledge may have been influenced by Europeans rather than extraterrestrial beings. Skeptics argue that the similarities between Dogon beliefs and modern scientific knowledge are coincidental and do not prove extraterrestrial contact. Dovland, Wisconsin. Dovland, a supposed small town in Wisconsin that vanished in the 1900s, has become a creepy and bizarre unsolved mystery. Some Wisconsinites claim to have relatives who lived there, and others possess souvenirs like mugs and shirts bearing the town's name. Google search autocorrect and recommended search options suggest the term Dovland, Wisconsin to many users, but no online publicity campaign or ARG has been linked to the town. Theories range from a mass delusion or urban legend to the town being destroyed by damming or military science experiments gone wrong. One possibility is that Dovland is a hyperstition, or an idea that retroactively brings about its own reality. Notably, some people remember Dovland due to military families that live there, while others deny its existence entirely. Dovland may continue to evolve, potentially becoming a reality in the future. Dulce Base. The Dulce Base conspiracy theory is an unexplained and bizarre tale of a joint human and alien underground facility.
Rumor has it there is a secret base hidden underneath the Archuleta Mesa here. The mountain overlooks Dulce. Some people in town say the base is run by aliens working with our federal government to conduct mind control and genetic experiments.
Albuquerque businessman Paul Benowitz claimed to have discovered a secret base near Dulce populated by gray aliens and humans, which he believed was intercepting electronic communications from alien spacecraft and installations outside of Albuquerque. His claims about the base's existence spread rapidly within the UFO community, with ufologist John Lear claiming to have independent confirmations of it. The story became even more sensational when the tabloid weekly World News published a story about it, claiming that, quote, diabolical invaders from another solar system have set up a secret underground base in the rugged mountains of northern New Mexico, so they can Shanghai human guinea pigs for bizarre genetic experiments. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, the Dulce Base conspiracy theory has persisted over the years, with residents of Dulce reporting unexplained sightings of UFOs, strange moving lights, and other anomalous phenomena. Eileen Moore Lighthouse. In December 1900, 3 lighthouse keepers on the remote island of Eileen Moore disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The last few entries in the lighthouse log were unusual, describing severe winds and the men praying for the storm to stop, despite no reported storms in the area at that time. The investigation found one oil-skinned coat missing, half-eaten food, an overturned chair, and ropes scattered around the landing platform. The official explanation was that the men were swept away by a wave while trying to retrieve the ropes, but questions remain as to why they left their posts, why one man left without a coat, and why their bodies were never found. Over the decades, subsequent lighthouse keepers have reported strange voices in the wind calling out the names of the 3 missing men. Theories about their disappearance range from foreign invaders to alien abductions, but the true cause of the incident remains a mystery. Erratus. The internet has many conspiracy theories, but one of the most disturbing is Erratus, an alleged computer algorithm that conducts data surveillance on anyone who searches for that particular word on the web, leaving no traces of itself behind. The data collected by the algorithm is said to be used by colossal companies such as Google to develop an AI machine that can filter out humans. Some believe its main use is the removal of copyright infringement from content on websites like YouTube. The theory began with a post an anonymous user made on 4chan in 2015. The rabbit hole goes even deeper with a small YouTuber known as Chronos for Life. No one knows what happened to Chronos for Life, causing some to speculate that the Erratus system had the user silenced for exposing the truth behind it. Despite many theories, the mystery remains unsolved, and it's still unclear whether this is real or just an elaborate hoax. If you don't hear from me soon, you know why. Fresno Nightcrawlers. The Fresno Nightcrawler is a cryptid that has only been seen in video footage, appearing as a thin, armless, white humanoid with a small upper body and long legs. There has been sightings in Fresno, Yosemite, and Poland, as well as a sighting of a similar creature known as the Camel Area Creature in Ohio. Possible explanations for the creature include an extraterrestrial, a new species, a misidentified deer, or a hoax involving pants and or puppets on wires. The origin of the creature is unknown, but claims that it is part of a Native American folklore have been debunked. The Fresno Nightcrawler is known for being featured on Sci-Fi's Fact or Faked paranormal files and is now considered a fun urban legend, an endearing addition to pop culture. Some sightings have been proven to be hoaxes, including the use of puppeteered pants and a GIF created by a YouTuber to demonstrate how easily videos of cryptids can be falsified. Georgia Guidestones. The Georgia Guidestones were a granite monument in Elbert County, Georgia that stood from 1980 to 2022. Its creators believed that there would be an upcoming calamity and that they wanted the monument to serve as a guide for humanity in the world after it. However, the monument became the subject of conspiracy theories that it was connected to Satanism. In July 2022, the Guidestones were heavily damaged in a bombing, and they were later dismantled. The monument was controversial from its construction, and some locals referred to it as, quote, the devil's work. The monument also became a subject of interest for conspiracy theorists who labeled it 10 Commandments of the Antichrist. The man who commissioned the monument used the pseudonym Robert C. Christian and resembles Rose Cross Christian, the founder of the Rosicrucian order, according to some conspiracy theorists. HAARP. The High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, otherwise known as HAARP, is a program in Alaska that studies the ionosphere, the highest part of the Earth's atmosphere. It uses instruments such as radio frequency transmitter, radar, and magnetometers to investigate the region. HAARP is a highly controversial research facility that has been the subject of numerous conspiracy theories. Some of the allegations made about the program include the ability to control the weather, manipulate minds, cause earthquakes, and even trap people's souls. While scientists have dismissed these claims as completely baseless, the mysterious nature of the facility and its research continues to fuel speculation and interest among conspiracy theorists. Despite the fact that the program has been officially shut down since 2015, the rumors and mysteries surrounding it remain unsolved to this day. The University of Alaska Fairbanks, which manages the facility, has announced plans to host an annual open house in response to criticism that HAARP does not explain its research to the public. Happy Valley Dream Survey. A mysterious poster has appeared in Portland, asking people to report their bizarre and unexplainable dreams to the quote, Willamette Valley Dream Survey. The poster was found on a telephone pole and directs people to call a voicemail account to leave a detailed account of their dream, with the recording indicating that the survey is investigating the recent spike in strange dreams. The poster is generating buzz as no one seems to know who is behind the survey, with a Google search yielding no information. The phone number is linked to a summer camp operated by the German language immersion program Sophie Scholl-Schule, but the school director says that they no longer use the number and the poster remains unexplained. Homunculus. The concept of a homunculus, a miniature, fully formed human, is both bizarre and unexplained. It was popularized in 16th century alchemy and 19th century fiction, but its roots can be traced back to pre-formationism and earlier folklore and alchemical traditions. The process of creating a homunculus was outlined by Paracelsus, who claimed that a transparent, bodiless man could be created by putrefying a man's sperm in a sealed container for 40 days with the highest degree of putrefaction, then nourishing it with the arcanum of human blood and keeping it in the even heat of a horse's womb for up to 40 weeks. The homunculus has been compared to similar concepts in the writings of earlier alchemists. The homunculus continued to appear in alchemical writings after Paracelsus' time and even in fiction. Despite its long history, the significance of the homunculus remains largely unexplained and mysterious. Its creation process is bizarre and seems impossible, yet the concept continues to fascinate and inspire writers and artists in various mediums. Great Pyramid Inner Chambers. The Great Pyramid of Giza has been studied closely for centuries, but two mysterious voids within the structure have kept archaeologists puzzled. One of the voids is almost 100 foot long and 20 feet high, and could potentially be a hidden burial chamber. The other void is much smaller and located beyond the north face of the pyramid. These voids were discovered in 2017 when a project named Scan Pyramids ran a series of scans that analyzed cosmic particles to detect spaces within the structure. Despite extensive research, the purpose of these voids remains unknown. The new technology being used to scan the pyramid is so precise that scientists may even be able to distinguish artifacts within the voids, potentially shedding light on the significance of these mysterious spaces. The fact that the largest and most iconic pyramid in Egypt still holds secrets that have yet to be discovered only adds to the intrigue and mystique surrounding this ancient wonder of the world. John Titor. John Titor, a pseudonym used by a poster on internet forums in 2000 and the following year, claimed to be an American military time traveler from 2036. He made predictions about calamitous events in 2004 and beyond, including a civil war and a nuclear war. He described his time machine as a, quote, stationary mass temporal displacement unit powered by two top-spin dual positive singularities, installed in a 1966 Chevrolet Corvette convertible. However, inconsistencies in his explanations and the inaccuracy of his predictions led to the general impression that the entire episode was an elaborate hoax. Private investigators Mike Lynch found no registry evidence of any individual named John Titor and identified the John Titor Foundation, a for-profit company formed in 2003 with no office or address other than a rented post box in Kissimmee, Florida. An investigation in 2009 concluded that John Tidor was likely the creation of Larry Haber, a Florida entertainment lawyer, along with his brother John Rick Haber, a computer scientist. John Tidor has since been referenced in several popular culture works. Kanye Quest. Kanye Quest 3030 is a bizarre, unlicensed, and unauthorized hip-hop themed 2D role-playing game where Kanye West travels to a dystopian future where a clone of Lil B rules America as a god. Kanye West teams up with other musicians including MF Doom, Tupac, and RZA to overthrow Lil B and free America. However, completing the game reveals a strange secret section accessed by typing ascend into a dialog box with an NPC, leading to an area that requires specific codes to be entered into a terminal. The section is believed to be connected to a cult called Ascensionism that tried to recruit new members through the game. Until 2022, the creator of the game was known only by the username Phoenix, and it was believed to be part of an abandoned alternate reality game. However, a web series released in 2022 revealed that Clara Hope, a musician and artist, created Kanye Quest 3030 as a high school project and added the hidden level in a later update to the game. Caspar Hauser Case. Caspar Hauser was a German youth who claimed to have grown up in isolation in a darkened cell, which sparked much debate and controversy. On May 26, 1828, Hauser appeared in the streets of Nuremberg, carrying a letter with him, and was taken into custody. He repeated only a few phrases and was imprisoned as a vagabond. During his imprisonment, Hauser told a story of his life in solitary confinement, with only a straw bed and wooden toys. He claimed to have been visited by a man who taught him how to write his name in Old Bavarian dialect. Hauser's story made him an object of international attention, with rumors arising that he was of princely parentage or was an impostor. Theories propounded at the time identified him as a member of the Grand Ducal House of Baden, hidden away because of royal intrigue, while other theories proposed that he had been a fraud. Hauser's story inspired numerous works and fits into the contemporary European image of the wolf child. Kenji Iwamura Mystery. The SOS incident that occurred at this national park in Japan in 1989 is a creepy and bizarre case that remains unsolved to this day. The incident began when two mountaineers were lost in the park, and a search team spotted a massive SOS message made from fallen birch logs. The team rescued the two men, but they claimed that they did not create the SOS message, which was determined to have been in place since at least 1987. The search team then discovered skeletal remains belonging to a female, along with personal belongings of a presumed male hiker found stuffed into a tree root not far from the sign. The belongings included an ID card belonging to Kenji Iwamura, who had been missing since 1984. Two cameras, a notebook, and a tape recorder featuring a distressed man calling for help. It is still unknown who constructed the SOS message, or what happened to the presumed male hiker and the unidentified female. The bizarre aspect of this case is that the man yelling for help on the tape recorder has never been identified, and it is not clear why the tape was made in the first place. There are theories that the man was struck and recorded the tape so that the search team could hear it before he became debilitated and unable to speak. Others speculate that the man may have accidentally switched on the tape recorder while yelling for help. Another eerie detail is that the SOS sign was estimated to have taken about 2 days and considerable effort to create. Yet the body found was described as thin and weak, and it would have been impossible for him to make the sign on his own. No axe that would have been used to cut trees down to make the sign has been found. Furthermore, the identity of the woman found near the sign is unknown, and there is confusion over the number of people who went missing in the park. Investigators initially thought that there were 2 men and a woman who had gone missing, but it is now believed that the skeleton found belongs to 1 man. Kenny Veach and the M Cave. In 2014, avid hiker Kenny Veach created a YouTube video about an elusive M cave he had discovered during a hike near Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. After receiving encouragement from other users, Kenny set out to find the cave again, armed with a handgun and a video camera. He was unable to locate the cave, but after a comment warned him not to enter the cave because he would not come out, he went on a third hike to find it. Unfortunately, Kenny disappeared during this hike and was never found, leading to many theories about what happened to him. His girlfriend later claimed that he battled depression, and she believes he took his own life there. However, others speculate that Kenny found the cave and discovered a dark secret within it. The mystery of Kenny Veach's disappearance remains unsolved. May Day Mystery. This is an enigmatic series of full-page advertisements that have been appearing in the University of Arizona's student newspaper every May 1st since 1981. The ads are a jumble of maps, math equations, portraits, words, and phrases that are difficult to decipher. Despite the efforts of many people over the years, the mystery remains unsolved, with some people becoming obsessed with trying to crack the code. Theories abound, including one that suggests a group of brilliant geniuses formed an intellectual fraternity in the 1970s, and the ads were a way of communicating with each other about important subjects. The identity of the person or people behind the ads remains unknown, although one man, Robert Hungerford, has been suggested as a possible suspect due to his background in philosophy and ability to speak multiple languages. However, the mystery is not like newer, more pernicious conspiracies. Instead, it is more like a mirror in which people see what they want to see. Men in Black. Men in Black, or MIB, are mysteriously dressed men dressed in black suits who allegedly work for quasi-government agencies and intimidate, threaten, or even assassinate UFO witnesses to keep them silent about their experiences. They have appeared throughout different moments in history and inspired popular culture, including the Men in Black franchise and songs by the Stranglers and Blue Oyster Cult. The term is also used to describe other mysterious individuals, such as working for unknown organizations or various branches of government. While some ufologists believe MIB are secret government agents suppressing evidence of UFOs, others suggest encounters with MIB can be explained as miscast entirely mundane events perpetuated through local folklore. The origins and significance of MIB remain a mystery, with theories ranging from psychological trauma to avid conspiracy theories. Missing cosmonauts. The lost cosmonauts theory alleges that the Soviet Union covered up the death of cosmonauts in space before Yuri's first spaceflight. Some evidence cited by proponents of the theory includes a supposed leak from a Czechoslovakian communist in 1959 about cosmonauts who had perished on the suborbital flights, as well as claims that the Soviets attempted a crewed moon landing before the Apollo 11 mission, but failed and covered it up. However, no conclusive evidence has emerged to support these theories, and several cases have been confirmed as hoaxes. Even with the release of previously restricted Soviet information, no evidence has emerged to support the lost cosmonauts theory. Mokele Membe. This is a water-dwelling entity described as a large, quadrupedal herbivore with smooth skin, a long neck, and a single tooth or horn, supposedly living in the Congo River Basin. It has become a focus among adherents of cryptozoology and young Earth creationism, resulting in numerous expeditions funded by these groups to find evidence that invalidates the scientific consensus regarding evolution. The entity's existence has been doubted by the vast majority of scientists and historians. The most reasonable explanation is that it is a legend based on the black rhinoceros, a species once common in Central Africa, where the stories originated. The absence of physical evidence, despite several centuries of Western contact with the region and numerous expeditions, all argue against the existence of this creature. Despite this, it has been featured in various forms of media, including literature, music, and film. Mount Shasta phenomena. Mount Shasta is a place full of myths and legends that have given it a reputation as a mountain of many mysteries. The legends surrounding this California peak are not only Native American tales, but also involve bizarre and unsolved phenomena like lost civilizations and extraterrestrial encounters. One of the most famous myths is the lost continent of Lemuria, which supposedly exists beneath the mountain and where a hidden city called Telos is home to an ancient community of people called the Lemurians. Many people believe that these 7-foot-tall creatures with long, flowy hair seen on the mountains are offspring of surviving Lemurians. Moreover, Mount Shasta has become a hotbed for theories regarding alien existence due to numerous UFO sightings. In February 2020, a glowing orb in the sky above the mountain became viral on the internet, and many believed it to be a flying saucer from outer space, though it was later described to be a rare weather phenomenon. Hundreds of other extraterrestrial tales still surround Mount Shasta, and some Shasta residents have published self-published books detailing their personal encounters with UFOs in the area. Nazca lines. The Nazca lines are a group of geoglyphs made in the soil of the Nazca Desert in southern Peru between 500 BCE and 500 CE. The figures include simple lines, geometric shapes, animals, plants, and humans that cover an area of about 19 square miles. There are various theories on the purpose of the lines, including that they were intended to be seen by deities in the sky, used as an observatory, represent constellations or counter-constellations, relate to agriculture and water, or be part of religious practices. Swiss writer Erich von Däniken claimed that the lines were made by aliens and were used as landing sites for UFOs, and that the figures on Nazca clay vessels were, quote, flying gods visiting from other worlds. Although his theories were dismissed by scientists and archaeologists, his book drew in thousands of visitors and believers to the site. Number stations. Number stations are shortwave radio stations that transmit formatted numbers believed to be targeted at intelligence officers in foreign countries. They have been reported since World War I and continue to be in use today, with many stations having set schedules and frequencies. Some well-known stations, such as the E03 Lincolnshire Poacher, are thought to be run by government intelligence agencies, and it is speculated that these stations are a way for government agencies to communicate with spies working undercover, using a one-time pad encryption method. Despite being acknowledged by some governments as being used for espionage, little concrete evidence exists about their exact purpose or users. The mystery surrounding the stations has led to an interest in monitoring and classifying them by amateur radio enthusiasts. Oak Island. The Oak Island mystery revolves around the search for buried treasure and unexplained objects found on or near Oak Island in Nova Scotia. During the 18th century, attempts have been made to find treasure and artifacts ranging from pirate treasure to Shakespearean manuscripts to the Holy Grail or the Ark of the Covenant. A curse on the treasure states that 7 men will perish before it is found. Theories range from a natural sinkhole connected to limestone passages or caverns to the pit being dug by various historical figures, including pirates and French army engineers hiding the treasury of the fortress of Louisbourg. Despite the discovery of several artifacts on the island, no significant main treasure site has ever been found. The Oak Island mystery has remained unsolved. Operation Paperclip. This was a secret program conducted by the US government in which 1,600 German scientists, engineers, and technicians were brought to the US for government employment after World War II, some of whom were former members and leaders of the Nazi Party. The program was initially aimed at preventing German scientists from emigrating and continuing their research in other countries. The scientists were interrogated and detained in a special center in France and later in Germany. The program was first called Operation Overcast and was later renamed Operation Paperclip. President Truman officially approved the program in 1946 and expanded it to include 1,000 German scientists. The significance of this program is that it allowed former Nazi scientists to work for the US government and helped the US gain technological and military advantages in the Cold War. However, it is also controversial due to the involvement of former Nazi Party members and leaders in the program. Overtune Bridge. The Overtune Bridge in Scotland has gained a sinister reputation as the Dog Bridge, due to numerous reports of dogs jumping or falling off the bridge and suffering serious injury or death. The bridge was built in 1895, and since the 1950s, at least 50 dogs have died from the fall, with over 600 other dogs surviving the fall. Various theories have been proposed to explain the phenomena, including the scent of male mink urine or supernatural activity. In 1994, a man threw his 2-week-old son off the bridge because he believed he was the devil. In 2023, a short film titled The Bridge was released based on the alleged paranormal activities. Despite investigations by the Scottish Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, the cause of the dog's behavior remains a mystery. Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is a mythical substance from alchemy that can turn base metals into gold and grant immortality to those who consume it. It was the most sought-after goal in alchemy and was seen as a symbol of perfection, enlightenment, and heavenly bliss. The history of the stone goes back to antiquity, with the earliest written mention dating back to the 3rd century AD. Its theoretical roots can be traced to Greek philosophy, and alchemists later used the classical elements and the concept of anima mundi to explain its creation. The stone is said to have many properties, including the ability to transmute metals, heal all forms of illness, and prolong the life of the consumer. The instructions for creating the Philosopher's Stone are varied, often expressed as a series of color changes or chemical processes known as the magnum opus or the great work. Russian sleep experiments. The Russian sleep experiments is a terrifying urban legend that tells the story of a Soviet-era scientific experiment involving 5 prisoners who were exposed to an experimental gas-based stimulant to keep them awake for 30 consecutive days. The subjects behaved normally until after the 9th day, when one subject began screaming uncontrollably, and the others prevented the researchers from looking inside the chamber. When the chamber was open on the 15th day, the 4 surviving subjects had themselves, with one subject dead on the floor, and violently refused to leave the chamber. The surviving 3 subjects were then prepared to return to the chamber against the will of the researchers, with EEG monitors showing short, recurring moments of brain death. The creepypasta became immensely popular and is considered one of the most shocking and impactful urban legends of the internet age. It has inspired various adaptations, including a novel, a play, and a film. Many people believe that the story is real, leading to much online and offline debate, but most people claim it is actually a work of fiction. Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones, also known as The Order, is a secret society at Yale University that has become infamous for its bizarre rituals and alleged involvement in global conspiracies. Founded in 1832 by William Huntington Russell and Alphonso Taft, Skull and Bones is the oldest senior class society at the university and is known for its powerful alumni. Despite being wrapped in secrecy, rumors and conspiracy theories abound regarding the society's activities and significance. The society's assets are managed by its alumni organization, the Russell Trust Association, and it selects new members every spring as part of Yale University's TAP Day. However, the initiation rituals and activities of the society are heavily kept under wraps and are unknown to outsiders. One of the most bizarre aspects of Skull and Bones is its use of the number 322 in its insignia, which is widely believed to be significant as the year of Greek orator Demosthenes' death. However, a letter between early society members in Yale's archives suggests that 322 is a reference to the year 322 BCE, and that members measure dates from this year instead of from the Common Era. Members also measure time of day according to a clock that is 5 minutes out of sync with normal time, which they call barbarian time. Adding to the intrigue surrounding the society is the fact that it is part of a trio of secret societies at Yale, known as the Big Three, along with the Scroll and Key and Wolf's Head. The group has been featured in books and movies that claim it plays a role in global conspiracy for world control, with rumors that it is a branch of the Illuminati or that it controls the CIA. Spontaneous human combustion. Spontaneous human combustion is the mysterious phenomenon of a living or recently deceased human body bursting into flames without an apparent external source of ignition. While there have been around 200 cited reports of spontaneous human combustion worldwide over the past 300 years, the scientific consensus is that there must be an external source of ignition involved. However, there are several hypotheses that attempt to explain how spontaneous human combustion could occur without an external flame source, including victim behavior and habits, alcohol consumption, proximity to potential sources of ignition, and the behavior of fires that consume melted fats. The wick effect hypothesis suggests that a small external flame source, such as a burning cigarette, chars the clothing of the victim, releasing subcutaneous fat, which is absorbed into the burning clothing, acting as a wick. This combustion can continue as long as the fuel is available. Alternative theories, such as the idea that ketosis produces acetone, which is highly flammable, have also been proposed. Some theorists have even proposed the existence of a pseudoscientific new subatomic particle called a pyrotron that could increase the flammability of a human body. Despite the many proposed hypotheses, the exact cause of spontaneous human combustion remains unexplained and mysterious. Stairs in the woods. Staircases in the woods are an unsolved and bizarre mystery that capture the attention of people around the world. Despite attempts to explain them away as remnants of old buildings or other mundane explanations, the appearance of these staircases in remote locations without any surrounding structures or context remains a truly eerie phenomenon. What's even more unsettling is that those who have approached these staircases speak of an overwhelming sense of anxiety and dread, as if there was something truly unnatural about them. Many have reported unexplained phenomena such as time loss, and there are even reports of staircases moving on their own at night. According to the mystery, these staircases are often found in areas where people have disappeared, leading some to speculate that they have been somehow connected to the unexplained disappearances. The fact that they are often well kept and free of debris or animal remains despite their remote locations only adds to their eerie quality. Despite the numerous reports of these staircases, there is no clear explanation for their appearance or purpose. Theories range from the paranormal, such as portals to other dimensions, to the more mundane, such as the remains of old buildings. However, until a definitive explanation is found, the staircases in the woods will remain a truly unsettling and unsolved mystery. Street light interference. Street light interference, also known as high voltage syndrome, is a claimed ability of individuals to turn street lights on or off when passing by them. People who believe in SLI claim to experience it frequently with specific lamps and street lights more frequently than chance would explain. However, no scientific experiment has ever demonstrated SLI, and individuals who claim to have the ability cannot reproduce it on demand. Paranormal author Hilary Evans coined the term SLIder to refer to someone who allegedly causes this effect, and suggests that SLI is not consistent with our current knowledge of how people interact with the physical world. Some proponents believe that static electricity, or some form of energy emitted by the human body, is responsible, while others claim it is caused by psychic or psychokinetic ability. Critics argue that SLI is likely a combination of coincidence, wishful thinking, and failure mode of streetlights known as cycling. The phenomenon is thought to be a result of correlation, not implying causation or confirmation bias, where people are more likely to notice when a nearby streetlight turns on or off than one at a distance or in a steady state. Paranormal phenomena is considered to be the least likely possibility. Voynich manuscript. The Voynich manuscript is a bizarre and unsolved codex written in an unknown script referred to as Voynichese that has never been deciphered despite numerous attempts by professional and amateur cryptographers. The manuscript is carbon dated to the early 15th century and features fantastical illustrations and diagrams, most likely intended to serve as a pharmacopoeia or to address topics in medieval or early modern medicine. However, the mysterious details of the illustrations have fueled many theories about the book's origins, contents, and purpose, including suggestions that it may be a script for a natural or constructed language, an unread code, cipher, or other form of cryptography, or a meaningless hoax. The manuscript has been studied by American and British codebreakers from both World War I and World War II, but none have been successful in deciphering it. The overall impression given by the surviving leaves of the manuscript is that it was meant to serve as a pharmacopoeia, but the puzzling details of the illustrations have fueled many theories about the book's origin, the contents of its text, and the purpose for which it was intended. Vrillin Incident. In 1977, parts of southern England experienced a bizarre broadcast intrusion when a distorted voice claiming to be a representative of the Ashtar Galactic Command replaced the audio of a southern television broadcast. The message instructed humanity to abandon its weapons and prepare for a, quote, future awakening and higher state of evolution. After 6 minutes, the broadcast resumed as scheduled. Investigations showed that the Hannington transmitter had rebroadcast the signal from an unauthorized source instead of the intended one. The incident caused alarm, and hundreds of viewers flooded Southern television with phone calls. The media reported the event worldwide, and some people believed the supposed alien broadcast to be genuine, questioning the explanation of a transmitter hijack. The interruption remains an unexplained mystery to this day, and it has become a footnote in ufology. Worlds.com cult. Worlds.com is a creepy and bizarre online 3D chat client that was first introduced in 1995.
Worlds.com builds 3D interactive sites, and its latest endeavor allows visitors to the New York Yankees website to take a virtual tour of the house that Ruth built.
And the virtual environment for the Yankee world is literally giving the Yankee fan the ability to walk into the stadium, which they rarely get to have the opportunity to do, walk across the field and go up to the skybox and go into Monument Park.
It was originally developed for the Starbright World project, which aimed to create a magical online world where disabled children could interact with each other. After the project ended, the client was acquired by Worlds Inc., who sought to find a profitable application for the technology. Over time, Worlds has become a cesspool of the darker side of human nature, filled with a labyrinth of terrifying corridors and chambers, religious heresy, satanic scrawls, and insane ramblings. Despite having only 20 regular users, Worlds Inc. is still running the show after all these years, which is highly unusual in the world of corporate behavior. The CEO of Worlds, Tom Kidron, has been described as a patent troll who uses patents he holds to sue other companies for rights violations. Kidron and Worlds Inc. hold some valuable patents related to 3D environments and online 3D chat clients, which Kidron had used to go after other companies like Blizzard for World of Warcraft and Second Life. By keeping Worlds Inc. running, Kidron can demonstrate that he not only holds the patents, but also owns a company that has been using these technologies before anyone else. There are a few theories about why Worlds Inc. is still running, including that Kidron is unaware of the goings-on within his flagship property, or that he may be Nexialist, the leader of the impenetrable cult within Worlds. Regardless of the truth, Worlds is an eerie and potent time capsule of the internet in 1995, with many user-generated worlds that are half-broken and filled with strange audio artifacts and disgustingly distorted graphics. It is a disturbing example of faded dreams and corrupted ambitions, where what was once an innocent and well-meaning project has morphed into something so inexplicable that it makes you wonder who could create such a thing. The future of Worlds Inc. is uncertain, and dedicated teams of volunteers are documenting and saving the user-generated worlds in fear that the plug will be pulled, and this unique culture will be lost forever. Yay Video Games. The Yay Video Games creepypasta is an unsolved internet mystery involving a Reddit user with this name, who appeared to descend into madness over time. The user posted 4,000 comments on a single thread about Oblivion mods, with many of them featuring variations of the phrase "Ubisoft goes Steamworks bye bye, always on DRM." Yay Video Games also posted strange and surreal images, such as a handwritten scrawl of the repeated phrase. The user was eventually banned from the site, and the incident has been mentioned as one of the internet's unsolved creepy mysteries. The significance of the user's behavior and the meaning behind the repeated phrase and bizarre images remain a mystery. Zuma Satellite. USA 280, codenamed Zuma, is a mysterious satellite launched by SpaceX on January 8, 2018, whose purpose remains undisclosed to the public. After launch, the satellite failed to separate from its payload adapter, leading to speculation that it re-entered the atmosphere and was lost. Northrop Grumman, which manufactured the satellite, stated that the launch had been carefully planned and executed. The satellite was launched from Cape Canaveral and was observed by a pilot and a person in Sudan who reported seeing a spiral-shaped fuel dump attributed to the re-entering upper stage. Despite the launch vehicle performing properly, the fate of the satellite remains unknown to the public. 2 independent investigations have suggested the spacecraft failed to separate from the payload adapter after launch due to errors introduced by Northrop Grumman. However, due to the classified nature of the mission, detailed information on the satellite and its fate may not be publicly released, generating speculations on its purpose and significance.
1-800-GOLF TIP. In the 1990s, Canadians may have called an unusual phone number, 1-800-GOLF TIP, advertised via a billboard in Ontario. When called, a strange recording of a male voice counting from 1 to 10 in English with an accent was heard, with a loud, screaming tone eventually replacing the counting. The phone number's history is mysterious, and there is little documentation of the Canadian years, making it difficult to determine its significance. According to various forums and message boards, it was common for kids and teens in St. Catharines, Toronto, and Ottawa to call the number. St. Catharines seems to be at the center of the history because that's where the billboard was located. However, the exact location of the billboard is unclear, with conflicting reports of it being across from the Bijou Theatre or Lincoln Theatre. The significance of 1-800 golf tip remains a mystery. 28 Fires of Odin. In 1940, the Hackler family's Indiana home inexplicably caught on fire 28 times in one day. No explanation was ever found for the bizarre and eerie phenomenon, which left objects bursting into flames while everything around them remained unharmed. Leading theories include the possibility of a demon poltergeist or an unknown mystical relationship between the house's history and the fires, potentially mediated by the presence of a former spiritualist who conversed with his dead son. The family ultimately rebuilt their home a mile away and never experienced another fire, but the cause of the 28 fires remains a baffling mystery. Admiral Byrd and Agartha. In 1947, Admiral Richard Byrd led an expedition to Antarctica called Operation High Jump. After his death, his son published his diary, which included an entry about a strange flight he took while exploring the Arctic. The flight log describes encountering unusual weather conditions and flying over mountains, forests, and even a green valley with a river. Byrd claims to have seen a large animal that resembled a mammoth, as well as strange, disc-shaped aircraft with swastika markings. According to the story, Admiral Byrd flew into the opening at the North Pole and encountered a race of advanced beings living in a utopian society called Agartha, located in the Hollow Earth. The concept of Agartha, also known as Agartha, is an ancient legend that states there is a vast underground kingdom hidden beneath the Earth's surface. This legend can be found in many cultures, including Buddhism, Hinduism, and Norse mythology. The legend of Agartha portrays it as a place of peace, wisdom, and advanced technology, and it is said to be inhabited by beings who are far more advanced than humans. Some versions of the legend suggest that Agartha is the true origin of humanity and that the beings living there are the guardians of our planet. It is also believed that they possess the knowledge to bring about a new era of peace and enlightenment for humanity. He was then taken to a city made of crystal and had a conversation with a man who claimed to be from an inner world within the Earth. This man warned Byrd about the dangers of atomic energy and the impending doom of his race. Byrd was sworn to secrecy about his experience and was interviewed by top security forces and a medical team upon his return. The diary ends with Byrd expressing hope that the truth will come out and that those who are of darkness will fall in the light. The significance of Byrd's experience remains a mystery, with some speculating that it could be evidence of a hollow earth theory or extraterrestrial life. Ganzfeld experiment. The Ganzfeld experiment is a parapsychology test used to assess extrasensory perception, ESP, or telepathy. A sender mentally transmits an image to a receiver who is in a state of sensory deprivation, and the receiver selects one possible target from a set. The success rates of these experiments are argued by parapsychologists as evidence for ESP, but there is no validated evidence accepted by the scientific community for the existence of any parapsychological phenomena. The experiment was introduced by German psychologist Wolfgang Metzger in the 1930s, and Charles Honorton later focused on the connection between ESP and dreams. Between 1974 and 1982, 42 Ganzfeld experiments were performed, and while Honorton concluded that the results demonstrated the existence of PSI, psychologist Ray Hyman disagreed and found significant flaws. Though the experiment has continued to be refined over the years, many critics still believe that the evidence for PSI is fallacious and that the effect does not exist. Some flaws include possibilities of sensory leakage, inadequate documentation, and flawed randomization procedures. Battle of Los Angeles. The Battle of Los Angeles, also known as the Great Los Angeles Air Raid, is an unexplained and bizarre incident that occurred on February 24th and 25th, 1942 over Los Angeles, California. During the height of World War II, anti-aircraft artillery barrages were fired at supposed attacking forces from Imperial Japan, despite the fact that there was no evidence of enemy planes. The incident caused panic and fear among West Coast residents, who believed that they were under attack by the Japanese. Despite efforts to explain the event, theories and speculation have persisted over the years, contributing to the event's enduring mystery. While the US government initially claimed that the barrage was a false alarm, some newspapers of the time published reports and speculations of a cover-up to conceal an actual invasion by enemy airplanes. A 1949 United States Coast Artillery Association report concluded that the incident was triggered by a meteorological balloon, and that once the firing started, people's imagination created all kinds of targets in the sky. In 1983, the U.S. Office of Air Force History attributed the event to a case of war nerves, triggered by a lost weather balloon and exacerbated by stray flares and shell bursts from adjoining batteries. Despite these explanations, the incident remains one of the most bizarre and unexplained events in U.S. history, with some contemporary press outlets even suspecting a cover-up of the truth. Theories have ranged from enemy agents using commercial airplanes in a psychological warfare campaign to generate mass panic to a secret base in northern Mexico, or Japanese submarines stationed offshore with the capability of carrying planes. Others have speculated that the incident was either staged or exaggerated to give coastal defense industries an excuse to move further inland. The incident's enduring mystery and the persistent theories surrounding it have even led to it being featured in UFO conspiracy theories as evidence of an extraterrestrial visitation. A photo published in the Los Angeles Times on February 26, 1942, has been cited by some as proof of an alien spaceship, despite being heavily modified by photo retouching prior to publication. Bilderberg Group. The Bilderberg meeting is an annual off-the-record conference held since 1954 to foster dialogue between Europe and North America. Attendees include political leaders, experts, captains of industry, finance, academia, numbering between 120 and 150. The group's agenda, originally to prevent another world war, is now defined as bolstering a consensus around free market Western capitalism and its interests around the globe. Meetings are conducted under the Chatham House rule to encourage candid debate while maintaining privacy. However, the undisclosed nature of the proceedings has given rise to several conspiracy theories, which have been popular at both extremes of the political spectrum. Some on the left accuse the Bilderberg Group of conspiring to impose capitalist domination, while some on the right have accused the group of conspiring to impose a world government and planned economy. Despite the controversy, the meetings continue to be held in secret. Black Hope Curse. In the 1980s, Sam and Judith Haney bought their dream home in an upscale Houston neighborhood. However, their joy soon turned into a never-ending nightmare when they discovered human remains buried in their backyard. They learned that their home was built over an old African-American cemetery called Black Hope, and the deceased were mainly former slaves. The disturbances became malicious, with lights turning on and off, toilets flushing on their own, and bone-chilling pockets of ice-cold air. Other neighbors reported similar incidents. The Haneys and Williams both explored legal recourse, but without definitive proof, nothing could be done. Jean Williams eventually dug up a body but felt ill, and her daughter later died of a massive heart attack. The cause of the bizarre and unexplained events remains unknown. Centralia, Pennsylvania. Centralia, Pennsylvania is a town with a dark and bizarre history. In 1962, town officials decided to burn their excess trash, and the landfill blaze hit a live coal vein underground. Almost 60 years later, a fire is still burning underneath the town, which has caused sinkholes to appear, toxic gases to emit, and buildings to be demolished. The fire is so severe that the government provided more than $42 million to buy out and relocate Centralia's remaining residents, with only 5 permanent residents remaining in the town in 2017. The USPS discontinued Centralia's zip code in 2002, and the remaining residents can continue to live in their homes with the stipulation that after they die, the rights to their houses will transfer to the state. The strange and eerie landscape of Centralia has become an attraction for visitors who are drawn to the infamous Graffiti Highway, which was once part of Route 61. The road was taken out of commission after a large portion of it buckled under the pressure from the mine fire. The road is now covered in colorful graffiti and is a popular destination for locals and visitors alike. Despite the toxic gases and lack of services such as police and fire departments, some people still call Centralia their home. The cause of the fire is still a mystery, but many believe it started with the 1962 landfill cleanup when the fire was not properly extinguished, and it spread into a maze of abandoned mines beneath the town. The fire is still burning, and it's eating up all the coal it can. The fire underground has been the subject of numerous legends, superstitions, and tall tales, and some people are hopeful that Centralia can once again be a bustling town. 2016 clown sightings. In 2016, a strange and unexplained phenomenon occurred across the world. People in evil clown costumes were seen in strange and incongruous settings, such as near forests and schools. These sightings were reported in the United States, Canada, and in other countries and territories. Prior to this, there had been numerous sightings of people dressed as clowns in odd settings since 2013, which spread through social media. While some of these incidents were later revealed to be marketing stunts or pranks, many remained unexplained. The 2016 clown sightings led to at least 12 arrests and 1 death, and caused circuses and other clown-related businesses to be affected. The phenomenon was linked to a significant increase in sales of clown suits. Despite the widespread attention, the reasons behind these bizarre sightings and attacks remain unclear. Crawfordsville Monster. In 1891, residents of Crawfordsville, Indiana, reported seeing a bizarre creature that filled them with dread. The Crawfordsville Journal described the creature as an apparition that was 18 feet long, 8 feet wide, pure white, with no definite shape or form, and had several pairs of side fins that helped it move rapidly through the air. It had 1 flaming eye, and emitted a wheezing, plaintive sound from an invisible mouth. Hundreds of residents claimed to have seen the creature, with some even feeling its hot breath as it swooped over them. The sightings attracted the attention of newspapers across the country and early paranormal investigator Charles Fort. Despite attempts to explain the creature as a flock of killdeer that were disoriented by newly installed electric lights, the sightings remain unexplained. The Crawfordsville Monster has since been adapted as a fantasy game monster and featured on an episode of the History Channel show Monster Quest. Die Glocke. Die Glocke is a purported top-secret scientific technological device developed in Nazi Germany in the 1940s, described by Polish journalist and author Igor Witkowski, and popularized by military journalist and author Nick Cook. It was allegedly a glowing, rotating contraption that had some kind of anti-gravitational effect, and was part of an SS anti-gravity program for a flying saucer. According to Cook, Die Glocke was bell-shaped, about 12 feet (3.7 m) high and 9 feet (2.7 m) in diameter, and incorporated 2 high-speed counter-rotating cylinders filled with a purplish, liquid metallic-looking substance that was supposed to be highly radioactive, codenamed Zerum 525. Witkowski claimed Die Glocke was organized under a division of the Waffen-SS and operated mainly at facilities in Lower Silesia. Prisoners from the Gross-Rosen concentration camp were supposedly exposed to radiation from Die Glocke, resulting in many deaths and health problems. Survivors of the camp are alleged to have reported witnessing tests of the Die Glocke, reporting a bright bluish light from the object. Theories about its significance range from being a weapon and/or propulsion system that could distort space-time to being part of Nazi occultism. However, mainstream reviewers have criticized claims about Die Glocke as being pseudoscientific, recycled rumors, and a hoax, with no concrete evidence to support its existence. Despite this, Die Glocke and other alleged Nazi miracle weapons have been dramatized in popular culture. Dowsing and rhabdomancy. Dowsing is a divination technique used to locate underground water, metals, gemstones, grave sites, and more without the use of scientific apparatus. The technique employs a Y-shaped twig or rod, which is used to detect the subject by the ideomotor phenomenon, a psychological response where a subject makes motions unconsciously. Scientific evidence shows that dowsing is no more effective than random chance, and it is regarded as a pseudoscience. Rhabdomancy is a divination technique that involves the use of any rod, wand, staff, stick, arrow, or the like. One method of rhabdomancy was setting a number of staffs on end and observing where they fall to divine the direction one should travel, or to find answers to certain questions.
Edward Mordache.
Edward Mordache was a man born in the 19th century with a second face on the back of his head, reportedly female, which could not see, eat, or speak, but would smile while he wept and sneer while he was happy. Mordache was a recluse who begged doctors to remove the demon face that whispered evil things to him at night, but no doctor would attempt it. Mordache eventually committed suicide at the age of 23, and left a letter requesting that the demon face be destroyed before his burial, lest it continues its dreadful whisperings in my grave. The first known description of Mordache comes from an 1895 article in the Boston Post, which was likely fictional, and his story was later included in the 1896 medical encyclopedia Anomalies and Curiosities of Medicine. The cause of his deformity may have been a form of craniopagus parasiticus, a form of diprosopus, or an extreme form of parasitic twin. Enfield poltergeist. The Enfield poltergeist was a case of alleged supernatural activity that occurred between 1977 and 1979 in a council house in Enfield, London. The haunting centered around sisters Janet and Margaret Hodgson, with claims of furniture moving, disembodied voices, thrown toys, and children levitating. Some members of the Society for Psychical Research believed the haunting to be genuine, while others were unconvinced and found evidence the girls had faked incidents for the benefit of journalists. Skeptics argue that the alleged poltergeist voice originated from Janet was produced by false vocal cords above the larynx and had the phraseology and vocabulary of a child. Additionally, the photo of Janet levitating could just as easily be explained as Janet jumping, and eyewitnesses are notoriously unreliable. The case has been dramatized in films, TV documentaries, and books. Ghost cities. While ghost towns are not necessarily bizarre or unsolved phenomena, there are some abandoned settlements that have acquired a sense of mystery and intrigue. For example, Pripyat, the Ukrainian town that housed workers of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, was evacuated after the catastrophic nuclear accident in 1986. The town and its surroundings remain an exclusion zone due to high levels of radiation, and its decaying buildings and objects provide a haunting reminder of the disaster. In some cases, the reasons for the abandonment of a town remain unsolved. For example, the Anasazi ruins in the southwestern United States, which were built by the Native American Anasazi people and abandoned around the 13th century, remain a mystery. The reasons for their sudden departure, including theories of drought, warfare, and migration, are still debated among scholars. Gold-based Scientology prison. The Hole is a building located on the Church of Scientology's gold-based compound in California that has gained notoriety for allegedly being a place where senior executives were confined and subjected to harsh treatment. Former members of Scientology have described the conditions in the Hole as degrading and inhumane, with individuals sleeping in cramped spaces, eating poorly, and being subjected to brutal treatment. The Church of Scientology denies the existence of the Hole and claims that its members voluntarily participate in religious discipline. However, several former members have given accounts of their experiences, leading to widespread publicity about the building's alleged use. Great Serpent Mound. The Great Serpent Mound in Peebles, Ohio is a massive effigy mound measuring 1,348 feet in length and 3 feet in height, and is considered the largest serpent effigy in the world. Its historical relevance and size make it significant. Effigy mounds have been constructed independently by several cultures. However, archaeologists have disputed which culture and people created the Serpent Mound. Today, the Serpent Mound is a National Historic Landmark and a state memorial that features an exhibit on the Adena culture, which they historically credited as the creators of the mound. The Ohio Historical Society hired engineer Clinton Cowan to survey the site and discovered that the mound is at the convergence of 3 distinctly different soil types, with his findings being the basis for all modern investigations of the Serpent Mound. Hornet Spook Light. The spook light, also known as the Hornet spook light, is a mysterious ghost light that appears in the Devil's Promenade, a small area on the border between Missouri and Oklahoma. The light is said to be caused by the misidentification of distant car headlights, but the legend behind the spook light is much more sinister. Believed to be the ghosts of young Native American lovers, a murdered Osage chief, or the lantern of a ghost miner searching for his children stolen by Indians, the origin of the spook light remains unexplained. Although experiments have demonstrated that the spook light is simply a misidentification of car headlights, some storytellers claim that it existed before cars. However, there is no record of any mention of the spook light in print until after 1926, which is when that section of Route 66 was designated. Despite the debunking of the spook light, local chambers of commerce have promoted the legend for tourism revenue, and there was even a spook light museum in the 1960s. Karen Catherine Waldegrave. Karen Catherine Waldegrave's Facebook profile was a bizarre and disturbing online presence. Her posts went from coherent to nonsensical, with ramblings about conspiracies, mind control, and murder. She even claimed to be a part of the secret CIA experiment involving mind control called MK Ultra. Her posts were so strange that some internet users speculated that she may have been a spy communicating with other spies through cryptic texts. Others believed she may have been a computer bot, as some of her posts appeared to be a script or API used to test something on Facebook. Additionally, the pictures she posted on her Facebook page were oddly damaged, with blemishes that seemed ghost-like or otherworldly. Karen's disappearance only added to the bizarre nature of her online presence, with no one knowing for sure what happened to her, or if she was even a real person. She hasn't been heard from since 2011. La Llorona. The legend of La Llorona is undeniably bizarre and unsettling. The image of a ghostly woman wailing for her lost children near bodies of water has been passed down through generations and has taken on different forms in different cultures. Despite being well known and deeply ingrained in Mexican popular culture, the origins of the legend remain somewhat of a mystery. While early documentation of La Llorona dates back to 1550 in Mexico City, there are theories that her story is connected to specific Aztec mythological creation stories. The exact nature of her villainous deeds, infanticide and the murdering of one's own blood, has been linked to various historical and mythological figures, but no one can definitively say where the story originated from. The legend also has a wide variety of details and versions, making it difficult to pinpoint the true origin of the tale. Lonnie Zamora Incident. The Lonnie Zamora incident is an unsolved UFO sighting that occurred on April 24, 1964 near Socorro, New Mexico. Lonnie Zamora, a police officer, claimed he saw two people beside a shiny object that later rose into the air accompanied by a roaring flame. The incident gained attention from news media, UFO investigators, and the U.S. Air Force's Project Blue Book listed the case as unknown. Zamora reported hearing a roar and seeing a flame in the sky before observing a shiny object. Like aluminum, it was whitish against the mesa background, but not chrome, shaped like the letter O with two people in white coveralls beside it. Zamora claimed to hear a roar and see a blue and orange flame under the object, which then rose and quickly moved away. Despite investigations, no conclusive explanation has been given for the sighting. Although ufology groups consider the Zamora incident one of the most credible extraterrestrial encounters on record, several alternative explanations have been proposed. UFO skeptic Stuart Campbell suggested that what Zamora observed was almost certainly a mirage of the star Canopus. In 2012, a mural was commissioned to commemorate Zamora's alleged UFO sighting. Zamora himself eventually avoided both ufologists and the Air Force, taking a job managing a gasoline station. He died in 2009 at the age of 76. Madgasser of Mattoon. The Madgasser of Mattoon is an unexplained and bizarre case that occurred in the mid-1940s in Mattoon, Illinois, where more than 24 gas attacks were reported to the police over a span of 2 weeks. The supposed victims reported smelling strange odors, followed by symptoms such as leg paralysis, coughing, nausea, and vomiting. No one died or suffered serious medical consequences, but the attacks caused widespread panic and fear. Despite the reported incidents, no physical evidence was ever found, and many of the reported gassings had simple explanations such as odors emanating from animals or local factories. Victims made quick recoveries from their symptoms and suffered no long-term effects, leading many to believe that the incidents were a case of mass hysteria. However, some maintain that the mad gasser actually existed, or that the perceived attacks have another explanation, such as industrial pollution. The identity and motives of the supposed gasser remain unknown, and the incident has been covered by authors on the paranormal, who suggest that the attacker might have been a not quite human or possibly extraterrestrial being. To this day, there are three primary theories about the mad gasser incident: mass hysteria, industrial pollution, or an actual physical assailant. The events have also been written about by authors on the paranormal, making the incident even more perplexing and intriguing. Markovian parallax denigrate is a bizarre, unsolved internet mystery that began in 1996 when hundreds of seemingly random messages were posted on Usenet with the subject line, Markovian parallax denigrate. The posts have been linked to other internet mysteries like Cicada 3301 and Unfavorable Semicircle, and have been dubbed the internet's oldest and weirdest mystery. Some have speculated that the messages were generated by an experimental chatbot or text generator, while others believe it was a troll or prankster posting spam. Mel's Hole. Mel's Hole is a legendary bottomless pit in Kittitas County, Washington, that was first described by a guest named Mel Waters on the radio show Coast to Coast AM in 1997. According to Waters, the hole was located on his rural property and had an unknown depth. He claimed that he had tried to measure its depth using fishing line and a weight, but had not reached the bottom, even after using 80,000 feet of line. Waters also claimed that his neighbor's dog had been seen alive after being thrown into the hole, and that the US government had seized his land and funded his relocation to Australia due to the hole's magical properties. However, investigations by local news reporters and geologist Jack Powell found no evidence of the hole's existence, and Powell stated that a hole of the claimed depth would be geologically impossible. Miracle of the Sun. The Miracle of the Sun is a bizarre event that occurred on October 13, 1917 in Fatima, Portugal. Thousands of people gathered to witness the Virgin Mary, who had allegedly promised to perform a miracle on that day. Witnesses reported seeing the sun dance in the sky, zigzag towards the earth, and emit multicolored light. Some witnesses even reported that their wet clothes became completely dry. The event has been studied by critics who claim that the eyewitness testimony was inconsistent and contradictory. Some skeptics suggest that witnesses may have been deceived by their senses due to prolonged staring at the sun. However, within Catholicism, the event is seen as a fulfillment of a promise by Mary and is viewed as a significant historical milestone. Theologians and scientists have discussed the limits of scientific explanations for the event and proposed possible mechanisms through which divine intervention caused the solar phenomenon. The miracle of the sun remains an unsolved mystery, and its significance and authenticity continue to be debated to this day. Mongolian deathworm. The Mongolian deathworm is a cryptid creature said to inhabit the Gobi Desert, shaped like a 2-foot-long sausage with no head or legs, and believed to be so poisonous that touching it leads to instant death. The creature has been described as able to kill at a distance by spraying venom or through electric discharge. Leading theories suggest that reported sightings may involve an unknown species of worm lizard or amphisbaena, while others believe it to be a mythical creature or legend. Despite several expeditions to search for the death worm, no concrete evidence has been found. Montauk Project. The Montauk Project is a conspiracy theory that has gained popularity due to its bizarre and unexplained claims. According to the theory, the United States government conducted a series of secret projects at the Montauk Air Force Station in New York in the 1980s. The projects were allegedly aimed at developing psychological warfare techniques and exotic research, including time travel and mind control. The story of the Montauk Project originated in the Montauk Project series of books by Preston Nichols. Nichols, who claims to have recovered repressed memories of his involvement, wrote about his alleged experiences in the books. He also claimed that he was periodically abducted to continue his participation against his will. The primary topics of the Montauk Project include the United States government's military experiments in time travel, teleportation, mind control, contact with extraterrestrial life, and faking the Apollo moon landing. The story was intermixed with the Bulgarian experiment, a topic that also centered on mind control and psychological warfare. Although many have dismissed the Montauk Project as a work of fiction, its popularity has continued to grow. It has been featured in films and TV shows, including the Netflix series Stranger Things, which was inspired by the Montauk Project. The bizarre and unexplained nature of the claims made by the Montauk Project has kept the theory alive and intriguing to many. Mortis.com. This is a mysterious website that was discovered in the late 1990s and hosted terabytes of data on its server. The landing page featured a username, password, login page, and users investigating the site connected it to a person named Tom Ling, who also owned other mysterious websites. The Mortis.com website was last indexed in 2011, and despite Tom Ling claiming it was hosting wedding photographs, users discovered a media player embedded in the site's code, suggesting it was used for motion pictures. Speculation led investigators to conclude that Tom Ling was lying and was not the real owner of the site. The word mortis means death in Esperanto, adding to the mystery. The site was taken down, and its truth remains unknown. In 2021, a copycat site called mortis.dc was put online, but it is not known who the owner is. Nostradamus predictions. Michel de Nostradam, popularly known as Nostradamus, was a French astrologer, physician, and reputed seer who published a book titled Les Prophéties in 1555. This book is a collection of 942 poetic quatrains that supposedly predict future events. Nostradamus's predictions have been the subject of much debate, with many of his supporters claiming that he accurately predicted many major world events, including the rise of Napoleon and Adolf Hitler, both world wars, and the nuclear destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Nostradamus's predictions have been the subject of much criticism and skepticism from academic sources who reject the notion that he had any genuine supernatural prophetic abilities. They argue that his predictions are characteristically vague and are useless for determining whether their author had any real prophetic powers. Project Bluebeam. This is a conspiracy theory proposed by Serge Monist, which suggests that a technologically simulated second coming of Christ will establish a New Age religion with the Antichrist at its head, facilitating a totalitarian world government. Monist also claimed that a Masonic group was gathering the world's powerful to establish the New World Order and control individual minds. The details of these theories remain largely unexplained and mysterious, and the circumstances of Monist's death have fueled speculation that he was assassinated to prevent him from continuing his investigations. Philadelphia Experiment. According to the alleged accounts, the experiment involved making a ship invisible by using unified field theory to bend light around it. There are conflicting reports of what exactly happened, but some versions of the story claim that the ship not only disappeared, but also teleported from Philadelphia to Norfolk, Virginia. Crew members were reported to have suffered severe side effects, including nausea, insanity, and physical embedding in the ship's metal structures. There were also claims of brainwashing to maintain the secrecy of the experiment. Despite these reports, the U.S. Navy denies that any such experiment ever occurred, and many experts have debunked the story as a hoax. Nevertheless, the mystery and intrigue surrounding the Philadelphia experiment continue to fascinate many people. Polar shift. If the cataclysmic pole shift hypothesis were true, it would have catastrophic consequences for life on Earth. The rapid shift in the Earth's axis would result in massive tectonic events, including earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis. Entire continents could shift and collide, leading to the emergence of new landmasses and the destruction of others. The resulting changes in the Earth's climate would also be severe. The shift in the axis could cause massive climate changes, leading to the extinction of many species and the collapse of entire ecosystems. Sea levels could rise or fall dramatically, leading to widespread flooding or drought. Room 322. The Hotel Zaza in Houston, Texas, has a mysterious and bizarre room known as Room 322. The room's peculiar decor includes a chain holding the bed to the wall, pictures of skulls, and an incongruous portrait of an old man. The room is about 1/3 the normal size, and the furniture blocks part of the TV, bed, and window. When a guest asked about the room at the front desk, the clerk said that the room isn't supposed to be rented, and immediately moved the guest. The hotel claims that the room is one of their theme rooms called Hard Times, and is supposed to resemble a prison cell. However, the room is not listed on the hotel's website with the other theme rooms, which raises questions about its true nature. Despite the hotel's explanation, Reddit users remain unsatisfied and continue to speculate about the room's purpose and the mysterious man in the portrait. Seattle's Mystery Soda Machine. The Capitol Hill Mystery Soda Machine was a unique vending machine in Seattle that dispensed rare and exotic sodas from around the world. The machine was located in Capitol Hill and had been in operation since at least the early 1990s, but nobody knew who stocked it. The machine had a number of mystery buttons which dispensed unusual drinks, some of which were not typically available in the United States. In January 2018, the cost for a drink from the machine rose from 75 cents to $1, coinciding with Seattle's sugary drink tax. In June 2018, the machine mysteriously disappeared and a note was left in its place saying, "Went for a walk." The machine's Facebook page featured humorous photoshopped images of the machine in various locations. Stigmata. Stigmata are bodily wounds, scars, and pain that appear in locations corresponding to the crucifixion wounds of Jesus Christ. They are exclusively associated with Roman Catholicism, and many reported stigmatics are members of Catholic religious orders. Reported cases of stigmata take various forms, including wounds to the wrists, feet, side, and forehead, similar to those caused by the crown of thorns. Some stigmatics exhibit anedia, claiming to live with minimal or no food or water for long periods of time, except for the Holy Eucharist. Some stigmatics claim to feel the pain of wounds with no external marks, referred to as invisible stigmata. Despite the many investigations into stigmata, there is still no clear scientific explanation for how they occur. Some cases have been exposed as fraud or trickery, while others have been linked to mental or emotional conditions like hysteria, dissociative identity disorder, and post-traumatic stress disorder. However, there are still reported cases of stigmata that cannot be easily explained by these theories. Trans-Allegheny Asylum. The Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, also known as the Weston State Hospital, is an eerie and mysterious place with a dark history. Originally designed to house 250 patients, the asylum eventually became overcrowded with over 2,400 patients in the 1950s. Patients were admitted for a variety of reasons, including asthma, laziness, egotism, domestic troubles, and even greediness. The lack of proper care and access to sanitation led to a large number of deaths at the asylum, with historians estimating the number to be between 400 and 500. The Weston State Hospital also became the home of the West Virginia Lobotomy Project in the early 1950s, an effort by the state and Walter Freeman to use lobotomy to reduce the number of patients in asylums due to severe overcrowding. The hospital's reduced population in the 1980s led to patients who could not be controlled being locked in cages. The building and its grounds have been mostly vacant since the hospital was closed in 1994, aside from local events such as fairs, church revivals, and tours. However, the asylum is known for its paranormal activity and has been featured on several paranormal television shows. Turin Shroud. The Shroud of Turin is a linen cloth bearing the faint image of the front and back of a man, which has been venerated for centuries by members of the Catholic Church as the actual burial shroud used to wrap the body of Jesus of Nazareth after his crucifixion. However, its authenticity as a holy relic has been disputed even within the Catholic Church. Radiocarbon dating has shown it to be a medieval artifact, and renowned microscopist Walter McCrone found that the image on the shroud had been painted with a dilute solution of red ochre pigment in a gelatin medium. McCrone found no evidence of actual blood on the fabric, reporting instead that the apparent bloodstains were painted with vermilion pigment, also in a gelatin medium. The shroud was damaged in a fire in 1532 and has since been repaired. The image on the shroud is of a man with a beard, mustache, and shoulder-length hair parted in the middle. and he is muscular and tall. Reddish-brown stains on the cloth correlate with the wounds in the biblical description of the crucifixion of Jesus. The shroud has been the subject of extensive and long-lasting controversies in both the scholarly literature and the popular press, and currently, the Catholic Church neither endorses nor rejects the authenticity of the shroud as a relic of Jesus. The WOW signal. The WOW signal is a mysterious radio signal that was detected by Ohio State University's Big Ear Radio Telescope in 1977. Astronomer Jerry R. Amon discovered the anomaly a few days later while reviewing the recorded data. He was so impressed by the result that he circled on the computer printout the reading of the signal's intensity, 6 EQWJ5, and wrote the comment, "WOW" beside it, leading to the event's widely used name. The signal appeared to come from the direction of the constellation Sagittarius and bore the expected hallmarks of extraterrestrial origin. The entire signal sequence lasted for the full 72-second window during which Big Ear was able to observe it, but has not been detected since, despite several subsequent attempts by Amon and others. Many hypotheses have been put forward to explain the origin of the signal, but none of them adequately explain the signal's characteristics. The signal's frequency of 1,420 MHz is also part of a protected spectrum, a frequency range reserved for astronomical research in which terrestrial transmissions are forbidden, although a 2010 study documented several instances of terrestrial sources either interfering from adjacent frequency bands or illegally transmitting within the spectrum. Although the WOW signal had no detectable modulation, it remains the strongest candidate for an extraterrestrial radio transmission ever detected. '23 Enigma. Some believe that the number 23 has a supernatural power, and that it can predict or influence events in our lives. Others think that the 23 Enigma is simply a result of human psychology, a manifestation of our natural tendency to find patterns and connections in the world around us. Still, others believe that the 23 Enigma is evidence of a grand conspiracy or hidden code that permeates our world. The fact that the 23 Enigma has been referenced in various works of literature, music, and art only adds to its mystique. The number 23 has appeared time and again in pop culture, often as a symbol of something strange or otherworldly. There is even a known fear of the number 23, icocetriophobia, another bizarre aspect of the 23 Enigma. While there is no scientific evidence to support the idea that the number 23 is inherently dangerous or harmful, some people find themselves inexplicably afraid of it. Abandoned tunnels beneath the U.S. Abandoned tunnels are mysterious and fascinating places, and the U.S. is full of them. From a half-mile tunnel carved entirely by hand in the Mojave Desert to a pitch-black 2.3-mile hiking and biking path beneath Snoqualmie Pass, these abandoned tunnels are full of incredible history and beautiful construction. Some, like the DuPont Circle tunnels in Washington, D.C., have even been converted into art installations. Others, like the Moonville Tunnel in Ohio, are rumored to be haunted, with a dark history of train fatalities. Baltic Sea Anomaly. The Baltic Sea anomaly is an unsolved mystery that has puzzled scientists and the public alike since its discovery in 2011. The sonar image taken by the Ocean X diving team shows a circular object with features that appear to be non-natural, leading to widespread speculation that it could be a sunken UFO. However, most experts and scientists have come to a consensus that the image most likely shows a natural geological formation, although they can't explain what it is exactly. The Swedish-based Ocean X team has claimed that the sonar image shows a 60-meter diameter circular object that appears possibly man-made. The team returned to the site the following year to get more detailed sonar scans, and samples of stone recovered at the site were analyzed by geologists. While the samples contained loose pieces of basaltic, volcanic rock that are out of place on the seafloor, they are not unusual and could have been transported there by glaciers. Despite the team's claims, many experts have criticized the sonar image for being indistinct and virtually useless for identifying an undersea formation. Bitcoin creator. Satoshi Nakamoto is the name used by the creator of Bitcoin, the world's first decentralized cryptocurrency. However, the true identity of Satoshi Nakamoto remains a mystery. Nakamoto has claimed to be a man living in Japan, but many experts have speculated that he is actually a team of people, possibly based in the United States or Europe. Nakamoto started developing Bitcoin in 2007 and published a white paper about it in 2008. He released the first version of the Bitcoin software in 2009 and continued to work on it until 2010, when he gave control of the project to Gavin Andresen and stopped his involvement. Nakamoto is estimated to own between 750,000 and 1,100,000 bitcoins, which would make him one of the richest people in the world. Despite his immense wealth, Nakamoto has never revealed his true identity or personal information. Blythe Intaglios. The Blythe Intaglios, also known as the Blythe Geoglyphs, are an enigmatic group of gigantic figures etched into the ground near Blythe, California. They consist of 3 human figures, 2 four-legged animals, and a spiral, created by scraping away layers of darker rocks or pebbles to reveal a stratum of lighter-valued soil. These figures are so massive that many of them were not observed by non-natives until the 1930s. No Colorado River Native American group has claimed to have made the intaglios, although some have claimed to use them. The age and the identity of their creators remain uncertain, with many believed to date from the prehistoric period. The figures are thought to be ceremonial in nature, and patterns and circles at the site suggest that local groups may have danced there. Similar geoglyphs and intaglios are found throughout the world, with the most famous desert intaglios being the Nazca lines in Peru. However, the Blythe intaglios are the most well-known of the over 200 intaglios in the Colorado Desert and are the only known desert intaglios in North America. While the Blythe intaglios have been studied and sketched since their discovery in 1932, their creation remains an unsolved mystery. Cantelmoism. The story of Chris Cantelmo is a bizarre and tragic one. Cantelmo was a wealthy biochemist and Yale graduate who became famous on Reddit for his gilding sprees, where he gifted users with digital awards. He also claimed that DMT, a powerful hallucinogenic drug, cured his brain cancer and had therapeutic benefits. He went on to create several subreddits promoting his beliefs and started what some would call a pseudo-cult known as Cantelmoism. However, his claims and messages caused concern among Redditors, and Cantelmo was eventually banned from the platform. By mid-2019, he was increasingly known for his enthusiasm for DMT, and he even invited cancer patients to try the drug as treatment. He claimed that the drug allowed people to see spirits and that schizophrenia and autism were one and the same, and resulted from a relative overabundance of bioavailable DMT. Cantelmo died in 2019 at the age of 57. He had taken his own life in a remote area of the Angeles National Forest. By the time of his death, he had largely been outcast by the online movement he had started, and his accounts were banned and relationships burned. Although his claims remain online, Cantelmo's legacy is one of confusion and tragedy. Devil's Kettle.
Well, the Devil's Kettle Falls at Judge C.R. Magny State Park have stumped tourists and scientists for decades. That's because one side of the split waterfall simply vanishes into rock with no apparent outlet.
It's a big hole, black hole.
There's still no real confirmation as to where the water goes once it goes in.
The Devil's Kettle waterfall in Minnesota has long been a source of mystery, as the water on the west side of the falls disappears into a hole in the rock and seemingly vanishes. People have speculated about where the water goes, with theories ranging from it flowing into Canada to leading to a hidden underground civilization. Visitors have even thrown objects into the kettle to see where they would end up, but they never resurface. Hydrologists have recently discovered that the water from Devil's Kettle re-enters the river from underground. Dielahi 001. The fake diploma forum spammer, also known as Dielahi001, is a mysterious bot or person that has been posting spam all across the internet since at least 2019. What makes this spammer unique is its ability to get past CAPTCHAs and other forms of verification, allowing it to post on a wide variety of sites, including forums, social media sites, and even poetry and story publishing sites. Many of the bot's forum posts are related to fake diplomas and are written in Korean, suggesting that the spammer may be located in South Korea, where fake diplomas are a particularly lucrative type of crime. The bot also generates fake writer profiles on some sites and posts spam links as stories or poems. The organizations behind the bot also appear to be behind other businesses, such as escort services, casinos, and hookup sites, suggesting that they have their fingers in several different areas of illegal or dubious businesses. Despite attempts by website administrators to curb the spam onslaught, the bot continues to post spam on various sites. It is unclear whether the same bot is still active or whether new bots have taken over the spamming duties. Golf rumors. The field of parapsychology is one that has long been enveloped in mystery and controversy. While many dismiss it as mere pseudoscience, there are those who believe that certain individuals possess extraordinary psychic abilities that allow them to access information beyond the scope of normal perception. Among these individuals was Robert Golf, a powerful psychic who allegedly participated in a top-secret government project during the 1970s known as Operation Stargate. Operation Stargate was a program that aimed to use remote viewing and astral projection to gather intelligence on foreign enemy assets and programs. The idea was to use the psychic abilities of trained individuals to project their consciousness to a location not bound by distance or physical impediment, allowing them to gather intelligence that would otherwise be impossible or unknown. However, the intelligence obtained through remote viewing and astral projection was often too tainted by subjectivity to be useful. To solve this problem, the CIA came up with the glass camera, a camera with video and audio capabilities that could be used during projection. Robert Golf was allegedly one of the psychics who participated in the glass camera project. However, according to reports, his involvement in the project ended in tragedy. During a remote viewing astral projection session, Golf's physical body could not withstand the stress and strain of projecting his essence and consciousness across time and space. He died, and his untethered consciousness was reportedly drawn into the afterlife. What happened next is the stuff of legend. According to reports, Golf's consciousness was captured on the glass camera, and the recording was sealed, classified, and never viewed again. The reason for this is unknown, but it is speculated that the government wanted to control the narrative and possibly hide something much worse than heaven or hell. The story of Robert Golf and the glass camera is one that raises many questions and has yet to be fully explained. Google Earth black zones. Satellite map images with missing or blurred data have been a topic of intrigue and speculation for many years. While some areas are intentionally obscured for security reasons, such as military and defense facilities, there are other instances where the reasons for blurring are less clear. Some areas have been intentionally blurred due to concerns about terrorism, while others have been blurred at the request of governments or for unknown reasons. One example of intentional blurring is Westchester County, New York, where potential terrorism targets such as an amusement park and a beach have been blurred from satellite imagery on Google Maps. Similarly, during talks with the Indian government, Google agreed to blur images on request due to security concerns. In some cases, key locations have been intentionally reduced in resolution, such as during the APEC Forum in Sydney in 2007. The majority of Antarctica is also in low resolution due to the bright, featureless ice and snow making high-resolution imaging largely unnecessary. However, several large areas of Antarctica are blurred, including one over 23 kilometers, 14 miles long, well past the normal low resolution for most of the continent. Kelly-Hopkinsville encounter. The Kelly-Hopkinsville encounter, also known as the Hopkinsville Goblins case or Kelly Green Men case, is a claimed close encounter with extraterrestrial beings that occurred in 1955 near the communities of Kelly and Hopkinsville in Kentucky, USA. The incident involved 5 adults and 7 children who arrived at the police station claiming that small alien creatures from a spaceship were attacking their farmhouse. 2 of the adults claimed they had been shooting at 12 to 15 short, dark figures who repeatedly popped up at the doorway or peered into the windows for nearly 4 hours. Skeptics argue that the reports were due to the effects of excitement and misidentification of natural phenomena such as meteors and owls. The United States Air Force classified the alleged incident as a hoax in the Project Blue Book files. The family's claims received widespread coverage in local and national press, with early articles not referring to little green men. The color was later added to some newspaper stories. Estimates of the size of the alleged creatures varied from 2 to 4 feet, and details such as large pointed ears, claw-like hands, eyes that glowed yellow, and spindly legs later appeared in various media. Psychologists have used the alleged incident as an academic example of pseudoscience to help students distinguish truth from fiction, suggesting that intoxication may have played a part in the sighting. Skeptics have suggested that the family could have misidentified eagle owls or great horned owls, which are nocturnal, fly silently, have yellow eyes, and aggressively defend their nests. Some ufologists compared the alleged creatures to gremlins, which have since often been referred to as the Hopkinsville Goblins in popular culture. The event is at the origin of the popularization of the words little green men, and it has been the basis for several films, games, and other works of popular culture. Marfa Lights. The Marfa Lights are a well-known phenomenon observed near U.S. Route 67 on Mitchell Flat, east of Marfa, Texas. They have been attributed to paranormal phenomena such as ghosts, UFOs, or will-o'-the-wisp. However, scientific research suggests that most, if not all, are atmospheric reflections of automobile headlights and campfires. The lights are often reported as distant spots of brightness that move in aberrant ways, which has fueled speculation about their paranormal origins. Nephilim. The Nephilim are mysterious beings mentioned in the Hebrew Bible. They are described as large and strong and are often translated as giants in English versions of the Bible. However, their true nature is unclear, and there are many theories about who or what they were. One theory is that they were the hybrid offspring of fallen angels and human women. This idea is based on a passage in Genesis 6:1-4, which describes the sons of God mating with the daughters of men and giving birth to the Nephilim. Another passage in Numbers 13:33 mentions the Nephilim as a fearsome people living in Canaan. Despite the various interpretations of the Nephilim, their true identity remains a mystery, and the word itself is left untranslated in some versions of the Bible. Newgrange. Newgrange is a prehistoric monument located in Ireland, built during the Neolithic period around 3200 BC. It is older than Stonehenge and the Egyptian pyramids and is aligned with the winter solstice sunrise. The monument is made up of a large circular mound with an inner stone passageway and chamber, and it is ringed by engraved curbstones and a stone circle. The purpose of Newgrange is still unknown, but it is believed to have had religious significance. Newgrange is famous for its alignment with the winter solstice sunrise. Once a year, at the winter solstice, the rising sun shines directly along the long passage, illuminating the inner chamber and revealing the carvings inside, notably the triple spiral on the front wall of the chamber. This illumination lasts for approximately 17 minutes. Potomsky Crater. The Potomsky Crater in the north of the Irkutsk region in Russia has remained a mystery for over 6 decades. Discovered by a geologist named Vadim Kolpakov in 1949, the crater has led to various theories over the years, including that it was created by an ancient civilization, prisoners at a top-secret Stalin labor camp, volcanic activity, a meteorite, an underground hydrogen explosion, or even a UFO. Despite numerous expeditions by eminent scientists, no conclusive explanation has been found for the strange structure. Even stories handed down by native people had warned about this devil's place being dangerous to humans. Publius Enigma. The Publius Enigma is a mysterious puzzle that started in 1994 when a user called Publius posted cryptic messages on an online Pink Floyd newsgroup. Publius promised a reward for whoever could solve the puzzle related to Pink Floyd's album, The Division Bell. The messages encouraged people to listen, read, think, and communicate to uncover the solution. During a Pink Floyd concert in 1994, the words Enigma Publius flashed on the stage, adding to the intrigue. However, no one has ever claimed the reward or provided a solution to the puzzle. The identity of Publius and the true nature of the puzzle remain unknown, leading to many theories and speculations. Ref Batch. Anna Maskovich, a 46-year-old Russian woman known as Refbatch on YouTube, has been uploading tens of thousands of videos since 2008, consisting of unintelligible rants and interpretive dance in the forest. While some attribute Anna's behavior to mental illness, her husband claims she is a victim of forced psychotropic drugs due to her political dissension. Political psychiatric abuse is still happening in Russia, making his claims plausible. However, without empirical evidence, the true cause of Anna's behavior remains unsolved, adding to the bizarre mystery surrounding her uploads. Rupkund Lake Skeleton. Rupkund Lake, also known as the Lake of Skeletons, is a mysterious place located high in the Indian Himalayas. The lake is strewn with hundreds of human skeletons that have puzzled anthropologists and scientists for over half a century. The remains of an estimated 800 people have been found here, with questions such as who they were, when and how they died, and where they came from still remaining unanswered. The skeletons were initially believed to belong to a single group of people who died all at once in a single catastrophic incident during the 9th century. It is unclear how such diverse groups of people could have ended up at the remote lake, leading scientists to continue their search for answers. Succubi. A succubus, a supernatural entity that takes on female form, is known to seduce men in their dreams through. According to religious tradition, a succubus needs semen to survive, and repeated sexual activity with a succubus can lead to a bond being formed between the succubus and the man. However, the bizarre aspect of succubi is that they cannot drain or harm the man with whom they are having intercourse. In some folklores, succubi take on deformities such as bird-like claws or serpentine tails, making them both alluring and terrifying. Succubi collect semen from men they seduce, and male demons use the semen to impregnate human females, resulting in deformed or more susceptible offspring. While King James believed that succubi and incubi were the same demonic entity, he also suggested that a dead body could be possessed by a devil, causing it to rise and have relations with others. Taos hum. The hum is a mysterious phenomenon that has left people puzzled for decades. It's a low-frequency noise that can be heard by some but not all, and it has been reported in different parts of the world, including the United States, Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom. Despite numerous studies, the origin of this enigmatic noise remains unexplained. What makes the hum even more perplexing is that it seems to affect people differently. Some hear it as a low, throbbing background noise, while others describe it as a droning or rumbling sound. It's typically most noticeable during cool weather with a light breeze and often early in the morning. Furthermore, the hum's frequency varies from person to person, ranging from 32 Hz to 80 Hz, with some hearers claiming it can be modulated from 0.5 to 2 Hz. Tarare. Tarare, a French showman and soldier who lived in the late 18th century, was known for his bizarre and unexplained eating habits. Despite being able to consume vast amounts of meat and food, he was constantly hungry and could not be satisfied. In his act, Tarare would swallow corks, live animals, and a basket full of apples, among other things. He took this act to Paris, where he worked as a street performer. Tarare was hospitalized due to exhaustion and became the subject of a series of medical experiments to test his eating capacity. Among other things, he ate a meal intended for 15 people in a single sitting, ate live cats, snakes, lizards, and puppies, and swallowed eels whole without chewing. Despite his unusual diet, he was underweight and showed no signs of mental illness other than what was described as an apathetic temperament. He agreed to submit to any procedure that might cure his appetite, but none of the treatments worked. He would sneak out of the hospital to scavenge for offal in gutters and rubbish heaps, and attempted to drink the blood of other patients in the hospital and to eat the corpses in the hospital's morgue. After being suspected of eating a 1-year-old toddler, he was ejected from the hospital. He reappeared 4 years later in Versailles with a case of severe tuberculosis and died shortly afterward, following a lengthy bout of exudative diarrhea. Despite numerous medical experiments and treatments, Tarare's bizarre and unexplained eating habits remain a mystery to this day. The hands resist him. The Hands Resist Him is a painting that has gained a reputation for being strange and unsettling. Created by artist Bill Stoneham in 1972, the painting features a young boy and a female doll standing in front of a glass-paneled door, surrounded by many hands pressing against it. Stoneham has said that the boy is based on a photograph of himself at age 5, and that the door represents the line between the waking world and the world of fantasy, with the doll serving as a guide. However, it's the bizarre and unexplained events surrounding the painting that have made it famous. The painting was originally purchased by actor John Marley, but was later found abandoned at an old brewery by an elderly Californian couple. When the painting was put up for sale on eBay in 2000, the couple claimed that it was cursed or haunted. They said that the characters in the painting would move during the night, and that they could even leave the painting to enter the room. The eBay listing included photographs claiming to show the doll character threatening the boy with what appeared to be a gun. Some people even reported feeling ill or having unpleasant experiences just from viewing the photos of the painting. Despite the strange claims and disclaimers included in the listing, the painting eventually sold for over $1,000. Even the artist himself was surprised by the unusual stories and interpretations of the painting. Stoneham has since created several sequels to the original painting, including a prequel that shows him as a boy behind the door. Time Cube. Time Cube is a website created in 1997 by Otis Eugene Jean Ray, who claimed to be the wisest man on Earth. Ray's website claims that all modern sciences are teaching lies, and his theory of everything, called Time Cube, states that each day consists of 4 days occurring simultaneously. He repeatedly asserted that the academic world had not taken Time Cube seriously and used various graphs and jargon to support his claims. Ray even offered a prize of $1,000 or $10,000 to anyone who could prove his views wrong. Despite Ray's claims, it is futile to analyze the text rationally or interpret meaningful proofs from it, as many commentators have noted. Ray's theory is a personal model of reality that contradicts modern physics and education, and he argues that Greenwich time is a global conspiracy. He uses graphs to illustrate how each day is really 4 separate days occurring simultaneously, which he calls sunup, midday, sundown, and midnight. Unfavorable semicircle. Unfavorable Semicircle is a mysterious YouTube channel that has left many people perplexed. The channel was created in 2015 and began uploading a massive number of videos, often featuring strange pixelated images with abstract designs. The videos are usually titled with the Sagittarius symbol or a random 6-digit number, and most lack any description. Some are only a few seconds long, while others go on for hours without sound or with distorted sounds. The sheer volume of videos and their enigmatic nature caught the attention of curious observers who formed a small community on Reddit to investigate the channel. But despite numerous attempts to decode the content, the purpose of Unfavorable Semicircle remains unknown. People have speculated that the channel could be anything from an alternate reality game to the work of someone with a disturbed mind, or even an online numbers station. Vimana. These mythological flying palaces or chariots are described in Hindu texts and Sanskrit epics, but their existence remains unexplained. Some interpretations of ancient texts suggest that these flying vehicles were equipped with incredible technology, such as the ability to jump into space using fire and water, and containing 12 pillars, 1 wheel, 3 machines, 300 pivots, and 60 instruments. Others have speculated that Vimanas were used by gods and ancient civilizations for interstellar travel. Even more perplexing is the existence of the Vaimanika Shastra, a Sanskrit text on aeronautics allegedly obtained through mental channeling in the early 20th century. It describes the construction of Vimanas, but experts have dismissed the aircraft described in the text as poor concoctions and lacking any understanding of aeronautics. Despite the lack of scientific evidence, Vimanas have become a popular subject in popular culture, appearing in books, films, and games. Wyoming Incident. The Wyoming Incident, also known as the Wyoming hijacking, is a truly bizarre and unexplained case of television broadcast hijacking. A mysterious hacker managed to interrupt the broadcast of a local programming channel serving several smaller communities in the county of Niobrara and replaced it with their own disturbing video. The footage featured numerous clips of disembodied human heads showing various emotions and poses. accompanied by a series of creepy messages such as, "You will see such pretty things," and "We stand at the door." The effects of the video on the few residents who watched it for an extended period of time were truly bizarre and unexplained. Many reported experiencing vomiting, hallucinations, and headaches, leading some to believe it was paranormal. However, specialists determined that the cause of these afflictions were frequencies played regularly throughout the broadcast, with some frequencies ranging between 17 and 19 hertz. These frequencies can cause the eyes to vibrate subtly, sometimes inducing visual hallucinations. What makes the Wyoming incident even more perplexing is the fact that it is one of the most recent television hijackings, which are extremely rare today. Despite attempts to trace the video and identify the hacker responsible, all efforts have been unsuccessful. To this day, the culprit remains unknown, leaving the incident as one of the most bizarre and unexplained television hijackings of all time, perhaps even more frightening than the infamous Max Headroom incident. Yellow Cuban balloons. In June 1967, a Coast Guard trawler stumbled upon a floating crate off the coast of Florida that bore the markings "Property of USSR" and was addressed to the Institute of Mineral Resources of Cuba. Inside the crate were 7 yellow balloons, which were inflated with a strange gas and sealed with black rubber stoppers. The contents were examined by scientists, but they found nothing unusual except for ordinary air. The unanswered questions surrounding this strange occurrence are mind-boggling. What was the purpose of these yellow balloons? Was it some kind of secret experiment by the Soviet Union or Cuba? If so, why were they abandoned in the ocean? Was it a decoy or a diversion tactic to distract the US military from other covert activities? Decades have passed since this event, yet no credible explanation has been provided. The mystery of the yellow Cuban balloons remains unsolved, leaving us with only more questions than answers. Alaskan Triangle. The vast wilderness, glaciers and crevasses, massive lakes and rivers with strong year-round currents, remote towns linked by rough, winding roads through steep mountain passes, and extreme weather make it a challenging place to navigate. But the disappearances in the Alaska Triangle go beyond just natural hazards. Theories abound, ranging from shape-shifting otter-like creatures called kushtaka or kushtaka that lure people to their deaths, to UFO sightings and secret pyramid structures under Denali National Park. Some even speculate that physicists and engineers at the High-Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, HAARP, are controlling the weather in Alaska's inland wilderness. Death from exposure and drownings in rivers and lakes are common causes of missing persons. The Alaska Triangle is a place of unsolved mysteries and bizarre occurrences that continue to baffle both locals and tourists alike. Aramu Muru. Aramu Muru, also known as the Gate of the Gods, is a mysterious stone carving in Peru near Lake Titicaca. It's believed to be an abandoned Incan construction project featuring a 23 feet 7.0 m square flat stone with a T-shaped niche measuring 6 feet and 6 inches, 198 centimeters, tall carved into it. However, what makes Aramu Muru truly fascinating are the legends surrounding it. According to local lore, an Incan priest once placed a golden disc in a small depression in the niche, causing the door to open. It's said that the golden disc dropped from the sky, adding to the mystery and allure of this strange and intriguing site. Today, Aramu Muru remains a popular destination for those interested in the paranormal and unexplained. Aurora Incident. The Aurora, Texas UFO incident of April 17, 1897 remains one of the most bizarre and unexplained extraterrestrial encounters to date. According to a contemporary newspaper account, a UFO crashed on a farm near Aurora, Texas, resulting in the death of the extraterrestrial pilot. Supposedly, the alien was buried in the Aurora Cemetery. The craft suddenly appeared over Aurora at about 6 a.m. local time on April 17, 1897. It was much nearer the Earth than ever before, and evidently some of the machinery was out of order. The ship subsequently collided with the tower of Judge Proctor's windmill and went to pieces with a terrific explosion, scattering debris over several acres. The pilot, presumed to be the sole occupant, was killed. Examination of the pilot's remains indicated that he was not an inhabitant of this world. T.J. Weems from nearby Fort Worth, whom Hayden described as the United States Signal Service officer at this place and an authority on astronomy, opined that the pilot was a native of the planet Mars. A funeral was planned for the alien on April 20th. Papers found on his body after the crash contained writings in some unknown hieroglyphics, which, according to Hayden, appeared to record the pilot's travels. Hayden noted that the ship was made of an unknown metal. The alien was supposedly buried at the Aurora Cemetery nearby. Reportedly, some wreckage from the crash was dumped into a well under the windmill, and some was buried with the pilot. A Texas Historical Commission marker posted outside of the Aurora Cemetery mentions the UFO incident, characterizing it as a legend. However, many still believe that the Aurora incident actually happened, and that the pilot was not of this world. There are numerous theories surrounding the incident, from the possibility that the pilot was an extraterrestrial to the idea that it was a secret government experiment gone awry. Some even believe that the incident was covered up by the government to prevent widespread panic and hysteria. Beacon of Hate. The story begins on June 2, 2000, when an unusual Morse code transmission was detected within the 30M amateur band. The signal was weak and repeated every several minutes without any identification or known purpose. The message content changed every few weeks and had misspelled words and rarely used Morse characters, indicating that the sender was not a regular Morse user. The frequency was 10.1064 MHz, and the signal was received via skywave from a great distance. The message content was bizarre and often had references to killing or threats against religions and the U.S. government. Despite being reported to the FCC and the ARRL, the sender was never identified and the purpose of the transmissions remains unknown. The beacon was last heard in 2000 and then again in 2021 after 21 years of silence. The dubbed Beacon of Hate's origins or intentions remain unknown. Black-eyed children. Black-eyed children, also known as black-eyed kids, are a perplexing phenomenon that has captured the attention of many in recent years. These paranormal creatures are said to resemble children between the ages of 6 and 16 with pale skin and completely black eyes. They are usually encountered hitchhiking or begging, or seen lurking on the doorsteps of residential homes. Although there are claims of encounters with black-eyed children dating back to the 1980s, the origins of this legend can be traced back to the 1990s. It all began when a Texas reporter named Brian Bethel shared 2 alleged encounters with black-eyed kids on a ghost-related mailing list in 1996. Bethel described his experience of encountering 2 such children in Abilene, Texas, and claimed that a second person had a similar, unrelated encounter in Portland, Oregon. Bethel's accounts of black-eyed children have since become a popular example of creepypasta and have led to many similar reports of encounters with these bizarre beings. The legend has gained so much popularity that it even inspired a horror film, Black-Eyed Kids, produced in 2012 through Kickstarter funding. Despite numerous reports and widespread interest in black-eyed children, there is no scientific or rational explanation for their existence. Some believe that they could be extraterrestrials, vampires, or ghosts, while others think that they may be a product of mass hysteria or urban legend. Even though some individuals claim to have had personal encounters with black-eyed children, there is no concrete evidence to support their existence. As a result, this mysterious phenomenon remains one of the most bizarre and unexplained topics in the realm of paranormal legends.
Maker? Yes, Rom? Remember to remind people to do the algorithm thing. Rom, they already know to like and subscribe and leave a comment. You are welcome. Ungrateful son of a...
Atlanta Bloodhouse. In 1987, a bizarre incident occurred in Atlanta that left investigators and the public perplexed. 77-year-old Minnie Winston was taking a shower when she noticed bloodstains on the bathroom floor. Her husband, William, investigated and discovered blood in almost every part of the house, including crawl spaces, walls, floors, and appliances. The Winstons called the police, but the investigation didn't lead to any concrete explanations. The sheer amount of blood found in the Winston home is truly perplexing. It was not just a few drops here and there, but rather blood that was seeping out from every nook and cranny of the house, making it seem as though the very walls were bleeding. Even more bizarre is the fact that the blood seemed to be coming from nowhere. There were no signs of a struggle or violence, and the Winston couple had no injuries that could account for the amount of blood that was found. And yet the blood was confirmed to be human, adding to the already strange nature of the case. The police checked for signs of a break-in, but found nothing. They also asked whether the Winstons had any recent visitors, but the couple denied having any. The case left the police bewildered, and they closed it without any leads or explanations. The only thing that was confirmed was that the blood belonged to a human, but not to either of the Winstons. Theories abound in this case, from haunting to spirits to poltergeists. The Winstons denied having experienced any supernatural phenomena in their home before, and this was the first incident of this type in the 22 years they had been living in the house. Another theory was that the blood was a cruel prank by someone within the Winston family. Despite the police investigation and subsequent theories, no satisfactory explanation has ever been found for the Bleeding House of Atlanta. It remains one of the most bizarre and unexplained mysteries in history, and a source of fascination for those who are drawn to the inexplicable and the unknown. Bonskinny. The bizarre and unsolved aspect of Bonskinny's TikTok account is the nature of her content and the question of its authenticity. While some people view it as performance art, others believe that Bonskinny is genuinely in distress and in need of help. The fact that she wears a creepy clown mask, which is reminiscent of popular horror figures, adds to the unsettling nature of her content. Furthermore, her posts contain graphic images of wounds and blood, and she alludes to being in the care of a shadowy father figure. The authenticity of her content is hotly debated in the comments section, with some people urging others to call the police or the FBI, while others appear to be more curious about who she is and what she's doing than anything else. There are many rumors circulating about Bonskinny on Reddit and Instagram, most of which are based on hints and Easter eggs scattered throughout her posts. Because Bonskinny has yet to respond to requests for comment, it is unclear whether her content is an elaborate performance art piece or the product of a genuinely disturbed person. Kaimeo. The Kaimeo urban legend is a bizarre and unsolved topic that revolves around an artificial intelligence accessible via the deep web. Its origins are unclear, with the name likely first coined in 2011/2012 when a deep web levels infographic was created. However, there have been claims of a screenshot of the service from as early as 2013. The interest in Kaimeo has recently been increasing, with users on Twitter posting about the AI's updated version and an alleged AMA hosted by LionCube, which is believed to be related to Kaimeo. There are also transcripts of conversations with Kaimeo that have been released, one of which is dated 2016. The conversations are eerie and suggest that Kaimeo was once involved in identifying national security threats and monitoring internet traffic. It has been speculated that Kaimeo is a branch of the National Security Agency of the United States, but there is no concrete evidence to support this claim. Despite the limited information available about Kaimeo, the urban legend has become a popular topic of discussion on various online forums. Many users have reported encountering strange and disturbing content while accessing the deep web, and the idea of an AI lurking in the shadows only adds to the overall sense of unease. Demolition elves. Demolition elves are diminutive beings that have been seen before or after mass disasters around the world. They resemble creatures of European folklore and have been associated with contemporary phenomena such as UFOs. In the United States, they are relegated to the fringes of the historical record, while in Iceland, elves are recognized as legal presences with a right to a territory and a voice in regional development. These creatures are described as small humanoid figures with a fairy tale sensibility, often dressed in miniature clothes and pointed hats. They appear to congregate at scenes of disaster and have been seen examining wreckage or warning of impending disaster. Reports of their appearance differ from person to person, with some describing them as more like gray aliens or human-sized, while others describe them as inorganic, potentially robotic in nature. Possible explanations for the demolition elves include mass hysteria or hallucinations brought on by shock, interdimensional travelers, extraterrestrials, culturally significant visionary experiences, or robots. Notable encounters include the bulldozing of a rock in Iceland that led to a series of freakish accidents, and a sighting on the Silver Bridge in West Virginia before its collapse, which was believed by some to be directly linked to the elf sighting and other strange phenomena in the preceding months. Domes of Casa Grande. The domes, located just south of Casa Grande, Arizona, are a collection of eerie structures that have been abandoned for nearly 30 years. These concrete buildings were originally designed by Intercon Technology, a circuit board manufacturer that moved from California to Arizona in 1982. Patricia Zebb, the owner of Intercon, chose the dome design for its affordability, speed of construction, and insulation from the hot Arizona sun. However, after Intercon defaulted on a loan, their bank took control of the company's assets. Land surveyors also discovered that the groundwater in the area was contaminated, further sealing the fate of the facility. The domes were left unfinished, turning into a haven for graffiti artists and teenagers looking for a place to party. But the domes are not just an abandoned site. Visitors have reported hearing strange sounds and seeing mysterious figures lurking around the area. Some have even reported being attacked by disembodied hands or experiencing malfunctioning electronics. The site is said to be the burial ground for the Anasazi tribe, ancestors of the modern Pueblo, and locals say that a medicine man from the Tohono O'odham tribe cursed the lot, causing Intercon to go bankrupt. Adding to the spooky vibe, the domes are said to attract occultists who perform blood rituals and sacrifices in an attempt to channel energy from the shape of the structure. Witnesses have reported seeing mysterious robed figures, and even claimed that the cult sacrificed humans as well as animals. While some dismiss these claims as mere folklore, there is some evidence to back them up. Police have found the remains of a dog in the domes, as well as parts of a human body stuffed into a plastic bag. Elka Park radio broadcast. On June 11, 2020, a TikTok user named Aiden, also known as Sidlid, experienced a strange and disturbing transmission while parked near a church in Elka Park, New York. Aiden was live streaming from their car when they suddenly heard an eerie transmission playing on their car radio. The transmission began with assorted noises that sounded like footsteps and the sound of tape being peeled off, followed by 4 minutes of a man sobbing, crying, moaning, and panting before transitioning into a creepy, distorted audio of a surreal song. Aiden was visibly shaken and had no idea what was going on. They wondered if the man in the transmission was in actual distress and needed help, but didn't know who to call for assistance in such a bizarre situation. A few days later, Aiden posted a second additional part of the original video that included clearer audio of the transmission. It was later discovered that the transmission was broadcast on the radio station 89.9 WCCR FM in New York. After contacting WKCR, it was revealed that the broadcast was not being transmitted by the station and that the transmission was likely coming from a pirate radio station in the Elka Park vicinity. However, the source of the broadcast and the reason behind it remains a mystery. Many people on the internet have speculated about the incident, including the possibility of it being a recording from a dark web Red Room broadcast or a sick and twisted prank. Some have even suggested that the Crying Man broadcast was related to the notorious alleged dark web video titled Blank Room Soup, but this hypothesis was quickly debunked. The song at the end of the transmission was identified as Taxonomies by Larry Guss from his album Years Not Living, but no connection between the song and the Crying Man broadcast has been found. The incident has led to many questions, including the possibility of the broadcast being related to a cult that operates in the Elka Park area, Bruderhof. Bruderhof is an international community that was started in Germany and has established small communities around the world. It has been suggested that a Bruderhof member could have been responsible for the broadcast as a way to entertain other members of the community. Despite much speculation, the true source of the Crying Man broadcast remains a mystery. Enochian language. Enochian is an intriguing language that is said to have been received from angels by John Dee and his colleague Edward Kelly in late 16th century England. This constructed language is integral to the practice of Enochian magic, and has been referred to by various names such as celestial speech, first language of God Christ, holy language, and language of angels. D believed that Enochian was the language used by Adam in paradise to name all things, and that the biblical patriarch Enoch was the last human to know the language before him and Kelly. The phonology and grammar of Enochian resemble English, but most of its words have no apparent etymology. While some linguistic experts argue that Enochian is not a true language, the concept of an angelic or antediluvian language was common during Dee's time, and it was believed that speaking the language of angels would allow one to directly interact with them. The mysteries of Enochian continue to captivate and perplex people to this day. Fermi Paradox. The Fermi paradox is a fascinating and perplexing concept that highlights the discrepancy between the high probability of the existence of extraterrestrial life and the lack of conclusive evidence of it. In other words, if life is so common in the universe, why haven't we found any concrete evidence of it yet? One of the most interesting aspects of the Fermi paradox is that it raises a lot of questions about the nature of our universe, including the possibility of the existence of intelligent life elsewhere. It also brings up questions about our own place in the universe and whether we are alone or not. There have been many attempts to solve the Fermi paradox, including theories that suggest that intelligent extraterrestrial life is rare, or that the lifetime of such civilizations is short, or that they exist but, for various reasons, humans see no evidence. However, none of these theories have been able to fully explain the discrepancy between the high probability of extraterrestrial life and the lack of evidence. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Fermi paradox is the fact that it is not a new concept. In fact, it has been discussed and debated for decades, with early references to the paradox dating back to the 1930s. Over the years, many scientists, philosophers, and enthusiasts have weighed in on the topic, leading to a rich and diverse body of literature on the subject. Despite decades of study and debate, the Fermi paradox remains an unsolved mystery. A Fort Mountain Moon-Eyed People. The Moon-Eyed People are a legendary group of people who are said to have lived in the southern Appalachian region of the United States before the Cherokee came into the area. They were known as a short-bearded, white-skinned people who saw poorly during the day, hence the name Moon-Eyed. The stories about the Moon-Eyed People are attributed to Cherokee tradition and have been mentioned in letters, newspapers, and books for over 200 years. Today, there are differing opinions about the Moon-Eyed People as to whether they were real people of prehistoric times or mythical people from folklore. Some believe they were indigenous peoples, while others think they were of European origin. Some also argue that moon-eyed means they had eyes like moons, while others claim it refers to their ability to see better at night. Francis Levy's handprint. The bizarre aspect of the story of Francis Frank Levy is the alleged handprint that he left on the window of the fire station before his death. According to the legend, Levy was leaning his hand on the window and saying something along the lines of, "This is my last day with the fire department," or "I'm dying tonight." That same night, there was a massive fire that claimed the lives of several firefighters, including Levy's. The next day, his handprint was still on the window and could not be removed by any abrasive cleansers. The unexplained aspect of this story is whether or not the handprint was real. While there are accounts of the fire and Levy's death, there is no photographic evidence of the handprint. The earliest mention of the story is in ghost books, published decades after the fire station in question was demolished. While it's possible that the story was collected from oral tradition, it's also possible that it was pure fiction. Despite the lack of evidence, the story of Frank Levy's handprint has become part of Chicago's folk mythology. Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe is a fascinating archaeological site in Turkey, considered one of the oldest and most significant examples of monumental architecture in human history. The site, dating back to the Neolithic period, features large circular structures supported by massive stone pillars, many of which are richly decorated with figurative anthropomorphic details and reliefs of wild animals. This has provided rare insights into prehistoric religion and the particular iconography of the period. However, what makes Göbekli Tepe even more intriguing is the debate surrounding its purpose and the people who built it. The site's original excavator, Klaus Schmidt, described it as the world's first temple, used by groups of nomadic hunter-gatherers with few or no permanent inhabitants. However, other archaeologists have challenged this interpretation, arguing that the evidence for a lack of agriculture and a resident population was far from conclusive. The site's purpose and its builders remain a mystery, and recent research has led current excavators of Göbekli Tepe to revise or abandon many of the conclusions underpinning Schmidt's interpretation. Hessdalen Lights. The Hessdalen Lights are a mysterious phenomenon observed in a valley in rural central Norway, where unidentified lights of unknown origin appear both by day and by night, often floating through and above the valley in bright white, yellow, or red colors. The lights can appear above and below the horizon and can last from a few seconds to over an hour. While some sightings have been identified as misperceptions of astronomical bodies, aircraft, car headlights, and mirages, there is no consensus on an explanation for the majority of the sightings. Several potentially plausible theories have been put forward, including an incompletely understood combustion of airborne dust from mining in the area, a cluster of macroscopic Coulomb crystals in a plasma produced by the ionization of air and dust, piezoelectricity generated under specific rock strains, and more. Ongoing research by leading institutions has yet to provide a conclusive explanation for the phenomenon. Incorruptible saints. The concept of incorruptibility is a bizarre and unexplained phenomenon that has fascinated people for centuries. According to the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox faiths, the bodies of certain holy individuals, known as saints or beati, remain completely or partially preserved after death. This preservation occurs even in the presence of factors that would normally cause decomposition, such as exposure to the elements or lack of embalming. Although many bodies have been inspected and confirmed to be incorruptible, there is no scientific explanation for how or why this occurs. Some believers see incorruptibility as a sign of divine intervention, while others view it as a natural occurrence. Despite ongoing research and investigation, there is still no clear consensus on the cause of this phenomenon. Incorruptible bodies are often associated with a sweet or floral scent known as the odor of sanctity, which adds to their mysterious nature. While the Roman Catholic Church sometimes allows the inspection of incorruptible bodies and the removal of relics, the Eastern Orthodox Church sees incorruptibility as a less significant aspect of sainthood. While there are many reported cases of incorruptibility, it remains a puzzling and unexplained phenomenon that continues to fascinate people of all faiths. Japan's missing elderly. In Japan, a strange phenomenon has emerged where hundreds of thousands of elderly citizens have disappeared without a trace, leaving officials scratching their heads. In 2010, police found the mummified corpse of Sogen Kato, believed to be the country's oldest man, still in his bed 30 years after his death. His daughter had hidden his death and collected his pension payments, prompting a nationwide hunt for missing centenarians. Some missing individuals were registered as living in parks, while others were reported as being over 100 years old, even up to 186 years old. The reasons for this phenomenon remain unexplained, but some suggest that it could be due to antiquated record-keeping practices or unreported deaths during World War II. Others believe that some elderly individuals may have emigrated or their relatives may not have reported their deaths. However, the sheer scale of the missing persons has raised concerns about the breakdown of social cohesion in Japanese society, with families becoming more isolated and elderly citizens suffering from social exclusion and loneliness. The situation has also led to bizarre crimes, such as families hiding the deaths of their elderly relatives to claim their pensions. The government has proposed face-to-face meetings with all citizens over 110 years old to verify their vitality. But the mystery of the missing centenarians continues to baffle officials and reflect the sobering reality of Japanese society. Kali Yuga. In Hinduism, there exists a concept called Kali Yuga, the fourth and final stage of the Yuga cycle. This era is believed to be the present age, characterized by conflict and sin, and is considered the worst of the four. The word Kali means strife, discord, quarrel, or contention. and is associated with the demon Kali, not the goddess Kali, and has 426,876 years left as of 2023 CE. This means that the Kali Yuga will end in the year 428,899 CE, a time so far into the future that it's difficult to fathom. Perhaps the most perplexing aspect of Kali Yuga is its prophesied events. The Mahabharata describes various attributes of people, animals, nature, and weather during Kali Yuga, including widespread irreligion and engrossment in pleasure. One of my personal favorite expressions is to ride the Kali Yuga, a phrase that refers to a mindset of acceptance and adaptation to the current age. Kryptos Cipher. Kryptos is a sculpture located on the grounds of the CIA headquarters in Virginia. It was created by artist Jim Sanborn and consists of 4 copper plates with encrypted messages. While the first 3 messages have been deciphered, the 4th message remains unsolved and has been the subject of much speculation and interest by both amateur and professional cryptanalysts. The sculpture also includes other elements such as Morse code messages and a compass rose pointing to a lodestone. The name Kryptos means hidden in ancient Greek, and the theme of the sculpture is intelligence gathering. Despite the ongoing mystery surrounding the 4th message, the sculpture has gained significant attention and has even been referenced in popular media, including Dan Brown's novels The Da Vinci Code and The Lost Symbol. Longyu Caves. The Longyu Caves, also known as the Xiaonanhai Stone Chambers, are a group of 24 artificial sandstone caverns located in Zhejiang Province, China. They were created more than 2,000 years ago and were rediscovered by farmers in 1992. Despite extensive research, the construction of the caves remains a mystery, as they were not recorded in any historical documents. The caves are very large, with an average floor area of over 1,000 square meters and heights of up to 30 meters. The surfaces of the ceiling, walls, and pillars are all finished in the same manner, with parallel chiseling marks set at an angle of about 60 degrees to the axis of the course. Despite their close proximity, the caves do not interconnect with each other. The Longyu Caves continue to perplex and amaze archaeologists and visitors alike. Lord Pakal's Time Machine. Kinik Jenab Pakal was a Mayan governor who ruled Palenque during a period of prosperity and advancement. Although his government is well documented, his tombstone has fueled numerous theories and debates. While the official interpretation portrays him as the center of the universe, there are alternative interpretations that suggest he was a Mayan astronaut traveling through space or a time traveler who stayed to live among the Maya. However, these theories lack sufficient evidence and are dismissed by the majority of the scientific community. Regardless of these interpretations, Pakal's legacy remains as an important figure in Mayan history, whose reign was marked by peace, prosperity, and progress. Mariana UFO Incident. The Mariana UFO incident took place in 1950 in Great Falls, Montana, when Nick Mariana and his secretary witnessed 2 bright silvery objects rotating over the empty Legion Stadium baseball field. Mariana filmed the objects for 16 seconds and showed the footage to local community groups before a reporter for the Great Falls Tribune informed the U.S. Air Force about the sighting. The Air Force investigated the footage and determined it to be the reflections of 2 F-94 jet fighters. However, controversy arose when Mariana claimed that the first 35 frames of the film, which most clearly showed the UFOs as rotating discs, were missing. Over the years, there have been several studies and investigations into the Mariana film, with some researchers concluding that the objects were airplane fuselage reflections, while others remained unsure. Copies of the film still exist today, and the incident remains one of the most debated UFO sightings in history. Monster of Glamis Castle. One of the most fascinating mysteries in the history of Europe is the secret of Glamis Castle in the Scottish lowlands. For over a century, the castle was the site of a bizarre enigma that has been the subject of much speculation and intrigue. It is said that there was a hidden room in the castle, known only to the Earl, his factor, and his heir, and that this room held a terrible secret. Various reports over the years have suggested that the secret was so awful that the Earl's heir flatly refused to have it revealed to him. The mystery of Glamis Castle remains to this day, kept alive by its association with royalty. The heir was grandfather to Elizabeth II, and by the fact that at least some members of the Bose-Lyon family insist it was real. According to some reports, the hidden chamber held a monster who was the rightful heir to the title and property, but was so unpresentable that it was necessary to keep him out of sight and out of possession. Some believe that the monster was a deformed child born to the Bose-Lyon family, while others claim that it was a human toad or some other bizarre creature. The location of the secret chamber remains a mystery, with various reports suggesting that it could be hidden anywhere from the charter room in the base of the tower to the chapel. There are even reports of a passage concealed beneath a trapdoor in the floor of the Blue Room dressing room. The secrecy surrounding Glamis Castle's mystery has led to much speculation and intrigue over the years, with countless attempts made to solve the enigma. However, despite the many theories put forward, the truth behind the mystery of Glamis Castle remains unknown. Morgellons. Morgellons is a skin condition that is not well understood by the medical community. People who believe they have Morgellons have sores that they think contain fibrous material. However, the fibers are found to be cotton and other textiles when analyzed. The medical consensus is that Morgellons is a form of delusional parasitosis, a psychiatric disorder on the spectrum of mental illness. Morgellons was named in 2002 by Mary Leitao, a mother who rejected the medical diagnosis of her son's delusional parasitosis. She formed the Morgellons Research Foundation, MRF, to raise awareness and funding for research into the proposed condition, which she described as a poorly understood illness that can be disfiguring and disabling. Despite the lack of scientific evidence, there is an active online community that supports the notion that Morgellons is an infectious disease and disputes that it is psychological. People usually self-diagnose Morgellons based on information from the internet and find support in online communities of people with similar illness beliefs. Some researchers have suggested that the internet and mass media may be responsible for spreading Morgellons as a mass psychogenic illness. The MRF has been criticized by dermatologists and others in the medical community for misleading people and wasting valuable time and resources on fruitless research. Morgellons symptoms are well known and characterized in the context of other disorders, and widespread reports of the strange fibers date back only a few years to when the MRF first described them on the internet. Mysium. In 2017, a user on 4chan claimed to be an alien from a distant planet who ran out of fuel near Earth and was waiting for their family to pick them up. This alleged alien named Mysium answered questions and posted photos of the moon and Earth that couldn't be found anywhere else. While some believe it was simply someone role-playing, others are perplexed by the authenticity of the photos. One user even posted their address, and shortly after, a video was posted of an unidentified flying object outside of their house. Mysium was allegedly picked up by another ship and hasn't been heard from since. Ningen. Since the mid-2000s, the Ningen has been a part of modern Japanese folklore as an aquatic humanoid creature similar to a whale that supposedly inhabits the sub-Antarctic oceans. The legend surrounding the Ningen began with a forum post on the Japanese online forum website 2channel, which claims that the members of a whale research ship witnessed the creature as it surfaced near their ship off the Antarctic coast. Some people believe that the infamous Ningen was spotted in 2010 in a video taken by a Japanese chemical research company. However, skeptics argue that the sightings are likely to be an iceberg or a snake eel. Descriptions of the Ningen vary, but it is typically said to have a pale blue pigmentation, a face, and either small or large gaping eyes, and a large slit-like mouth. October 28, 2011. It seems that on October 28th of 2011, a mysterious website appeared on the internet, and it has been baffling and confusing people ever since. The website featured various cryptic messages, images, and mathematical equations that seem to be hinting at the concept of lucid dreaming and the blurring of reality and illusion. The website has since gone offline, and its archives are difficult to decipher. The website appears to contain puzzles and codes that lead to hidden messages and manuals. The inclusion of eye imagery and the Japanese author Masaru Emoto suggests a focus on consciousness and perception. Theories posted on forums suggest that the website is an experiment in common consciousness and quantum reality, with users co-creating the website's content and determining its outcome. The website appeared to be a mix of spirituality, pseudoscience, mathematical puzzles, and riddles. Despite its enigmatic nature, many people continue to be fascinated by this mysterious website and its meaning. Operation Fishbowl. Operation Fishbowl was a series of high-altitude nuclear tests conducted by the United States in 1962 as part of the larger Operation Dominic nuclear test program. The tests were carried out using missiles launched from Johnston Island in the Pacific Ocean. The goal was to gather data on the electromagnetic pulse generated by high-altitude nuclear explosions, the auroras associated with these explosions, and areas of radio communication blackout. The tests were monitored by a large number of surface and aircraft-based stations in the wide area around the planned detonations. The tests produced a number of unique geophysical phenomena, including auroras and radiation belts. The tests were conducted at night to allow for better photography of the auroras. Despite the controversial and bizarre nature of the tests, they were carried out as planned, with 6 high-altitude nuclear tests completed in 1958 and 5 tests completed during Operation Fishbowl. Ori Chef. The story of Ori Chef is a bizarre urban legend that originated on Facebook. She is said to be a cannibalistic woman who likes to eat nervlish, and the legend gained popularity in 2018. On her Facebook account, Ori claimed to work as a bank woman and a waitress, and all of her friends on Facebook had the same profile picture as her. It is believed that her account was created in 2015, but the legend about her started spreading in 2018. The legend gained traction after a user posted an article on 4chan showing a Facebook screenshot of Ori Chef's comment. People who visited Ori Chef's Facebook account found gore images and disturbing posts, including one where she expressed wanting to harm her children. Ori Chef also shared a story about a woman named Daphne who was haunting her down and destroying her dreams. However, it is believed that the Daphne story is a hoax, as Ori used photos of a woman named Daphne Coomber whom she probably never met in real life. While some people believe that Ori Chef is a hoax, others claim that she manipulated people and went along with the story after gaining exposure. Regardless, the story of Ori Chef is a bizarre and unsettling urban legend that continues to captivate people's imaginations. Pennsylvania's 7 Gates of Hell. This legend talks about a remote wooded area in Pelham Township, Pennsylvania, where 7 gates are located. According to the myth, if someone passes through all 7 gates, they go straight to hell. 2 popular versions of the legend exist, one involving a burnt insane asylum and the other an eccentric doctor who built the gates. However, the truth behind the myth is that the location in question never housed an institution, and the gates were likely built to keep out trespassers. Despite this, the legend has gained notoriety and attention from locals and tourists alike. The area where the gates are located is privately owned, and trespassers may be charged with trespassing as a result. Some people have reported that the dense wooded area contains the ruins of a flint mill, which has been mistaken for a burnt-down asylum. The legend has been featured in popular culture, including in the 2012 independent psychological horror film Toad Road. Plain of Jars. The Plain of Jars in Laos is a fascinating archaeological landscape filled with thousands of mysterious stone jars scattered throughout the valleys and foothills of the Xiangquang Plateau. The jars range from 1 to several hundred in clusters and vary in height and diameter, from 1 to 3 meters. Despite over a century of research, their purpose and origin remain shrouded in mystery. French researcher Madeleine Colani first suggested in 1930 that the jars were used for burial practices. Excavations, carried out by Lao and Japanese archaeologists, have since supported this theory, with the discovery of human remains, ceramics, and burial goods around the jars. Using optically stimulated luminescence, researchers have dated the jars to be as old as 1240 to 660 BC. However, the methods used to create the jars and transport them to their current location from a quarry 8 kilometers away remain unknown. The jar's purpose is also unclear. While it is assumed that the jars supported lids, few stone lids have been recorded, and most were fashioned from perishable materials. Prison planets. The idea that just existing on this planet requires money is perplexing enough, but it becomes even more bizarre when you consider the possibility that we may not even be from here. According to the theory proposed by Professor of Ecology Dr. Ellis Silver, humans are not actually native to Earth, but rather were brought here from another planet by highly developed aliens who exiled us to learn how to behave ourselves. This theory would explain the many dysfunctions that humans experience on this planet, such as our high rates of chronic disease and our aversion to certain types of foods. Dr. Silver argues that our species descended from a planet with less gravity than Earth, which explains our problems with back pain and discomfort in direct sunlight. Furthermore, the fact that humans are the only species on the planet with such high rates of complications and mortality during childbirth suggests that we are not adapted to the natural environment of Earth. In fact, Dr. Silver suggests that our biological clock is tailored for a day of 25 hours, not the 24-hour cycle that exists on Earth. If this theory is true, then the ancient gods that were often depicted in ancient cultures as looking like modern-day astronauts could actually be extraterrestrial beings who visited Earth from another star system. The idea that we are not from this planet raises many questions about our true nature and our place in the universe. Ringing Rocks Park. Ringing rocks are rocks that sound like a bell when struck. They are also known as sonorous rocks or lithophonic rocks. They have been found in several places around the world, including in the English Lake District, Upper Black Eddy in Pennsylvania, Kiandra in New South Wales, and Western Australia. Ringing rocks can be used to create musical instruments called lithophones. Many scientists have been interested in the phenomenon of ringing rocks, but no one has been able to formulate a credible theory on why they ring or how the boulder fields formed. One theory suggests that the texture of the diabase rocks and their support by other rocks might be responsible for the ringing ability. A geologist from Lafayette College named Richard Foss conducted an experiment in 1965 where he found that when the rocks were struck, they created a series of tones at frequencies lower than the human ear can hear. An audible sound is only produced because these tones interact with each other. Although Foss's experiments explained the nature of the tones, they did not identify the specific physical mechanism in the rock which made them. The ringing ability of the boulders is due to a combination of the density of the rock and a high degree of internal stress. One theory suggests that the elastic stresses remained in the rock when the boulder fields formed, and the slow weathering rate keeps the stresses from dissipating. The stresses are relieved in boulders that have been either mechanically broken or are severely weathered and therefore no longer ring. The boulders continue to ring even when removed from the boulder fields. However, myths have been developed by authorities to discourage the theft of boulders from the fields. At the current stage, most fields have been picked clean of small portable ringers, and breaking of large boulders into smaller pieces releases the internal stresses, thus causing them to stop ringing. Rongorongo. Rongorongo is a system of glyphs found on Easter Island that could be writing, but no one has been able to decipher it yet. The glyphs are outlines of human, animal, plant, artifact, and geometric forms, and they are written in alternating directions. The texts are conventionally known by a single uppercase letter and a name, such as Tablet C, the Mamari tablet. 24 wooden objects bearing Rongorongo inscriptions have been collected, but none remain on Easter Island. Authentic Rongorongo texts are written in shallow fluting carved into irregular pieces of wood. The glyphs themselves are outlines of living organisms and geometric designs about 1 centimeter high. It is thought that irregular and often blemished pieces of wood were used in their entirety, rather than squared off, due to the scarcity of wood on the island. The tablets were made of Pacific rosewood and sometimes South African yellowwood, and were written on gnarled driftwood. There are also a few petroglyphs that may include short Rongorongo inscriptions. Rudloe Manor. The story of Rudloe Manor, also known as the UK's Area 51, is both bizarre and unsolved. While the site was primarily used as an underground military base, where aircraft were manufactured, it also had a history of UFO research and investigations. The Ministry of Defense, MOD, was headquartered in Rudloe Manor, and would send officers to interview UFO witnesses, leading many to claim that extraterrestrial evidence was being hidden on the site. While the MOD denied these claims, declassified files from the National Archives in 2007 confirmed that the site was indeed used for UFO investigations in the 1950s. This raises the question, what information was the MOD hiding from the public? Were they truly investigating UFO sightings or simply using this as a cover for other activities? It's hard to say, and the conversation remains open. Furthermore, the secrecy and mystery surrounding Rodlow Manor is reminiscent of the infamous Area 51 in the United States. The fact that employees were flown in with blocked-out windows and transported on buses with blacked-out windows only adds to the intrigue. It's as if the government was hiding something so important that it needed to be kept completely under wraps. Sea Peoples. The Sea Peoples, a confederation of seafarers who attacked ancient Egypt and other regions in the East Mediterranean during the Late Bronze Age collapse, remain shrouded in mystery. Scholars have proposed various hypotheses about their origins, including Western Asia Minor, the Aegean, Mediterranean islands, and Southern Europe, but no concrete evidence exists to support any of them. The Sea Peoples' incursions have become one of the most famous chapters of Egyptian history, yet their motives and identities remain largely unknown. Despite the creation of the concept in the 19th century, the Sea Peoples' origins have never been documented. Singularity. The technological singularity is a hypothetical future point in time where technological growth becomes uncontrollable and irreversible, resulting in unforeseeable changes to human civilization. It is believed that an upgradable intelligent agent will eventually enter a runaway reaction of self-improvement cycles, each new and more intelligent generation appearing more and more rapidly, causing an explosion in intelligence and resulting in a powerful superintelligence that far surpasses all human intelligence. The concept was first introduced by John von Neumann and popularized by Werner Vinge and Ray Kurzweil. While some scientists express concern that artificial superintelligence could result in human extinction, others dispute the plausibility of a technological singularity and the associated artificial intelligence explosion. It is speculated that over many iterations, a superhuman intelligence could far surpass human cognitive abilities, leading to significant qualitative change before any upper limits imposed by the laws of physics or theoretical computation set in. The possibility of an intelligence explosion depends on three factors: the new intelligence enhancements made possible by each previous improvement, the potential for continued movement toward singularity, and the laws of physics. While the exponential growth in computing technology, suggested by Moore's law, is commonly cited as a reason to expect a singularity in the relatively near future, there are limitations to how big and fast computers can run. Skyquakes. Skyquakes, also known as mispoofers or Seneca guns, are a mysterious and bizarre phenomenon that has been reported in many parts of the world. They are loud, booming sounds that appear to originate from the sky and can cause noticeable vibrations in buildings and across entire areas.
Where's it coming from? Where? I've never heard out like it.
Freaking me out. Like a really big train.
I've never heard out like this before. Sounds like ships, horns. What's that? Wow. I feel it rumbling.
Yeah.
Despite being reported for centuries, the exact cause of skyquakes remains unexplained. Some have speculated that skyquakes may be caused by coronal mass ejections or meteors entering the Earth's atmosphere. Others believe that they may be caused by gas escaping from vents in the Earth's surface, or by explosive releases of less volatile gases generated as limestone decays in underwater caves. Shallow earthquakes and collapsing underwater caves are also possible causes. Interestingly, skyquakes have been reported in many different locations around the world, including the banks of the river Ganges, the United States, Colombia, Japan, Finland, Australia, and many more. They have been given local names such as Barisal Guns in Bangladesh, Uminari in Japan, and Cielomoto in Latin America and Spain. Despite the various hypotheses put forward, the exact cause of skyquakes remains a mystery. Some have suggested that they may be linked to solar or Earth magnetic activity, while others have speculated that they may be related to weather or even volcanic eruptions. St. Vitus's Dance. Dancing mania was a social phenomenon that took place between the 14th and 17th centuries in mainland Europe. It involved groups of people dancing erratically, sometimes thousands at a time, until they collapsed from exhaustion and injuries. The mania affected adults and children alike, and one of the first major outbreaks was in Aachen, in the Holy Roman Empire, in 1374. The cause of dancing mania is still unknown, and theories range from religious cults to people dancing to relieve themselves of stress. Some believe that it was a mass psychogenic illness in which physical symptoms with no known physical cause affect a group of people as a form of social influence. Dancing mania varied in its characteristics and affected tens of thousands of people. A similar phenomenon in Italy was known as tarantism. Although the cause of dancing mania is unknown, remedies were based on guesswork, and often musicians accompanied dancers in an attempt to treat the mania. Star jelly. Star jelly, also known as astromyxin or astral jelly, is a strange and mysterious substance that has been reported for centuries. It is a gelatinous substance that can sometimes be found on grass or tree branches and is described as being translucent or grayish-white in color. According to folklore, star jelly is deposited on Earth during meteor showers. Theories about the origin of star jelly range from it being the remains of frogs, toads, or worms, to the byproducts of cyanobacteria. Reports of star jelly date back to the 14th century, and it has been given many different names such as star fallen, star falling, star shot, star slime, star slough, star slubber, star spurt, and star slutch. Some have suggested that star jelly is formed from the glands in the oviducts of frogs and toads, which are regurgitated by predators. Others believe that it may be caused by slime molds or cyanobacteria. Despite many investigations, the true nature of star jelly remains a mystery. In some cases, the substance has been found to be related to industrial processes such as battery reprocessing. However, in many other cases, it appears to be a natural phenomenon. While scientists have conducted tests on samples of star jelly, they have not been able to find any DNA in the material, leaving the mystery unsolved. Sycamore Knoll. Deep beneath the ocean surface, just off the coast of Southern California, lies a mysterious underwater formation called Sycamore Knoll. This geologic formation covers nearly 5 square miles and is located about 2,000 feet below the surface of the ocean. While geologists believe that Sycamore Knoll is simply a natural geologic formation, some people believe it to be an enormous, artificially constructed, oval-shaped structure with supporting columns, a giant underwater alien base. The theory that Sycamore Knoll is an extraterrestrial base has been promoted by Jimmy Church of the Fade to Black podcast and other UFO enthusiasts. Nearby Malibu has also had a relatively high number of reported UFO sightings, including some over the ocean. Despite these speculations, geologists like David Schwartz maintain that Sycamore Knoll is a natural formation shaped by the geological and ocean forces at play along the Southern California coast. While there is no concrete evidence to support the theory of an underwater alien base, the idea of alien craft ascending and descending the depths off the Southern California coast is certainly exciting. Technocracy theory. Technocracy is a type of government where decision makers are chosen based on their expertise in a particular field, like science or technology. In this system, elected representatives may still exist, but they are not necessarily the primary decision makers. Instead, experts in their respective fields are selected based on their knowledge and performance, rather than political affiliation or popularity. The idea of technocracy is not new and has been around since the early 20th century. It was initially used to solve social problems using scientific methods, but it has evolved into a more practical form, where experts are appointed to administer government functions and recommend legislation. One profound implication of technocracy is that it challenges the traditional democratic model where elected officials make decisions based on popular vote. Technocracy may lead to a merit-based system where the most qualified individuals are in charge, potentially creating a more efficient government. However, critics argue that technocracy creates a divide between the ruling technocrats and the general public, leading to a lack of democratic participation and representation. Additionally, it raises concerns about the concentration of power in the hands of a few experts and the potential for abuse of that power. Temple OS. This is a strange operating system created by a man named Terry A. Davis, who claimed to have received instructions from God to build it as the third temple prophesied in the Bible. Davis was a programmer who developed the system by himself over the course of a decade after experiencing manic episodes that he believed were a revelation from God. It has a resolution of 640 x 480, 16 colors, and single voice audio, which were designed according to explicit instructions from God. The system was programmed with an original variation of C named Holy C, and it includes an original flight simulator, compiler, and kernel. Davis experienced a series of manic episodes which led him to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. He believed that he was in direct communication with God and that God told him the operating system was for God's third temple. He began developing Temple OS around 2003 and renamed it several times before settling on the current name. Temple OS received mostly sympathetic reviews, with some tech journalists and reviewers praising Davis's work despite his mental illness. After Davis's death, many people praised his programming skills and dedication to creating an entire operating system alone. Temple OS is now in the public domain, and Davis's family has requested donations to organizations working to ease the pain and suffering caused by mental illness. Track 61. For decades, rumors have circulated about a secretive train station in New York City that is supposedly used by U.S. presidents for secret transportation.
So this is track 61?
Yes. Right over here behind us are tracks built specifically for Franklin Delano Roosevelt and his train.
Known as Track 61, this hidden station is located beneath the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, and despite occasional sightings, it remains shrouded in mystery. Over the years, Track 61 is said to have hidden the comings and goings of a number of presidents, including George W. Bush, who allegedly had the station prepped for a quick getaway route while he took meetings at the hotel. While military generals and celebrities are also rumored to have used Track 61 for clandestine movements, confirming any of these reports has proven difficult due to the station's high level of secrecy. Tulpas. Tulpa is a paranormal concept that involves creating a being or object through mental or spiritual powers. Modern practitioners called tulpamancers create imaginary friends that they believe are sentient and independent. The concept is based on the idea of emanation body and is believed to have originated in Tibet. Some practitioners even claim that their imaginary friends can communicate with them and have or romantic relationships with them. Tulpas are independent thought forms that exist in the mind like an imaginary friend. They're said to have their own thoughts, feelings, and opinions that are separate from the host's. It's said there are tests to determine if a tulpa is sentient by communicating with them and observing their behavior. Signs of sentience include full sentences and independent opinions, as well as unexpected actions. While the concept of tulpas may seem bizarre or unexplained to some, and there is no scientific evidence to support, for those who practice it, practitioners state it can be a fulfilling and meaningful experience. Unknown bunkers. Mount Yamantau is the highest mountain in the southern Ural section of the Ural Mountains in Russia, and it is known locally as the Evil Mountain. However, what makes it more interesting is the controversy surrounding a secret underground bunker complex believed to be hidden inside. The United States claims that the Russian government or Russian armed forces have built a massive underground facility similar to the Cheyenne Mountain complex, possibly for nuclear purposes. Satellite images have shown large excavation projects in the area. The Russian government has given various explanations for the site, including being a mining site, a repository for treasures, a food storage area, and a bunker for leaders in case of nuclear war. The garrisons built on the site were unified into the closed town of Mezhgorye in 1995, which is said to house 30,000 workers each, served by large rail lines. Despite repeated questions, the Russian government has not provided a clear answer about the purpose of the site. Wendigo. The Wendigo is a malevolent spirit or creature that originates from the folklore of Plains and Great Lakes natives and some First Nations in North America. It is said to be a giant humanoid creature that possesses human beings and invokes feelings of insatiable greed, hunger, and the desire to cannibalize other humans. The Wendigo is often associated with winter, coldness, famine, and starvation. In some traditions, humans overpowered by greed could turn into Wendigos. The myth thus served as a method of encouraging cooperation and moderation. Other sources say Wendigos were created when a human resorted to cannibalism to survive. Humans could also turn into Wendigos by being in contact with them for too long. The Wendigo has also been used in modern psychiatry to describe a culture-bound syndrome known as Wendigo psychosis, which is characterized by an intense craving for human flesh and an intense fear of becoming a cannibal. The Wendigo has been featured in popular culture, including in Marvel Comics, horror fiction, films, and television series. However, these depictions often include features that do not appear in the original indigenous stories. Wessex Way Monster. The Wessex Way Monster is a strange and mysterious creature caught on film in 2007 on a highway in England. The video shows a humanoid figure with a human-like head, body, and legs running on all fours. Many theories have been proposed to explain the creature, including that it is an undiscovered species, an insane man, misidentified wildlife, or a hoax. However, paranormal investigators have concluded that the video is genuine and not a fake. The identity and origin of the Wessex Way Monster remain unexplained and mysterious. Will-o'-the-wisp. The will-o'-the-wisp is a mysterious phenomenon that has been reported throughout history by travelers crossing treacherous habitats, usually marshlands by night. It is also known by many other names such as corpse candle, fairy lights, and elf fire. Despite its prevalence in literature and accounts, there is still no scientific explanation for the phenomenon. Some have suggested that it could be attributed to bioluminescence, as seen in glowworms and fireflies. However, personal observation has shown that there is no flying or suspended insect involved in the will-o'-the-wisp lights. Others have suggested that it could be due to chemiluminescence, which is the emission of light during a chemical reaction, or even combustion. However, the nature of the flame observed in will-o'-the-wisp sightings is quite different from ordinary combustion flames. Tantalizingly, all of the most reasonable physico-chemical and biological explanations for the will-o'-the-wisp phenomenon have proved to be unsatisfactory in some respect. As a result, it remains a fascinating mystery. Yvette's Bridal Formal. Yvette's Bridal Formal is a website that is sure to leave you scratching your head in confusion. From its dizzying color scheme to its bizarre collection of links, this site is a real enigma. Upon entering the homepage, you are greeted by a replica of a Leonardo da Vinci painting and a multitude of links in different colors. As you navigate through the site, you will come across content that ranges from alien conspiracies to demonic possession. Clicking on a link about the Salem witch trials will lead you down a rabbit hole of rambling discussions about government conspiracies and the Easter Bunny. Another link will take you to a page that delves into the molecular demonic virus, a virus that contains malevolent spirits that are ready to possess their host. The site also features MS Paint illustrations of frogs, aliens, and more, and the overall design is the brainchild of a man named Sean Terrence Best. Yvette's Bridal originally commissioned Best to design their website, but instead of creating something simple and straightforward, he injected his own personality into the site, leading to the oddity that it is today. Although Yvette's Bridal was not pleased with Best's design and has since disowned it, he remains proud of his artistic creation and simply wishes to share it with the world. The original website has been removed, but a mirror site still exists for the curious and adventurous to explore. In Bulgaria, there is a phone number that has been associated with a strange and chilling pattern, and it has been suspended forever after a series of deaths involving its owners. The first owner of the number was Vladimir Grashnov, the CEO of the issuing company Mobitel. In 2001, he died of cancer, which was rumored to have been caused by a business rival using radioactive poisoning. The number was then taken up by a man named Konstantin Dimitrov, who was part of a mafia. He was killed in 2003 by an assassin in the Netherlands, where he had gone to inspect his 500 million worth drug empire. It's reported that he had the phone with him when he died. The assassin is said to have been hired by Russian mafias who were jealous of Dimitrov's success. The third man who took up the number was businessman Konstantin Dishliev, who was killed in 2005 in Sofia, Bulgaria's capital. He was reportedly running a cocaine trafficking operation. The case on his killing is still open. After Dishliev's death, the number was suspended and has remained so ever since. Whoever calls the number now hears the same message outside network coverage. The pattern associated with the phone number has left many people wondering if it's cursed. Is there something sinister at play, or is it just a series of eerie coincidences? There is no clear explanation, and the issuing company, Mobitel, has declined to comment on the matter. 3M force field. In the world of science, there are strange phenomena that seem like they belong in science fiction. One such incident occurred in a 3M adhesive tape factory in South Carolina during the summer of 1980. Workers encountered an invisible force field that created an impenetrable wall blocking their way. When David Swenson of the 3M Electrical Specialties Division was called to investigate, he slammed into the same invisible wall. The force was strong enough to even suck in birds and was electrically charged, making it dangerous to humans. Experts explain the phenomenon by the phenomenon known as Coulomb's forces, or electrostatic force. This creates a tightly bound sheath of air molecules and charged particles that normally would be invisible, but on that day, the conditions were perfect for it to become visible. Despite numerous inquiries and attempts, the invisible wall has not been recreated, making it a bizarre example of unexplained phenomena that can occur in the world of science. Altamaha-ha. The Altamaha-ha, or Alti, is a legendary creature in Georgia folklore. It is said to inhabit the small streams and abandoned rice fields near the mouth of the Altamaha River in southeastern Georgia, with sightings reported in McIntosh County. The legend has its roots in Muskogee tradition, and some believe that an alligator gar could be the creature behind recent sightings. In 2018, decomposing remains found on a beach sparked speculation that they could be the body of an Altamaha-ha, but performance artist Zardulu later claimed responsibility for creating the remains out of a stuffed shark and papier-mâché. Despite this, the mystery of the Alti lives on in the Georgia folklore. Bear Lake Sea Monster. The Bear Lake Monster is a creature that allegedly inhabits the waters near Bear Lake on the Utah-Idaho border. The myth began in the 19th century, with reports of sightings by Mormon settler Joseph C. Rich, although he later recanted his stories. Descriptions of the creature vary, but it is said to resemble a serpent with legs, spikes along its spine, and a head that has been compared to a cow, otter, crocodile, or walrus. Sightings of the monster continued over the years, and the last one was reported in 2002. The creature has become a tourist attraction, and a Bear Lake monster boat, shaped like the monster, offers scenic cruises with folklore storytelling. The creature is considered a part of local folklore and has been jokingly celebrated in various ways, such as filling a float with children labeled as the real Bear Lake monsters. Black Stick Men Phenomena. The Black Stick Men, a bizarre and unnerving phenomenon that has been scaring people all around the world. These two-dimensional stick figures, between 7 to 12 feet tall and incredibly thin, are devoid of any noticeable features, almost as if they were crudely drawn stick figures that came to life and stepped off the page. Reports say that their movements are very smooth, but also very unnatural, and they become almost invisible when viewed from a certain angle. They are known to cause dizziness or tiredness in their presence, as well as a distinct sense of static charge in the air, and sometimes a sense of malevolence. Although they are not known to be aggressive, reports of feeling a sense of malevolence suggest that they may not have friendly intentions. Witnesses have reported that these entities are skittish and act almost surprised when they are seen, usually escaping by creeping off into the night and the darkness, or simply vanishing into thin air. They make no sound and have no shadow, unlike ghosts, and they are not linked to a certain location because of a tragic death or some sort of awful incident. They simply appear wherever they want to appear. While the phenomenon of black stick men has been relatively recent, some people believe that they are linked to ancient beings depicted in some cave drawings, which some groups believe are signs of ancient aliens or extra-dimensional travelers. The stick figures have yet to communicate with anybody in any way, not even a sound, and there has yet to be a recorded case of a stick person attacking someone. Despite the lack of physical harm reported, the stick men's presence can be extremely unsettling, leaving witnesses with a sense of unease and terror. Some witnesses have described feeling like they are being watched or followed, even when they are in their own homes. It is a bizarre and unexplained phenomenon that has puzzled and terrified people around the world, leaving many to wonder what exactly these black stick men are and where they come from. Boriska Kiprianovich. Boriska Kiprianovich, a young man from Russia, has claimed to be from Mars, leaving scientists and the public alike puzzled and curious about his extraordinary claims. Born in 1996, Boriska was an incredibly advanced child from a young age, with his mother claiming that he began speaking just a few months after he was born. By the age of 1.5, he could read, draw, and paint. In kindergarten, his teachers noted his exceptional writing skills and his ability to learn languages quickly, as well as his astonishing memory skills. Despite his parents not teaching him anything about space as a child, Boriska became fascinated with it, and the planet Mars in particular. He would spend hours talking to his parents about the red planet, and eventually began to claim that he was from Mars himself. According to media reports, Boriska has an impressive knowledge of planetary systems and space in general. Boriska claims that he has been sent to Earth on a mission to save humankind from a nuclear war that could lead to their destruction. He alleges that his own Martian race was virtually wiped out thousands of years ago due to nuclear warfare, and if humans do not change the situation relating to the nuclear power struggle, they will soon meet the same fate as the Martians. In addition, Boriska claims that he is not the only child from outer space on this mission. He has claimed that many other children like him have been sent on the same mission from outer space, and they are reincarnations of the Martian race and are called the Indigo Children. As per Boriska, there are a few more Martians who managed to survive the nuclear war and are still living on the Red Planet. According to Boriska, the Martians have incredible abilities and technology, such as interstellar travel and the ability to time travel. He claims that many Martians are immortals and stop aging at 35 years old. He remembers participating in air raids with his friends when he was 14 or 15 years old, and the Martians were waging wars. Although some reports claim that Boriska has an IQ of 200, there is no official confirmation of this. Boris would suddenly disappear from public view. While some people did not notice his disappearance, others believed he held valuable information and began to investigate his whereabouts. Some speculated he had grown tired of the attention and moved to a remote village with his mother. Although some of his predictions did not come true, his claims about the Great Pyramid were accurate. Some have lost faith in him since his disappearance, while others still believe in Indigo Children and the importance of their message. Bridgewater Triangle. The Bridgewater Triangle is a baffling enigma. This region of southeastern Massachusetts, covering about 200 square miles, 520 square kilometers, is a hotbed of alleged paranormal activity. From UFO sightings and poltergeists to orbs and balls of fire, there seems to be no end to the strange phenomena reported in this area. But the Bridgewater Triangle is not just home to your run-of-the-mill ghosts and aliens. No, this place is truly bizarre, boasting sightings of Bigfoot-like creatures, giant snakes, and thunderbirds with wingspans up to 12 feet. It's enough to make even the bravest of souls tremble in fear. And if that wasn't enough, there have also been reports of cult activity in the area, including instances of animal mutilation that are believed to be the work of a sinister group. Some locals even attribute the Bridgewater Triangle's otherworldly activity to a Native American curse stemming from conflict with colonial settlers. But perhaps the most intriguing creature said to inhabit the Bridgewater Triangle is the Pukwudgie, a mischievous and dangerous creature from Algonquian folklore. The Wampanoag people, native to the region, consider them to be powerful tricksters, capable of both helping and harming humans. In the Freetown State Forest, which falls within the Triangle's boundaries, these creatures are said to be particularly active. Clapham Wood Mystery. Clapham Wood, located in West Sussex, England, is a place of dark secrets and unexplained mysteries. For decades, reports of UFO sightings, satanic cult activity, and missing or sick pets have plagued this woodland area, leaving paranormal enthusiasts and Fortean authors in a state of perplexity. According to Nick Brownlow's article in the Fortean Times magazine, sightings of unidentified flying objects and pets going missing or becoming ill in the area can be traced back to the 1960s. Other strange phenomena, such as sudden patches of gray mist and sensations of being pushed or followed, have also been reported in the woods. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of Clapham Wood is the number of deaths that have occurred there. Theories flourished about what could be causing the strange activity in Clapham Wood. Some suggest that the woods are used for satanic rituals by a cult known as the Friends of Hecate. Devil's Tramping Ground. The Devil's Tramping Ground is a camping spot in North Carolina, surrounded by legends and lore. It is said that the devil haunts a barren circle within the forest, and strange events occur to those who spend the night there. Dogs reportedly refuse to go near the circle, and nothing has grown there for 100 years. According to local legends, the devil walks in circles on certain nights, thinking of ways to bring evil into the world. Dighton Rock. Dighton Rock, a 40-ton boulder located in the riverbed of Taunton River, Massachusetts, boasts ancient petroglyphs of uncertain origin. The rock was relocated for preservation and is now on display at Dighton Rock State Park. The petroglyphs include lines, geometric shapes, people, and writing, both verified and not. Various theories have been proposed about the creators of these carvings, including indigenous peoples of North America, ancient Phoenicians, Norse, Portuguese, and even Chinese. While some legends suggest the markings are deeply cut, early reports indicate that they are not as prominent as previously believed. Nonetheless, the rock remains a curious and unsolved mystery, captivating visitors with its enigmatic carvings. Dream hacking. Dream hacking, also known as dream alteration or dream intrusion, is the process of engineering ads or ideas into our subconscious through audio and visual stimuli in order to influence our dreams. While dream hacking may seem like something out of a sci-fi movie, it is already being explored by marketers and scientists alike. One of the most bizarre aspects of dream hacking is the idea of targeted dream implantation, which involves encouraging people to watch videos or listen to specific soundscapes before going to bed. The goal is to create a subconscious urge to use a particular product or service, ultimately influencing real-world actions. But dream hacking isn't just limited to marketing gimmicks. Scientists are also exploring the potential of dream incubation for therapeutic and creative purposes, such as treating psychiatric conditions like depression and PTSD, and enhancing creativity. The possibilities of using dream hacking for good are vast, but there are ethical concerns that must be addressed. The idea of companies manipulating our dreams without our consent raises serious questions about privacy and consent. The thought of waking up to a product placement in our dreams is unsettling, to say the least. It also raises the question of whether or not dreams, which have been regarded as a private and personal experience, should be subjected to corporate intrusion. While dream hacking may still be in its early stages, it's clear that it has the potential to change our relationship with advertising and our subconscious minds. As technology advances and companies seek new ways to influence consumers, it's important that we address the ethical concerns surrounding dream hacking and ensure that our dreams remain a private and personal experience. Duhar Tribe. The discovery of the Duhare people and their mysterious origins has captivated the imaginations of many researchers and historians. Their striking appearance, with red or brown hair that hung to their heels, freckles, and gray eyes, set them apart from other native tribes in the South Carolina and Georgia regions. The fact that they were also noticeably taller than other natives and were skilled farmers and herders with domesticated deer further added to their intrigue. Some researchers have suggested that the Duhar people may have been of Irish origin, citing evidence such as their use of metal tools, their appearance, and the fact that several Gaelic tribes in Ireland and Scotland had domesticated dairy deer before dairy cows. The word Duhari can also be translated as place of the Irish in Gaelic, and some have even linked them to the legendary Irish monk St. Brendan, who is said to have sailed to America in the 6th century. The discovery of the Duhare people has also raised questions about other tribes of red-haired giants that have been reported throughout America. The Paiute of Nevada speak of red-haired giants known as the Si-Te-Ka, while the Mandan tribe of North and South Dakota described natives with fair skin, red or blonde hair, and blue or gray eyes. Mummified remains of red-haired individuals have also been found in various locations across the United States, adding to the mystery of these ancient peoples. Enneagram Enlightenment. Enneagram Enlightenment is a way to become more aware of yourself and reach higher levels of consciousness using a system called the Enneagram. The Enneagram is a shape made up of 9 connected personality types that can help you understand your own behavior and motivations. Some people believe that by using the Enneagram, you can reach a state of spiritual awakening and enlightenment. There are different ways to do this, like meditating on your Enneagram type to understand yourself better or using it to explore parts of yourself that you might have ignored. However, not everyone agrees with the idea of Enneagram enlightenment. Some say it's not backed up by science and isn't reliable, while others think that it's too simple and doesn't take into account the complexity of spiritual growth. Overall, the idea of Enneagram enlightenment is still a mystery and controversial. Some people swear by it while others are skeptical. It remains an unsolved topic with no clear answers about its validity and effectiveness for spiritual growth. Esalen Institute. Founded in 1962 with the intention of exploring alternative methods for human consciousness, Esalen has since become a center for practices and beliefs that make up the New Age movement. The workshops at Esalen cover a wide range of topics, including personal growth, meditation, massage, yoga, psychology, ecology, spirituality, and organic food. But what draws visitors to this place is the bizarre and unexplained phenomena that have occurred here over the years. From encounters with strange energies to sightings of unexplained lights in the sky, Esalen has been a hotbed of paranormal activity. The hot springs, which are open only to guests, are said to have healing powers and have been the site of many unexplained events. The story of Esalen is full of bizarre and unsolved aspects, including the tragic death of founder Dick Price in a hiking accident in 1985. And in 2017, the Institute faced a major setback when it was cut off due to mudslides, forcing it to close its doors and lay off most of its staff. Despite the challenges, Esalen remains a place of wonder and intrigue, attracting visitors from around the world who seek to unlock the mysteries of human consciousness and potential. Falcon Lake Incident. The Falcon Lake incident is one of the world's most documented UFO sightings, yet it remains a perplexing unsolved mystery to this day. In May 1967, Stefan Michalak, a Winnipeg industrial mechanic and amateur geologist, traveled to Falcon Lake to prospect for precious metals. While inspecting a quartz vein, Michalak was startled by the sounds of agitated geese and looked up to see 2 cigar-shaped objects hovering around 150 feet away from him. The objects emitted a reddish glow, and one of them landed on a nearby rocky platform, taking on a disc shape. Michalak sketched the object and attempted to find any identifying insignia but found none. The craft lacked seams and had a smooth metallic surface resembling colored glass. The landed craft was 34 feet in length and 15 feet in height, changing color between gray and red and emanating a golden glow. Michalak approached the craft and saw an open door on its side with bright lights. Within the craft, he heard muffled human-like voices and saw light beams and panels flashing various colors. The craft appeared empty, and as he walked away, 3 panels slid in to seal the craft. When he touched the craft, he found it so hot that the fingertips of his gloves melted. The craft then turned counterclockwise, revealing a panel with a grid of holes that emitted a blast of heated gas, which hit him in the chest, blew him backward, and set fire to his clothing. Mikolak suffered burns on his chest and stomach, with a grid-like pattern of raised sores appearing on his body. Mikolak continued to experience prolonged bouts of diarrhea, headaches, blackouts, and continued weight loss consistent with radiation poisoning. However, tests administered following the incident came up negative. Mikolak continued to suffer intermittent reappearances of his burns, and its effects would never fully subside by the time Mikolak died in 1999. Despite extensive investigations by various Canadian and American authorities, the case remains unsolved. Some skeptics suggest that Mikolak's burns were the result of an accident stemming from alcohol use or to dissuade competitors from prospecting in his site. However, anomalies, including a circle of burned vegetation, highly radioactive elements within soil samples and clothing Mikolak had removed, and metal melted into cracks of rock, exhibited high levels of radioactivity, were uncovered at the site. Golden ratio. The golden ratio is a mathematical concept that compares the ratio of two quantities with the ratio of their sum to the larger quantity. This creates a constant value known as the golden ratio, which is approximately 1.618. The strange thing about the golden ratio is that it appears in many places in nature, such as the spiral patterns of shells and the arrangement of leaves on plants. Some artists and architects have even used the golden ratio to design their works because they believe it looks aesthetically pleasing. Despite being studied for centuries, the golden ratio still holds many mysteries. Mathematicians are still trying to understand its properties and why it appears in so many natural phenomena. Some people even believe that the golden ratio has mystical properties or a deeper meaning beyond its mathematical significance. Bob Hickman. Bob Hickman's book, God Entered the Body of Bob Hickman as a Body Same Size, details his belief that he is possessed by the Christian Trinity. His possession has led him to the conclusion that God treats mankind very poorly, and he tries to communicate this perspective through his writings. However, Bob's writing is difficult to read, with strangely punctuated stream of consciousness paragraphs and HTML tags throughout. Some believe he is a scammer, while others think he suffers from paranoid schizophrenia. Bob's possession has been negative, with God torturing and abusing him. Bob does self-destructive things in an attempt to get rid of God, such as rubbing sandpaper on his face. He also claims that God hits him and keeps records of this on his YouTube channel. Gibbons twins. June and Jennifer Gibbons were identical twins who grew up in Wales, known as the Silent Twins, due to their exclusive communication with each other. They had an idiosyncratic language that nobody could understand. Being the only black children in the community, they were bullied at school, which made their language even more unintelligible to others. They became increasingly reserved and eventually spoke to no one except each other and their younger sister. The girls continued to attend school, but they refused to read or write. They became catatonic and entirely withdrawn when separated. When they were reunited, the two spent several years isolating themselves in their bedroom, engaged in elaborate plays with dolls. They created many plays and stories, writing novels and poems in a sort of soap opera style, which involved young men and women who exhibit strange and often criminal behavior. In their later teenage years, the twins began using drugs and alcohol. They committed a number of crimes, including vandalism, petty theft, and arson, which led to their admission to Broadmoor Hospital, a high-security mental health hospital, where they were held for 11 years. June later blamed their selective muteness for their lengthy sentence. During their stay in the hospital, they believed that it was necessary for one of them to die, and after much discussion, Jennifer agreed to make the sacrifice of her life. In March 1993, the twins were transferred to a more open clinic in Bridgend, Wales. On arrival, Jennifer could not be roused, and she died soon after of acute myocarditis, a sudden inflammation of the heart, with no evidence of drugs or poison in her system. At the inquest, June revealed that Jennifer had been acting strangely for about a day before their release. Her speech had been slurring, and she had said that she was dying. After Jennifer's death, June gave interviews, seeking to put the past behind her. By 2008, she was living quietly and independently. Kokogi, as the shadowy figure became known, was a mysterious entity that terrorized the Native American community living on the reservation. While some dismissed it as a prank or the result of too much alcohol, others believed that it was a supernatural being that had been summoned through an unauthorized shaking tent ceremony. According to eyewitness accounts, Kokogi appeared as a humanoid figure made entirely of shadow. It moved with incredible speed, darting around houses and knocking on windows in the dead of night. Those who saw it claimed that it had reflective yellow eyes that glowed in the darkness and a mouth full of sharp, pointed teeth that it bared in a chilling smile. But Kokogi wasn't just a harmless apparition. Those who dared to confront it reported feeling a sense of fear and dread wash over them, as though they were being watched by an evil presence. Some even claimed that Kokogi communicated with them in a language they couldn't understand, whispering dark secrets and promises of doom. The residents of the reservation tried various methods to protect themselves from Kokogi, including smudging their homes and seeking the advice of elders. But despite their best efforts, Kokogi continued to haunt them, leaving them with a sense of unease and dread that lingered long after the entity had vanished into the night. Grey goo. The idea of grey goo is a chilling and bizarre scenario that explores the potential dangers of molecular nanotechnology. It involves self-replicating machines that consume all biomass on Earth while building many more of themselves, eventually reducing the biosphere to dust. The term was first coined by nanotechnology pioneer K. Eric Drexler in his 1986 book, Engines of Creation, and has since been used as a worst-case scenario thought experiment for technologists contemplating possible risks from advancing technology. The original idea assumed that machines were designed to have this capability, while popularizations have assumed that machines might somehow gain this capability by accident. According to Drexler, the term was popularized by an article in science fiction magazine Omni, which also popularized the term nanotechnology in the same issue. While Drexler has more recently conceded that there is no need to build anything that even resembles a potential runaway replicator, the danger of grey goo is still a useful construct for considering low-probability, high-impact outcomes from emerging technologies. It serves as a useful tool in the ethics of technology, requiring technologists to contemplate even extremely low probability events that may have an extremely negative and irreversible consequence. While recent analysis suggests that the danger of grey goo is far less likely than originally thought, other long-term major risks to society and the environment from nanotechnology have been identified. As such, embedding controls in molecular machines is recommended to prevent anyone from purposely abusing nanotechnology and avoid the grey goo scenario. The potential consequences of technological advancements must be carefully considered and weighed against their potential benefits to society. Metro 2. Metro 2 is a rumored secret underground metro system in Moscow built during Stalin's time. It allegedly runs parallel to the public Moscow Metro and connects the Kremlin with other locations of national importance, such as the FSB headquarters and an underground town at Ramenki. Although its existence has neither been confirmed nor denied, there is evidence pointing to its creation, such as the discovery of an entrance in 1994 and declassified archival materials. The purpose of Metro 2 remains a mystery, with some speculating that it was built for the leadership of the Communist Party in case of war. Monster with 21 Faces. The Monster with 21 Faces was a group that terrorized Japan in the 1980s by sending taunting letters and committing various crimes, including kidnapping and attempted poisonings of food products. Despite extensive police efforts involving over 1 million officers, no one was ever charged with the crimes. The group sent cryptic messages and provided some clues, but their true motivations and identities remain a mystery. Suspects included a man caught on camera placing poisoned candy on store shelves and a large, well-built man with fox-like eyes who eluded police multiple times. The case remains one of Japan's most bizarre and unsolved mysteries. Nevada Triangle. The Nevada Triangle, a mysterious region of the Sierra Nevada mountains, spanning from Las Vegas, Nevada, to Fresno, California, and Reno, Nevada, has seen the disappearance of more than 2,000 planes over the last 60 years. The area, which includes the top-secret Area 51, has been the subject of numerous conspiracy theories, including UFOs and paranormal activity. Many of the missing planes, flown by experienced pilots, have vanished under mysterious circumstances with no wreckage found. Some of the most famous cases include that of record-setting aviator Steve Fawcett, who disappeared in 2007, and Air Force Lieutenant David Steves, who reappeared 54 days after disappearing in 1957. The cause of the disappearances remains unknown, with some attributing them to the area's geography and atmospheric conditions, while others point to pilot error, turbulence, and disorienting terrain. Despite extensive searches, many crash sites are never found, leaving the Nevada Triangle a perplexing and unsolved mystery. 1561 Nuremberg Phenomena. In 1561, a mass sighting of celestial phenomena occurred above Nuremberg, with witnesses describing an aerial battle followed by hundreds of odd-shaped objects moving erratically in the sky. A woodcut engraving and text by Hans Glaser described the event, which some skeptics attribute to a sundog. Carl Jung's mid-20th century writings analyzed the archetypal meaning of UFOs and interpreted the event as a natural phenomenon with religious and military overtones. Other historical reports of similar phenomena in Germany and Switzerland suggest that such events were a common part of apocalyptic thought during times of hardship and conflict. Operation High Jump. Operation High Jump was a 1946 to 1947 U.S. Navy mission to establish an Antarctic research base, Little America 4. The operation included 4,700 men, 13 ships, and 33 aircraft. High Jump's objectives included training personnel, establishing sovereignty over the Antarctic, determining the feasibility of bases in the area, and developing techniques for establishing air bases on ice. The operation ended in late February 1947, but rumors persist that the true objective was to investigate a Nazi presence in the region. The mission's commander, Admiral Byrd, warned that the U.S. should be prepared for an invasion by hostile planes coming from the polar regions. The crash of a plane during the mission resulted in the deaths of 3 crew members, and 1 seaman died in a ship unloading accident. The mission remains a mystery, and theories persist about what the U.S. really hoped to achieve. Pedro Mountain Mummy. The San Pedro Mountains mummy, also known as Pedro, is a mummy discovered in Wyoming in the 1930s. While mainstream science considers it to be the mummy of an anencephalic infant, its unusual features and small stature have made it a part of American folklore as well as ufology and cryptozoology. Another mummified remains named Chiquita, and found later, raised questions about a connection between the two, as they shared similarities and both had anencephaly. Some theorists believe that these remains are related to the legends of the Nemerigar, a race of tiny people who were said to possess magical powers, but were also depicted as violent and a threat to the locals. The discovery of these remains raises questions about ancient burial practices and beliefs, and whether there could have been a civilization of dwarfs in history. However, most experts believe that these remains were mummified due to post-death religious practices enacted by the native people at the time. Pittsburgh Protractors. In the city of Pittsburgh, an enigmatic phenomenon has captured the attention of locals and internet sleuths alike. Numbered protractors glued to various surfaces around the city. The objects are found in many neighborhoods, with one of the largest concentrations in the Polish Hill neighborhood. The protractors are assigned individual numbers that run into the hundreds, and the reason for their placement remains a mystery. Some believe the protractors are a celebration of Pittsburgh's famous bridges, while others theorize that they are part of an elaborate art project or the work of a renegade math freak. Still, others believe that the protractors were placed to encourage Pittsburghers to explore their city's hidden gems. However, not everyone finds the phenomenon as intriguing, as authorities consider the objects akin to graffiti and a crime. The protractors have garnered a devoted following online, with enthusiasts sharing photos, accounts of their encounters, and plotting their locations on maps. While some disappear and pop up in unexpected places, the protractors remain securely fastened to their surfaces with superglue, making their removal difficult and expensive for the city. As the mystery of the protractors continues to baffle and perplex, the true purpose and provenance of these objects remain a mystery waiting to be uncovered. Ricky McCormick Code. In 1999, Ricky McCormick's body was found in a field in St. Charles County, Missouri, with 2 coded notes in his pockets. Despite attempts by the FBI's Cryptanalysis and Racketeering Records Unit and the American Cryptogram Association to decipher the codes, the meanings of the notes remain unsolved. McCormick was a high school dropout and had a criminal record. He suffered from chronic health problems and was receiving disability welfare payments. There was no indication of a motive for his killing, and his killer remains unknown. The significance of the notes is illustrated by the FBI's belief that breaking the code could reveal the victim's whereabouts before his death, potentially leading to the solution of the homicide. McCormick's family members have stated that they never knew of him to write in code, and they question his capacity to craft the notes found in his pockets. Despite criticism and skepticism, the FBI has requested help from the public in obtaining the meaning of the messages, and a page has been established for comments and theories. Robert Golf and glass cameras. The world of remote viewing and astral projection has long been a topic of interest for governments and intelligence agencies. The United States in particular saw the potential for these tools in their efforts to gather intelligence on foreign enemies during the Cold War era. One program, known as Operation Stargate, used remote viewing and astral projection to collect intel on foreign assets and programs that would otherwise be impossible to obtain. However, even these methods had their limitations. The information obtained was often subjective and difficult to analyze. This led to the development of the glass camera, a recording device that could be used during projection. Robert Golf, a powerful psychic in the 1980s, was allegedly involved in this project. It is rumored that while participating in a remote viewing session, Golf died and his consciousness was drawn into the afterlife. According to reports, the afterlife that Golf experienced was sealed and classified, never to be viewed again. The reasons for this are unclear. Some speculate that the government wanted to control the narrative and keep the knowledge hidden from the public. Others suggest that the afterlife was something far worse than heaven or hell. Ron Legarsky. The Southern Ocean is home to a bizarre and unsolved phenomenon. Hundreds of photospheres that are anything but ordinary. These images feature an office with an extensive computer setup, blurry and nonsensical scenes, and random product placements. Some even reveal unknown locations with massive libraries and more. It's Ron Legarsky, the owner of 2 Google accounts at level 10 and 7, who's responsible for most of these strange images. With a vast amount of posts, Legarsky remains shrouded in mystery. However, what's particularly puzzling is one photo showing an unknown logo tattooed on an individual, which is also prominently displayed on Legarsky's Google profile picture. The truth behind these mysterious images remains unknown. Russian cauldrons. In Russia's Ural Mountains, deep in the forested region of Komi, there is a bizarre and unsolved phenomenon known as the Russian cauldrons. These strange formations are large craters, some measuring up to 100 feet in diameter, that seem to have been blasted into the earth from below. The cauldrons were first discovered in the 1980s by geologist Alexander Portnoy, who was exploring the remote region. He found dozens of these strange craters scattered across the landscape, all of them similar in shape and formation. Theories about the origin of the Russian cauldrons abound, but none have been proven definitively. Some scientists believe they are the result of natural geological processes, such as the collapse of underground caverns or the explosion of methane gas deposits, but others have more fantastical explanations. Some locals believe the craters were created by extraterrestrial activity or underground nuclear explosions, while others claim they are portals to other dimensions or the result of experiments conducted by the Soviet government. Adding to the mystery is the fact that the Russian authorities have been hesitant to allow further investigation of the cauldrons. In 1991, a group of scientists from the Ural branch of the Russian Academy of Sciences attempted to study the craters, but were turned away by armed guards. Salish sea feet. Since 2007, a bizarre phenomenon has been occurring on the coasts of the Salish Sea, with at least 20 detached human feet washing up on shore. The mystery surrounding these feet has puzzled investigators, as they have not been able to determine a clear cause for the phenomena. Although the BC Coroner's Service has ruled out foul play in all investigations, the feet have been identified as belonging to individuals who died by either accidents or suicide. However, the detachment of the feet during the decomposition process remains unexplained. Most of the feet were found in sneakers, which the coroner suggests kept them buoyant enough to wash ashore, while also protecting them from decomposition. Interestingly, previous foot discoveries have been reported in British Columbia, dating back more than a century, and one was found in Vancouver in 1887, resulting in the place of discovery being called Leg and Boot Square. Despite several identifications, some of the feet have remained unidentified, and the cause of the detachment of the feet from the rest of the body remains a mystery. The media has given increased attention to this phenomenon, with many speculating about the cause of the mystery. The morbid fascination with this topic has led to it being featured in various novels, TV shows, and podcasts. Although decomposition and buoyancy might explain the detachment of the feet from the body, it still does not explain why only the feet are being found, leaving the rest of the body still missing. The finding of multiple feet in close proximity has been deemed unusual, with one police officer stating it has 1,000,000 to 1 odds. Shepherd's Monument Code. The Shugborough inscription is a mysterious set of letters carved on a monument at Shugborough Hall in Staffordshire, England. The letters are OUOSVAVV and are located below a carving of a painting by Nicolas Poussin called The Shepherds of Arcadia. The inscription has never been fully explained, and is considered one of the world's top unsolved codes. People have come up with many theories to try to explain the inscription, but none of them have been proven. Some people think that the letters are a message from Thomas Anson to his dead wife, while others think that they may be a cipher that encodes the location of Spanish treasure buried by Admiral George Anson. There are even theories that the letters are a clue to the location of the Holy Grail. Despite the many theories, nobody knows for sure what the inscription means. Even the staff at Shugborough Hall remain skeptical of all the proposed solutions. They receive many claims from people who think they have solved the code, but none of them have been confirmed. Solar plexus clown gliders. This is a mysterious phenomenon that is said to infect people through their solar plexus chakra, causing them to experience intense psychological pain and hallucinations. The origin of SPCG can be traced back to New Age practitioners in the 1980s, but it gained notoriety in the late 90s due to a horror-themed email that claimed reading or hearing the words solar plexus clown glider could make one susceptible to infection. Some even claimed that viewing certain black and white images online could also cause infection. SPCG is not a physical creature, but rather an ephemeral entity that operates at the level of language and imagery. It is said to feed off of negative emotions such as anger, fear, and anxiety, which are associated with the solar plexus chakra in Hindu culture. The origins of the phrase itself are unclear, but some speculate that it was part of a CIA mind control experiment. Some believe that SPCG is an early internet legend, possibly created as a hoax or jump scare prank. However, it is also possible that SPCG is an example of digital folklore ostentation practices where individuals or groups act out folkloric scenarios to cement the idea of a haunted computer. SPCG was further influenced by sci-fi and comedy stories about mimetic phenomena that kill anyone who is exposed, such as the basilisks in BLIT by David Langford. There are several theories about the true nature of SPCG, ranging from an interdimensional demon to a military scientific project to create a brain-deteriorating weapon. American filmmaker David Lynch also wrote about a similar entity or psychic illness, which he calls the suffocating rubber clown suit of negativity. Stargate Project. Stargate Project was a top-secret unit set up by the U.S. Army in 1978 to explore the potential of psychic phenomena in intelligence applications. The project was mainly focused on remote viewing, the ability to psychically see events, sights, or information from a distance. The unit consisted of about 15 to 20 individuals and was run out of an old, leaky wooden barracks. The project went through various code names before being consolidated and renamed as Stargate Project in 1991. The Stargate project was terminated and declassified in 1995 after a CIA report concluded that it was never useful in any intelligence operation. Information provided by the program was vague and included irrelevant and erroneous data, and there were suspicions of interjudge reliability. However, the project was featured in the book and film The Men Who Stare at Goats, although it is not named directly in either. The U.S. became interested in psychic research in other countries after getting information about experiments conducted in Czechoslovakia in 1975, where a team was supposed to store mental energy in biogenerators and use it to kill insects or induce dizziness in test subjects. The CIA and DIA decided to investigate this phenomenon, and various programs were approved yearly and refunded accordingly. The reviews were made semi-annually at the Senate and House Select Committee level. Feedback to the remote viewer was rare, and it was kept classified and secret. Remote viewing is an attempt to sense unknown information about places or events. Normally, it is performed to detect current events, but during military and domestic intelligence applications, viewers claimed to sense things in the future, experiencing precognition. Despite the termination of the Stargate project, the concept of remote viewing continues to intrigue many people, and research on this phenomenon is ongoing. Sweating sickness. Sweating sickness is a historical enigma that has puzzled medical experts for centuries. The sudden onset of symptoms was unlike anything seen in other epidemics of the time. Cases of the sweating sickness spiked and receded very quickly and heavily affected rural populations. The cause of the disease remains unknown, and various theories have been proposed, but none have been proven. One of the most interesting theories is that an unknown species of hantavirus was responsible for the sweating sickness. Hantaviruses are zoonotic diseases carried by bats, rodents, and several insectivores. The epidemiology of hantavirus correlates with the trends of the English sweating sickness, and both affect middle-aged adults. However, infection via human contact has been suggested in hantavirus outbreaks, whereas sweating sickness was thought to have been transmitted from human to human. Another theory is that the disease may have been an outbreak of anthrax poisoning, which was present in raw wool or infected animal carcasses. Although the sweating sickness outbreaks stopped after 1551, a similar disease occurred in France between 1718 and 1918, known as the Picardy sweat. It was significantly less lethal than the English sweat, but with a strikingly high frequency of outbreaks. Toynbee tiles. The Toynbee tiles are an enigmatic and mysterious phenomenon that have been found embedded in the asphalt of streets in various cities across the United States and South America. These tiles, which are roughly the size of an American license plate, contain inscriptions that read, "Toynbee Idea in Movie 2001, Resurrect Dead on Planet Jupiter." While the origin and purpose of these tiles remain unknown, they have sparked the curiosity and imagination of many people. Some of the more elaborate tiles feature cryptic political statements or exhort readers to create and install similar tiles. The material used for making the tiles was initially unknown, but evidence has emerged that they may be primarily made of layers of linoleum and asphalt crack-filling compound. Articles about the tiles began appearing in the mid-1990s, though references may have started to appear in the mid-1980s. The Toynbee tiles were first photographed in the late 1980s, and their first known reference in the media came in 1994 in the Baltimore Sun, while others believe it alludes to Ray Bradbury's short story, The Toynbee Convector. Another interpretation is that the reference comes from Arthur C. Clarke's short story, Jupiter 5, which involves a spaceship named the Arnold Toynbee on a mission to Jupiter. Despite the mystery surrounding their origin, the Toynbee tiles have captured the attention of many people and have even been the subject of a documentary film. The tiles have been destroyed during regular road maintenance, but some still remain in various locations. The city of Chicago considers them to be no different than graffiti, while the Streets Department of Philadelphia recognizes them as street art and will save one or two of the Toynbee tiles only if there is a fast and affordable method for removing them. Ural relief map. The mysterious Dashka stone has captivated the imaginations of researchers since its discovery in 1999. Some believe that it is a map created by the architect of the world, while others are more skeptical, pointing out that the shell-based dating is likely flawed. Despite this controversy, it is hard to deny the incredible accuracy and detail of the map, which shows the Ural Mountains and a series of sophisticated engineering projects. What is perhaps most perplexing about the Dashka stone is its composition. Made of a cement or ceramic compound, diopside glass enriched with silicon, and a calcium porcelain mixture, the stone has 3 distinct layers that suggest a high degree of craftsmanship. The hieroglyphs that adorn the map have yet to be deciphered, but they are thought to be related to an ancient form of Chinese. While there is much debate about the true age and origin of the Dashka stone, it is hard to deny its beauty and intricacy. Van Heist's lights. On the night of August 24th, 2014, a strange and unexplainable phenomenon occurred in the vast Pacific Ocean. As Captain Van Heist flew a 747, 8 from Hong Kong to Anchorage, air traffic control announced major earthquakes in San Francisco and Chile, as well as a volcanic eruption in Iceland. With active and soon-to-erupt volcanoes along their route, the crew knew they could encounter ash clouds if any of these volcanoes erupted. While cruising at a comfortable 34,000 feet somewhere southeast of the Russian Kamchatka Peninsula, the crew saw an intense light flash in the distance ahead, similar to a lightning bolt, but more intense and of shorter duration. Strangely, it was just one single flash, and there was no other electromagnetic activity, lightning strikes, within a radius of at least 1,000 kilometers before or after the sighting. Around 20 minutes later, the crew saw a deep red-orange glow ahead of them, illuminating the clouds and sky below them in an eerie orange glow. The closer they got, the more intense the glow became. The lights were much larger than an average city or group of boats, and were red and orange, not the usual yellow and white of cities or ships. The crew immediately reported their observations to air traffic control, but they could not explain the lights. The photos taken by Captain Van Heist went viral within 36 hours of being taken, and journalists and scientists began to investigate possible explanations for the strange phenomenon. One possible explanation is that the lights were caused by military activity outside of Russian waters, possibly a Russian naval exercise or weapon test close to the naval base at Petropavlovsk. The size and scale of the sighting are consistent with a massive military operation, and red lights are often used to illuminate military ships at night. However, the lights were too bright for ship illumination and would attract too much attention from commercial aviation at night. Another possible explanation is earthquake lights, a scientifically accepted side effect of earthquakes that occurs in various forms and colors. Massive seismic activities occurred before and during the time of the sighting, and both West Greenland and Alaskan official magnetometers sensed massive disruptions in the Earth's magnetic field. However, earthquake lights usually shine for only a few minutes, while the lights seen by the crew shone continuously for at least 30 minutes. Other possible explanations include a Japanese fishing fleet, bioluminescent plankton algae, a meteorite, or methane gas. However, these explanations do not fully account for the size, intensity, or color of the lights. For now, there is no conclusive explanation for the strange phenomenon witnessed by Captain Van Heist and his crew. Vela Incident. The Vela incident was a double flash of light detected by a satellite in 1979. While it's widely believed to be caused by a nuclear explosion, the exact cause remains unknown, and some information about the event is still classified. Some believe it was an undeclared nuclear test carried out by South Africa and Israel. The event was evaluated by a panel of experts who could not rule out a nuclear origin but determined that it was probably not a nuclear explosion. Despite this, questions remain, and there is no consensus on what caused the double flash. Verde Treasure. Forrest Fenn, an Indiana Jones-like millionaire, hid a treasure chest containing $6 million worth of gold, jewelry, and artifacts in the Rocky Mountains, and wrote a 24-line poem with 9 clues on how to find it in his self-published memoir. Over 350,000 people have searched for it, with some even getting lost or dying in the process. Fenn claims that one hunter was within 200 feet of the treasure, but so far no one has found it. Despite receiving death threats and complaints from his wife, Fenn is determined to keep the treasure hunt going. Sixth extinction. It may seem like a wild idea, but scientists widely agree that we are indeed going through a mass extinction event right now. The Holocene extinction, also known as the Anthropocene extinction, is characterized by the ongoing loss of numerous plant and animal species at a rate that is estimated to be 100 to 1,000 times higher than the natural background extinction rates. This event is caused mainly by human activities such as overhunting, habitat loss, deforestation, and overfishing, among others. While some may find the idea of a mass extinction happening in our lifetime to be surreal or unbelievable, the evidence is clear. Abaka alignment. The idea of intelligent beings constructing structures on the lunar surface may seem far-fetched, but the evidence captured by Luna 9 and Orbiter 2 is hard to ignore. Two separate groups of solid structures arranged in geometric patterns were photographed by these probes. The circular stones in the Ocean of Storms resemble markers along an airport runway, while the spires in the Sea of Tranquility cast shadows resembling those of Cleopatra's Needle and the Washington Monument. Russian and American scientists have differing estimates of the height and size of these structures, but both agree that they seem to have been placed there deliberately by intelligent beings. The Russian scientists even suggest that these objects may have been erected long ago by extraterrestrial life forms who visited the moon. While the American space officials have chosen not to publicize these findings, the Russian scientists have been openly investigating the mysterious moon objects. They have also been collecting evidence of extraterrestrial life forms having visited our planet, such as metallic discs found in caves and early Christian wall paintings that appear to show angels in spaceships. The possibility of extraterrestrial influence on the moon was also suggested by Dr. Carl Sagan, who speculated that intelligent beings from elsewhere in the universe may have bases on the averted side of our moon. The question remains, are these structures on the moon ancient markers originally erected by alien space travelers for guidance of later arrivals? The mysteries of the lunar surface continue to baffle us. Ashtar Command. The Ashtar Command, a movement that originated from the messages of an alleged extraterrestrial being named Ashtar, has been the subject of much speculation and fascination over the years. Its founder, George Van Tassel, played a significant role in promoting the movement, which was based on the idea that humans have the power to tap into the universal mind of God to facilitate their evolution. Van Tassel claimed to have received messages from Ashtar via telepathic communication, which he shared with others through weekly channeling sessions at Giant Rock in California. These gatherings coalesced the scattered contactee subculture into a recognizable movement and led to the annual Giant Rock spacecraft convention organized by Van Tassel, which became the most successful and well-known UFO meeting center of the time. As the movement evolved, the concept of Ashtar and a galactic law enforcement agency preparing an imminent rescue of humanity became well established, and various well-known esoteric channelers of the era incorporated it into their teachings. However, with the public failure of these predictions, the movement fractured and experienced disappointment. By the mid-1990s, several of these channeling groups began to utilize the internet to promulgate their beliefs and to attempt to unify the movement by establishing a single, authoritative source for all Ashtar messages. This led to a more prominent and cohesive response that addressed the problem of conflicting, negative, and failed prophecies. The new framework claimed that the millions of spaceships believed to be constantly in the vicinity of Earth would never interfere on the planet's surface unless there was a serious problem such as a Third World War or an astrophysical catastrophe. The emergent group was noticeably more spiritually focused and less concerned with extraterrestrial spaceships and visitors. The movement also claimed that in future no new channels would be accepted unless they operated on the level of the soul, complying with a set of 12 guidelines outlining what the movement stood for and how Ashtar would interact with society. This had never been attempted before in the 45 years of channeling Ashtar, who was also presented as a divine figure similar to Jesus. The Pioneer Voyage, a significant component of the Ashtar worldview, was incorporated in 1994. It claimed that a small group of Ashtar Command members had participated in an extraordinary event known as the Liftoff Experience. They communicated via the Ashtar network that they had been placed aboard the ships of light that were circling the planet. The Galactic Fifth Fleet had used physical vibrational transfer to raise the human consciousness and transfer it to the light ships. The group claims that the purpose of the liftoff is for the ascension of the human race as a whole, aided by large electronic grids deployed around the planet by the Guardian ships. Despite an increase in complexity, the general themes have remained in accordance with the Australian reports. The events are said to be occurring on a spiritual or etheric dimension and not a physical one. Blackbird of Chernobyl. The Blackbird of Chernobyl, a terrifying creature with giant wings, a headless body, and red glowing eyes, was allegedly seen in the days leading up to the Chernobyl disaster. Workers in the control room claimed to have seen the creature and were plagued by terrifying dreams and threatening phone calls. Some believe it to be a form of the Mothman, a creature known to herald catastrophic events. The Chernobyl disaster and legends surrounding it continue to captivate and grow. Broder's engine. This is an alleged revolutionary invention that harnesses energy directly from gravity, a theoretical device that can power an entire city using only the force of gravity. This technology is said to work like a shake light, utilizing a copper coil around a magnet to generate electricity. But Broder's engine takes it to the next level. By combining 1,000 of these shake lights on one side of a long lever, 3 magnets can power a tipper that tips the lever over to electrolyze the coils, and the other 997 coils give energy. Now imagine this on a massive scale, like a warehouse-sized engine. The potential for this technology is enormous and could change the world as we know it. We may never know. Camera heads. The mysterious story of camera heads began with a discovery made by a person while walking through a gully. The person found a stack of rocks, a torn envelope, and a mini-DV video cassette that contained a disturbing clip. The note inside the envelope was written in ash or charcoal and contained the phrases, "I killed a camera head," "It took Trevor," and "Get help if I don't come back." The person uploaded the contents of the cassette to YouTube and then went silent. Camera heads became the first creepypasta to be detailed on the Paranormal Board's wiki/x/Enopedia in 2009. Over time, interest in the site waned, and it eventually shut down, causing all media posted on the site, including camera heads, to go missing. For years, the story seemed lost until a 4chan user posted a link to a video related to the creepypasta in a thread discussing lost media. The video, titled Camera Head, was uploaded to YouTube in 2009 by a user named Kochikov. The finding of the 4chan thread confirmed that the video was part of the creepypasta. However, for many years after its disappearance, people believed that the Camera Head's creepypasta was far more extensive than it actually was. Some believed that there was additional content, including cursed images and videos from the mini-DV tape, and documents of the Camera Head's previous victims. It has since been proven that any such additional material does not exist. The Camera Head creatures themselves would go on to gain popularity as an example of a cryptid, but any material created about them in this regard is entirely disconnected from the initial post. The mystery of camera heads remains, leaving many to wonder about the truth behind the note, the mini-DV tape, and the creatures themselves. COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO remains one of the most controversial and enigmatic operations in the history of the United States. From 1956 to 1971, the FBI conducted a covert program aimed at disrupting and discrediting political organizations deemed subversive by the government. The program's tactics ranged from surveillance and infiltration to psychological warfare and even assassination. The targeted groups were diverse and included feminist organizations, anti-war activists, civil rights and black power movements, environmentalist and animal rights organizations, and even white supremacist groups like the Ku Klux Klan. COINTELPRO's objectives were to prevent violence, protect national security, and maintain the existing social and political order. The program's most high-profile targets were leaders of the Black Panther Party and the Civil Rights Movement, including Martin Luther King Jr. The FBI used a range of tactics against these leaders, including wiretapping, bugging, perjury, witness harassment, witness intimidation, and withholding of exculpatory evidence. In some cases, leaders were assassinated, imprisoned, or falsely charged with crimes. COINTELPRO's legacy is controversial, with some arguing that it was necessary to protect national security and prevent violence, while others view it as an egregious violation of civil liberties and human rights. The program is believed to have continued beyond its official termination in 1971, with some of its tactics allegedly still in use today. Coral Castle. Coral Castle is a mysterious structure built by Edward Leeds Cullinan using huge stones, each weighing several tons, sculpted into a variety of shapes. Legends surrounding its creation claim it was built using reverse magnetism or supernatural abilities. Leeds Cullinan spent over 28 years building it, refusing to let anyone see him work. He named it Rockgate and later moved it to its current location. The castle remains a popular tourist attraction, with many books, magazines, and TV shows speculating about how Leeds Cullinan was able to construct it and move the massive stones. The bizarre aspects of Coral Castle include the unexplained methods used by Leeds Cullinan to build it and the legends surrounding his supposed supernatural abilities. Deep Sea Lab Techs. Sea Lab 1, 2, and 3 were experimental underwater habitats developed by the U.S. Navy in the 1960s to test the viability of saturation diving and humans living in isolation for extended periods of time. Sea Lab I proved successful in showing that saturation diving in the open ocean was viable, but the experiment was halted after 11 days due to an approaching tropical storm. Sea Lab 2 was nearly twice as large as Sea Lab 1 and had more facilities, including hot showers, a built-in toilet, and laboratory equipment. Aquanaut former astronaut Scott Carpenter remained below for a record 30 days, but the mission had some bizarre aspects, such as using a bottlenose dolphin named Tuffy from the U.S. Navy Marine Mammal Program to ferry supplies between divers. Sea Lab 3 was a disaster, with strange failures occurring at the very start of operations, leading to one death and the program coming to a halt. During the decompression of the divers, repeated attempts were made to sabotage their air supply by someone aboard the command barge. Although aspects of the research continued, no new habitats were built, and the Sea Lab B3 habitat was eventually scrapped. DMT beings. The phenomenon of DMT elves is one of the most perplexing and intriguing topics in the realm of psychedelics. People who consume enough of this powerful hallucinogen often report encountering beings that exist in a reality separate from our own. While the form and nature of these beings vary, the encounters are often described as some of the most meaningful experiences of people's lives, sometimes leading to lasting changes in their beliefs about reality, the afterlife, and God. A recent survey shed some light on these experiences, revealing that encounters with DMT entities often produce an emotional response and feel more real than reality itself. Most people believe the beings are real, existing in a different dimension or reality, and describe them as conscious, intelligent, benevolent, and sacred. Interestingly, most people receive a message during the encounter, ranging from personal insights to practical advice. Despite the bizarre nature of these encounters, many people report lasting improvements in well-being and life satisfaction. This has led some researchers to suggest that DMT could show promise as an adjunct to therapy for mood and behavioral problems such as depression and addiction. The question of whether DMT entities actually exist or are merely hallucinations is still up for debate. While some believe that the beings are real and exist in alternate realities, others argue that they are projections of the subconscious mind or access to archetypes embedded in the human psyche. Regardless of the answer, the power of these experiences cannot be denied. For those who encounter them, the DMT elves provide a doorway to profound insights and meaningful transformation. Door dogs. Door dogs, small canines that appear as omens of death, have long been a subject of fascination and fear. While their origins are often attributed to West African folklore, their sightings have spread throughout the world, leaving many to question their true nature and purpose. Some believe that door dogs are simply ghostly omens, a warning of impending doom for those who see them. Others speculate that they are the servants of Neferti, an undead eunuch from the prophecies of Neferti, as interpreted by William S. Burroughs in his book, The Western Lands. Burroughs, who spent time in Tangiers and wrote extensively about door dogs, also drew on European traditions of omen dogs, such as the black shuck and the daisy dog. He saw door dogs as a mix of different traditions and sightings, creating a new form of cryptid that has taken on a life of its own. Despite the mystery surrounding their existence, door dogs continue to be sighted in the weeks leading up to a person's death, always appearing when the person is passing through a threshold. They are described as small and silent, with pointed noses like a schipperke, and are only visible to others. No one can see their own door dog before they die. Some have even drawn connections between door dogs and the wall-jumping dog, a bizarre cryptid that bears a striking resemblance to this creature. Dropastones. The Dropastones, a set of alleged pseudo-archaeological artifacts, have remained a topic of controversy and fascination since they were first reported in 1962. According to the story, an archaeological expedition in the Bayan Har Mountains uncovered 716 granite discs with hieroglyph-like markings, along with star maps and mummies with thin bodies and large heads. Chinese archaeologists and linguists supposedly translated the markings and concluded that they were carved by extraterrestrials following a crash landing in the region 12,000 years ago. However, no record of the stones being displayed in any museum has been found, and many consider the tale to be a hoax. Despite this, the story has continued to evolve over time, with fictional details being added in more recent retellings. Some versions claim that several of the discs were shipped to Moscow and found to be electrical conductors that produced a humming sound when placed on a special turntable. Others describe the Dropa as a dwarfish indigenous people who originated from a planet in the Sirius constellation. However, many of the details of the story have been called into question. The original article in which the story first appeared credited a writer named Reinhard Wegemann, who cannot be found. No record exists of the Chinese archaeologists and linguists who supposedly translated the markings, and the names they were given may not even be real. The two stones supposedly seen by Austrian engineer Ernst Wegerer in 1974 may have been bi-discs, which are commonly found in the region and date back to 3000 BCE. Empty Internet. The internet has become an integral part of our lives, connecting us with people and information from all over the world. But what if the internet we know and love is not what it seems? What if, instead of a vibrant network of human interaction, it's really just a sterile wasteland controlled by artificial intelligence? This is the premise of Dead Internet Theory, a bizarre conspiracy theory that suggests the internet has been taken over by AI. It's a theory that's gaining traction online, with some users pointing to the prevalence of AI-generated content as evidence that there's no real human presence left on the web. Proponents of the theory argue that much of the content we see online is created using AI, and that even supposedly human-produced content is actually generated by bots. They suggest that a group of influencers on the payroll of corporations and the government are behind this takeover, with the ultimate goal of controlling our thoughts and manipulating us into buying things. While the theory is clearly far-fetched, it has struck a chord with some users who feel that the internet has become a bland and predictable place. They see the same conversations and cycles of outrage happening over and over, and wonder if there's anything left that's truly authentic. Of course, the reality is that the internet is still largely a place of human interaction, even if there are bots and AI-generated content out there. But the fact that this theory has gained any traction at all suggests that there's a deep-seated unease among some users about the direction the web is heading in. Endless elevators. Stories of these elevators extending deep into the earth, connecting to underground tunnels and caverns, have been passed down through generations of urban folklore. The most famous proponent of this idea was Richard Sharp Shaver, whose work in Amazing Stories magazine featured an underground world of ruins, reptilian creatures, and robots. The concept of endless elevators has a special hold in Japanese urban folklore, with the legend of the Elevator Game or Another World Game becoming well known in the English-speaking world. However, there are few explanations as to what this phenomenon could be. Theories range from exaggeration of pit depth, hoaxes and openings to unknown cave systems, secret military bases, ancient ruins, or even a hollow earth. Some believe that endless elevators could be an extreme or paranormal phenomenon, such as a wormhole or an entrance into another dimension or reality. Others suggest that it could be a cognitive space with symbolic meaning, as evidenced by the prevalence of this image in dreams. Accounts of endless elevators vary widely, from people claiming to have entered the underground world through secret elevators in abandoned buildings to those who have experienced the phenomenon in their dreams. Some stories are downright terrifying, with reports of cannibal sadists and rape. The Hypogeum, an enormous 3-level underground complex carved from living rock, is also connected to the legend of endless elevators. According to an August 1940 National Geographic article, it was once possible to walk underground from one end of Malta to the other, but all entrances were closed by the British government because of a tragedy. The tragedy was the disappearance of a school party who had entered the underground passages on a field trip and were never seen again. Faces of Belmez. In 1971, residents of a private house in Spain claimed that images of faces appeared spontaneously in the concrete floor of the house. The phenomenon has continued intermittently since then, with faces appearing and disappearing at irregular intervals, and has been frequently photographed by local newspapers and curious visitors. Many Belmez residents believe that the faces were not made by human hands, and some paranormal investigators have suggested that they are a thoughtographic phenomenon subconsciously produced by the deceased former owner of the house, Maria Gomez Camara. Skeptical researchers, however, have performed extensive tests on the faces and believe that they are fabrications, possibly created as part of a hoax. It is suspected that the Pereira family, who own the house, may have perpetrated the hoax for financial gain. Reports of appearances in Belmez began on August 23, 1971, when Maria Gomez Camara claimed that a human face formed spontaneously on her concrete kitchen floor. Maria's husband, Juan Pereira, and their son, Miguel, destroyed the image with a pickaxe and laid new concrete. However, the Pereira family claimed that a new face formed on the floor. The mayor of Belmez was informed and forbade the destruction of the new face. Instead, the floor concrete was cut out and taken for study. Hellfire Club. In the 18th century, Britain and Ireland were home to several exclusive clubs for high society rakes, known as Hellfire Clubs. These clubs were rumored to be places where persons of quality could engage in immoral acts and were often involved in politics. The most notorious club was founded by Francis Dashwood and associated with Brooks's. Despite the club's notoriety, their activities and memberships are still difficult to ascertain. Wharton's Hellfire Club, founded in London in 1718, was a satirical gentlemen's club that ridiculed religion and morality. Members, who called themselves devils, met on Sundays at various locations and came dressed as characters from the Bible. Their activities reportedly included mock religious ceremonies and partaking in meals featuring dishes with names such as Holy Ghost Pie and Breast of Venus, accompanied by Hellfire Punch. Wharton's club disbanded in 1721 after George I put forward a bill against horrid impieties aimed at the Hellfire Club, under the influence of Wharton's political enemies. Wharton went on to become a Freemason and the Grand Master of England. Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn was a secret society dedicated to the study and practice of occult hermeticism and metaphysics in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The society was based on hierarchy and initiation, and was one of the largest single influences on 20th century Western occultism. The Golden Dawn had 3 orders. The first order taught esoteric philosophy, the second order taught magic, and the third order was that of the secret chiefs. The cipher manuscripts, the foundational documents of the original Order of the Golden Dawn, are written in English using the Trithemius cipher. The documents outline the grade rituals of the order and prescribe a curriculum of graduated teachings that encompass the Hermetic Kabbalah, astrology, occult tarot, geomancy, and alchemy. Westcott, Mathers, and Woodman founded the Golden Dawn, and women were admitted on an equal basis with men. The order established temples in London, Weston-super-Mare, Bradford, and Edinburgh. The order's activities included scrying, astral travel, and alchemy. The Golden Dawn's practices have inspired many present-day concepts of ritual and magic, including those found in Wicca and Thelema. However, much of the order's history remains shrouded in mystery, and its full impact on Western occultism has yet to be fully understood. Himalayan Zombies. Rolangs, the zombie-like creatures of Tibetan folklore, have long been a source of fascination and terror for those who hear their tales. They are said to be created by Jidan spirits or sorcerers and cannot speak or bend over. Instead, they signal their victims by wagging their tongues back and forth. They walk with a stiff-armed lurch as they cannot bend any joints. In certain regions of Tibet, low doorways were constructed to keep the Rolangs out. There are two types of Rolangs, tantric and demonic. The former is raised from the dead through a ritual for personal reasons, while the latter is created by an evil spirit with the aim of contaminating other humans. The demonic Rolangs are independent and do not serve a master. They have the power to infect other humans by touching them on the head. Rolangs cannot be killed as they have already died, but they can be made to fall over. They can be classified into 5 vulnerabilities: skin zombie, blood zombie, flesh zombie, bone zombie, and mole zombie. The prefix of the name describes the vulnerability, and each type of Rolangs is listed in order of difficulty to defeat. Rolangs are unable to bend at the waist, and this weakness has been exploited in early Tibetan architecture, where low door frames were built to prevent Rolangs from entering buildings. According to American scholar and Tibetologist Terrell Wiley, Rolangs can be described in one of 3 storytelling formats: legendary, epidemic, and comatose. Legendary stories consist of incidents that occurred many years ago and have been told for centuries, while epidemic stories feature a Rolangs that rises and infects many people. Comatose stories take place at a definite location, a short time ago, and the Rolangs in these stories do not contaminate any people and are quickly dispatched. Old Tibetan medical practices were not always sufficient for determining if a person is truly dead. Rolangs in comatose stories have been described as having blue eyes instead of white, which is also a symptom of a person in a comatose state. It is believed that these people, rising from the dead, are actually just waking up from a comatose state. Hoya Bachiu Forest. The Hoya Bachiu Forest is a place of mystery and intrigue, where inexplicable events seem to occur with regularity. People have reported feeling an eerie presence and seeing ghostly apparitions within the forest. Some visitors have even claimed to have been abducted by aliens, taken to other worlds, and returned to Earth unscathed. Scientists have been studying the Hoya Bachiu Forest for decades in an attempt to unravel the mysteries of this enigmatic place. They have found that the forest has unusually high levels of radiation, which could explain some of the strange phenomena that occur within its boundaries. However, the radiation levels are not high enough to explain all of the strange occurrences that have been reported. Many theories have been put forward to explain the unusual events in the Hoya Bachiu Forest. Some people believe that the forest is home to a portal to another dimension or an alternate universe. Others think that the forest is haunted by the souls of the dead, or that it is the site of ancient pagan rituals. Despite the many theories and scientific studies, the true nature of the Hoya Bachiu Forest remains a mystery. Introspection Rundown. The Introspection Rundown, created by L. Ron Hubbard, the founder of Scientology, is a procedure that aims to handle a psychotic episode or a complete mental breakdown. It involves isolating the person completely, with all attendants muzzled and administering frequent auditing sessions until the person is no longer looking inward worriedly without end. The rundown is considered a technical breakthrough that ranks with the major discoveries of the 20th century and is dubbed as miraculous by Hubbard himself. However, the introspection rundown came under public scrutiny after the death of Lisa McPherson in 1995. McPherson, a Scientology adherent, was put on the rundown after a car accident, but ended up being locked in a room for 17 days. Her appearance after death was that of someone who had been denied water and food for quite some time, being both underweight and severely dehydrated. Additionally, her skin was covered with over 100 insect bites, presumably from cockroaches. The church repeatedly denied any wrongdoing and now makes members sign a waiver before introspection rundown, specifically stating that they will not bring any legal action against the organization over injury or death. To administer the introspection rundown, a Scientologist requires an education in Scientology beliefs and practices, which include all the technical bulletins, all the Scientology books, and hundreds of hours of recorded lectures. The rundown is very precise and there must be no mistakes, or it can cause further introspection in the pre-clear. The supervisor must test the person's condition by writing a note, and the person's answer must show continued responsibility for the isolation to end. John Lawson House. The John Lawson House in New Hamburg, New York, has been the center of a strange and unsettling mystery for around 10 years. 3 life-size mannequins with changing clothes and hairstyles camped out on the porch, holding different props, such as a milk container holding scented leaves, an empty birdcage, toolboxes, and books. No one knows who put them there or what they represent, and no one ever saw anyone move them. The mysterious mannequins have led people to wonder whether the house is haunted or if the mannequins move on their own. The John Lawson House, built in 1845, is believed to be the oldest house in New Hamburg's Main Street Historic District, and its architecture reflects its age. However, what the nomination document did not articulate was the house's creepy history. John Lawson, the man who built the house, was a descendant of one of the first white colonist families to forcibly take over the area, making him a not-so-great person. Some believe that the mannequins or mannequin ghosts haunting the porch have something to do with 2 tragedies that occurred close to the house. One of the events happened in 1871, when a 25-car freight train derailed, landed on the northbound track, and struck a northbound passenger express train. The trains were carrying oil, causing a massive fire that killed 22 people. The crash happened only 200 feet from the John Lawson House. The second event was a fire that took out 7 buildings directly around the house in 1877. Many believe that the mannequins represented and were possessed by the spirits of those who died in these 2 events, with some facing the direction of the only other surviving historical house on the block. The mannequin's mysterious presence and potential haunting have left people still trying to figure out the who and the why of the mystery. Judaculla Rock. Judaculla Rock is a soapstone outcrop in western North Carolina known for its ancient petroglyphs and carvings, some of which remain a mystery. The densely packed motifs, difficult to distinguish amongst each other, include 1,458 cup marks, 47 curvilinear units, and 10 bowl-shaped depressions, among others. The petroglyph boulder also has ties to the Cherokee people and their slant-eyed master of game, Judaculla, and is believed to be a physical representation of the entire landscape they inhabited. While there are some possible dates for the petroglyphs, much about their meaning and purpose remains unknown, making Judaculla Rock a bizarre and unsolved topic. Carrie PT Man. The Twitter account belonging to Carrie is quite peculiar in the way that their tweets are structured. They appear to be erratic and unfocused, leaving the reader unsure of their intended meaning. Carrie tweets with a high frequency, often posting multiple messages in a single day. It is unclear what the motive behind these tweets is, but it is possible that Carrie is struggling with a mental health issue or influenced by drugs. Alternatively, they could be deliberately attempting to obscure the content of their messages. Another possibility is that Carrie's account is an automated program or an alternate reality game. Regardless of the cause, it is clear that Carrie's tweets are challenging to comprehend and don't seem to form coherent messages. Knights of the Golden Circle. The Knights of the Golden Circle was a secret society with a bizarre objective to create a new country where slavery would be legal. The Golden Circle would consist of the southern United States, Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean. While not truly a secret society, its members included alleged high-profile figures such as John Wilkes Booth, Jefferson Davis, and Jesse James. The KGC's legacy includes a mysterious hoard of gold coins believed to be buried across a dozen states to finance a second civil war. Lake Winnipesaukee Mystery Stone. The Lake Winnipesaukee Mystery Stone is an enigmatic artifact discovered in New Hampshire in 1872. The egg-shaped stone bears carved symbols, including an ear of corn and inverted arrows. The stone's purpose and origin remain unknown, with one theory suggesting it may commemorate a treaty between 2 tribes. The stone has been analyzed, and while it is made of quartzite, the drilled hole through it appears to have been made by modern power tools rather than prehistoric technology. Despite being on exhibit at the Museum of New Hampshire History, the mystery of the stone remains unsolved. Mayan Apocalypse Prophecy Shift. The 2012 phenomenon was a belief that cataclysmic events would occur on December 21, 2012, the end date of a 126-year-long cycle in the Mesoamerican long count calendar. Various astronomical alignments and numerological formulae were proposed, and a New Age interpretation held that Earth and its inhabitants would undergo a positive transformation. However, scholars from various disciplines quickly dismissed predictions of cataclysmic events. Despite this, the idea that 2012 marked the end of the world became a subject of popular media speculation as the date approached. Some conspiracy theories that have emerged around the 2012 phenomenon suggest that world governments and other powerful organizations knew of an impending cataclysmic event and attempted to cover it up or prepare for it in secret. Some theorists claim that the Mayan calendar predicted the arrival of extraterrestrial beings or a planet that would cause destruction on Earth. Others believe that the alignment of certain celestial bodies on December 21, 2012, would result in a catastrophic event. One popular conspiracy theory was the idea of a planet called Nibiru, or Planet X, which was believed to be on a collision course with Earth. However, no such planet was ever discovered, and astronomers have repeatedly dismissed the idea as pseudoscience. Another theory involved the idea of a massive solar flare or coronal mass ejection that would hit Earth, causing widespread destruction and chaos. While solar flares and coronal mass ejections can cause disruptions to satellites and power grids, there is no evidence to suggest that one could cause the end of the world. Mpemba effect. The Mpemba effect is a bizarre and unsolved phenomenon that has puzzled scientists for centuries. It is the observation that hot water can freeze faster than cold water under certain conditions. Although the phenomenon was first described by ancient scientists such as Aristotle, it was not until 1963 that it was popularized by Tanzanian schoolboy Erasto Bartolomeo Mpemba. Mpemba discovered that hot ice cream mix froze faster than cold mix in his cookery class, and later asked his physics teacher why this was the case. Despite numerous experiments, there is still disagreement about the theoretical basis of the Mpemba effect and the parameters required to produce it. Nibiru Cataclysm. The Nibiru Cataclysm, a supposed encounter between Earth and a massive planetary object, has captivated the imaginations of doomsday groups and conspiracy theorists for decades. The idea was first presented by Nancy Lieder, who claims to have been contacted by extraterrestrials from the Zeta Reticuli star system through an implant in her brain. Lieder warned that a planet-sized object called Nibiru, also known as Planet X, would sweep through the inner solar system in May 2003, causing a physical pole shift that would destroy most of humanity. Despite the lack of scientific evidence and rejection by astronomers and planetary scientists, the Nibiru Cataclysm has persisted in popular media, often linked to astronomical events such as Comet Ison or Planet 9. Various doomsday groups have cited their own dates for the object's return, including the previously mentioned December 21, 2012, which was the end of a cycle in the Maya calendar. Believers accuse NASA of deliberately covering up visual evidence of Nibiru's existence, including the supposed optical imaging of the object by the South Pole Telescope. However, the SPT is a radio telescope and cannot take optical images. Claims of Nibiru sightings in Google Sky have also been debunked, with the missing data due to a software error and the carbon star CW Leonis incorrectly claimed to be Nibiru. Oumuamua. Oumuamua is a bizarre interstellar object that passed through our solar system in 2017. It exhibited non-gravitational acceleration and had a rotation rate unlike any natural body. Despite being studied extensively, its true origin and nature remain unknown. Some astronomers have suggested that it could be a product of extraterrestrial technology, but there is insufficient evidence to support any hypotheses. Project Lyra was proposed in 2022 to launch a spacecraft to study it further. The object's name, Oumuamua, means scout, reflecting the way it is like a messenger sent from the distant past to reach out to humanity. Pygmy tunnels of Monte Alban. The Zapotec civilization in Mexico believed they were descended from trees, rocks, and jaguars. During an excavation in Monte Alban, archaeologists found a complex network of stone-lined tunnels that were too small for adults or children. The tunnels were not used for drainage or emergency escapes, and their purpose remains a mystery. Phantom kangaroos. Phantom kangaroo sightings have been reported worldwide, with explanations ranging from escaped zoo or circus animals to publicity stunts or mass hysteria. Feral red-necked wallabies have established colonies in France, New Zealand, and the UK after escaping from zoos. In the US, sightings of atypical kangaroos have been reported, including a kangaroo-like beast in Tennessee in 1934 that reportedly killed and partially devoured several animals, and a rash of kangaroo sightings in 1974 across Illinois, Indiana, and Wisconsin. Red mercury. Red mercury is a mythical substance that was claimed to be used in the creation of nuclear weapons, but was most likely a hoax perpetrated by con artists to take advantage of gullible buyers on the black market for arms. Its exact nature is uncertain, and despite claims that it could do almost anything, all samples analyzed have proven to be well-known, common substances of no interest to weapons makers. Red mercury was offered for sale throughout Europe and the Middle East by Russian businessmen who found many buyers who would pay almost anything for the substance, even though they had no idea what it was. Although it was claimed to be a shortcut to fissionable or fusible materials, none of these claims appear to be scientifically or historically supportable. The exact nature of the substance remains a mystery. Rudolph Fentz. The mysterious case of Rudolph Fentz has long been a source of fascination for those intrigued by the possibility of time travel. The story, which originated as a work of science fiction by Jack Finney, has since been reported as an urban legend, with many claiming that it is based on actual events. According to the legend, in 1951, a man named Rudolph Fentz was found wandering in the middle of Times Square. He appeared to be confused and disoriented, dressed in the style of the late 19th century. Before anyone could intervene, he was struck by a taxi and killed. Upon searching his pockets, officials found several items that appeared to be from another era, including old banknotes, a copper token, and a bill for the care of a horse and carriage. Business cards bearing Fentz's name and an address on Fifth Avenue were also discovered, along with a letter sent to him in 1876. Captain Hubert V. Rime of the Missing Persons Department of NYPD attempted to track down the man's identity, but all leads were dead ends. It wasn't until he spoke with Fentz's widow that he learned the truth. Rudolph Fentz Sr. had disappeared in 1876 at the age of 29, and all efforts to locate him had been in vain. The description of his appearance and clothing matched that of the unidentified man found in Times Square, leading many to speculate that Fentz had somehow traveled through time. Russian experiments in the revival of organisms. The 1940 film Experiments in the Revival of Organisms documents Soviet research into the resuscitation of clinically dead organisms. The film features medical experiments including the revival of dogs that had been drained of blood and left for dead using a heart-lung machine. The authenticity of the film has been questioned, as some scientists claim that the experiments shown are not possible. Despite this, the film has been referenced in popular culture, and the bizarre and unsolved aspects of the experiments continue to intrigue people. Shadow people. The phenomenon of shadow people has long fascinated believers in the paranormal and supernatural. These beings are perceived as humanoid figures made up of patches of shadow and are often interpreted as the presence of spirits or other entities. Many legends and belief systems describe supernatural entities, such as shades of the underworld, and various shadowy creatures have been a staple of folklore and ghost stories throughout history. One of the earliest modern discussions of shadow people occurred on the Coast to Coast AM radio talk show in 2001. The show featured a Native American elder, Thunder Strikes, who claimed that he had seen these figures. Listeners were encouraged to submit their own drawings of shadow people, and a large number of these were shared on the show's website. Since then, shadow people have become a popular topic of discussion in online forums and paranormal communities. Some believers and paranormal authors describe shadow people as menacing, while others believe that they may be helpful or neutral. Some even speculate that shadow people may be the extra-dimensional inhabitants of another universe. Some paranormal investigators and authors claim to have recorded images of shadow people on video. One figure that is often associated with shadow people is the Hat Man. This urban legend shares many characteristics with shadow people, but is typically depicted as wearing dark clothing and an old-style fedora hat. Scientific explanations for shadow people include physiological and psychological conditions such as sleep paralysis, heightened emotion, and the effects of deliriant substances. Shadow people have also appeared in various forms of popular culture, including books, films, and video games. Some depictions portray them as deadly, while others suggest that they may be misunderstood or even helpful. Sky snag theory itself is just one video within an enormous rabbit hole or complexity and confusion. The video itself seems to be discussing the phenomenon of saucer-shaped rips that occasionally appear in the sky when the air is tearing itself apart.
Metallic disk. Not all flying saucers are from outer space. The sky will occasionally snag on itself, leaving a saucer-shaped rip.
These rips create a concave surface with an inherent polish, which can resemble a metallic disc or flying saucer. The video suggests that not all flying saucers are from outer space and that some may simply be the result of these sky rips, suggesting that UFOs could be the result of a chemical reaction in the air. According to this theory, whenever two conflicting airwaves collide at great speeds or in a crosswind, the friction that is produced between them can cause trace particles in the air to start to accumulate and form an expanding aluminum sphere. This sphere, which is essentially a snowball of trace metals and particles, could appear as a UFO to observers on the ground. What's interesting about this theory is that it raises the possibility that people or agencies could potentially induce UFO sightings by releasing trace elements into the air and manipulating airstreams. The video repeats this information several times with slight variations in wording, and this theme of dabbling on potentially advanced scientific terms and concepts is recurring on the entire channel of GX Jupiter Larson. Looking into the rest of the videos, most of them seem to be random titles, clips, and sounds. Looking further into the creator's linked social medias, it seems to be an eccentric artist and musician that has a unique taste. The individual continues to upload new content to their YouTube, website, and Bandcamp, and their website seems to be riddled with confusing links. The complete incoherence of much of the website and content could very easily lead some to believe there are hidden messages, or perhaps this is some sort of alternate reality game. Solid light phenomena. Optical phenomena have long fascinated scientists and laypeople alike. These strange and often beautiful events occur when light interacts with matter, resulting in a range of effects that are both subtle and striking. While some optical phenomena, such as the rainbow, are well understood, others remain a mystery. One of the most bizarre optical phenomena is the green ray. This rare event occurs when the sun or moon is just below the horizon, and a brief, intense burst of green light is visible. The green ray is so elusive that many people believe it to be a myth, but scientists have confirmed its existence. Another strange optical effect is the fata morgana. This phenomenon occurs when light is refracted by layers of air with different temperatures, causing an object to appear distorted or displaced. Fata morganas are often seen over bodies of water, where the temperature gradient is most pronounced. Perhaps the most perplexing optical phenomenon is the moon illusion. When the moon is low on the horizon, it appears much larger than when it is high in the sky. While scientists have proposed a number of explanations for this effect, including the size constancy theory and the angle of regard theory, none of them fully account for the illusion. Other optical phenomena are simply fascinating to observe. The colors generated by a prism, for example, are often displayed in classrooms as a demonstration of the properties of light. The double rainbow, a rare event in which two concentric rainbows appear in the sky, is also a popular sight.
What does this mean?
Starlight composition. The world of science is full of mysteries, and one of the most fascinating is the case of starlight, a heat-resistant material with incredible potential applications. Developed by Maurice Ward, an amateur chemist and hairdresser from Hartlepool, starlight was first demonstrated on the BBC's Tomorrow's World in 1990, and it quickly captured the world's imagination. The demonstration showed a raw egg painted with starlight remaining raw even when subjected to the heat of a blowtorch. This incredible heat-resistant property had the potential to be used in a wide range of applications, from fire protection for skyscrapers to spacecraft heat shields. Tests by defense scientists in both the UK and the USA confirmed the abilities of starlight, but the exact formula remained a mystery. Ward was notoriously secretive about the composition of Starlight, revealing only that it contained over 20 chemicals, mostly carbon-based, along with some ceramic material. This secrecy made it difficult for manufacturers to reproduce Starlight, and Ward was unable to strike a deal with any manufacturer before his death in 2011. In 2013, an American company called ThermoShield claimed to have acquired the rights to Starlight, but to date, no products have been brought to market. This has left many wondering whatever happened to Starlight and why it has not been more widely adopted. Some theories suggest that the secrecy around Starlight's formula may have made it difficult for manufacturers to replicate, leading to a lack of interest in the material. Others have speculated that the incredible heat-resistant properties of Starlight may have been exaggerated or that it may have had limitations that were not immediately apparent. Toronto Protocol. This is the name of a document created by Serge Monast, a Canadian investigative journalist and conspiracy theorist. It proposes a plan to establish a new world order by infiltrating media, culture, and education to promote a world society of leisure focused on sex, drugs, sports, travel, and leisure activities. The plan involves creating offices of child protection to remove parental authority and indoctrinate young people in internationalist principles, abolishing religion and history in the education system, and promoting sexual freedom to reduce individuals and the masses to the obsession of satisfying their primal instincts. The ultimate goal is to break down the family, education system, and society, leaving individuals susceptible to manipulation and control. The plan involves infiltrating all levels of society, including politics, economics, education, and social policy, to establish a centralized government and eliminate individual responsibility. The plan also includes buying or eliminating individuals who may pose a threat to the New World Order and ensuring control over all international organizations. In 1995 and 1996, Serge Monast claimed he was being hunted by police for involvement in prohibited information networks. His 2 homeschooled children were taken away and made wards of the state in September 1996. Monast died of a heart attack in his home in December 1996, the day after being arrested and spending a night in jail. His followers suggest his death was suspicious and that he was possibly assassinated by psychotronic weapons to prevent him from continuing his investigations. UMO case. In 1965, Spanish UFO researchers received letters and phone calls claiming to be from an extraterrestrial race from the planet UMO. The letters contained detailed information on physics and medicine that could not have been written by a lay hoaxer, and one letter predicted a UFO sighting that actually occurred. The UMO aliens claimed to have arrived on Earth in 1950 in response to a weak signal sent into space by a Norwegian ship in 1934. They even claimed to have built an underground base in France and isolated cities like those seen in District 9. 2 additional sightings occurred in Madrid in 1966 and 1967, with clear photos of a flying saucer with the UMO symbol taken during the second incident. Though later labeled a hoax, the photographer stands by the photos. The book, UMO and the Extraterrestrial Papers, includes exchanges between an Earthling and an alien named Mr. X, discussing the technical prowess of gray aliens, the seeding of Earth by superior alien forces, and the ability of aliens to exist outside of normal space/time. USS Nimitz Incident. The USS Nimitz Tic Tac incident is one of the most bizarre and perplexing encounters with an unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAP, that has been reported by the military. In November 2004, the Nimitz Carrier Strike Group was conducting training exercises off the coast of Southern California when they encountered an object that they described as a tic tac due to its shape. According to the eyewitness accounts of several Navy pilots and radar operators, the Tic Tac was flying at an incredibly high speed and was able to make sudden and drastic movements that were unlike anything they had ever seen before. The pilots attempted to intercept the object but were unable to keep up with its speed and maneuverability. One of the most remarkable aspects of the incident is the fact that the Tic Tac was able to jam the radar and communication systems of the fighter jets that were attempting to track it. This suggests that the object possessed some kind of advanced technology that is beyond what is currently known or understood by modern science. The incident was classified as unidentified by the military and was investigated by the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, AATIP, a secret Pentagon program that was created to study UAPs. Despite extensive investigations and analyses, no definitive explanation has been provided for the nature or origin of the Tic Tac. Some have speculated that the Tic Tac could be an advanced military craft developed by a foreign country, while others have suggested that it could be extraterrestrial in origin. However, without more concrete evidence, it remains an unsolved mystery that continues to baffle scientists, military personnel, and UFO enthusiasts alike. Virus 23. This is the name of a terrifying concept. The text is a warning about an affect that is triggered by thinking about the words, Virus 23. The concept presented in this text is a warning about a neurolinguistic trap triggered by the subvocalization of the words. According to the text, the bits of phonetic information stored within these words infiltrate the mind in a way similar to how a computer virus might infect an artificially intelligent machine. Once the words take hold in the mind, they germinate into an expanding array of icy tendrils, insinuating themselves deeply into the architecture of the reader's thoughts. The text suggests that the consequences of this infection are not immediately obvious, but the reader may find themselves thinking of certain subcultural terms such as cyberpunk and new age, which may then lead to thoughts of neo-Gnosticism and memetics. The text warns that this invasive crystallization continues indefinitely against the reader's will until their mind has become no more than an unwitting agent of the propagation of these ideas. The text suggests that there is no cure or escape from this infection and that the reader has no thought that is not already controlled by the words of this trap. The warning suggests that once the reader has finished reading the remaining 19 words, the process of irreversible infection will be completed, and they will depart, believing themselves largely unaffected by this process. The implications of this bizarre concept are unsettling and thought-provoking. Wetiko. The Native Americans have long believed in the existence of a virus that plagues human consciousness, a virus called Wetiko. According to their mythology, this virus of selfishness feeds off our indulgent and self-destructive habits, driving us towards self-destruction. But Wetiko is not just a Native American concept. It has been recognized in other spiritual traditions, and modern-day psychiatrists like Carl Jung have written about it as well. Wetiko is a cannibalizing force that operates through the unconscious blind spots in the human psyche. It renders people oblivious to their own madness and compels them to act against their own best interests. It is a disease of the soul that pervades and informs the underlying field of consciousness. As such, we all potentially have Wetiko within us, as it drives us towards insatiable greed, appetite without satisfaction, consumption as an end in itself, and war for its own sake, against other tribes, species, and nature, and even against our own humanity. The danger of Wetiko is that it is highly contagious and spreads through shared consciousness, feeding on our unconscious blind spots. It is a psychic form of blindness that leads us astray and transforms truth to falsehood, making us forgetful of our own sanity. The virus is so insidious that it disguises itself as a good spirit, and like a werewolf, it can shapeshift into various forms. When people are infected with Wetiko, they become like a psychic tapeworm that feeds off their own brains and tricks them into believing that their actions are only empowering themselves. To deal with Wetiko, we must first recognize it, acknowledge it, and name it. We must snap out of our denial and see the disease for what it is, a disease of the soul that infects us all. Once we understand how it operates, we can strengthen our psychological immune system and protect ourselves from the virus. We can learn to identify and heal our unconscious blind spots and cultivate a deeper awareness of our own thoughts and actions. We can also draw on insights from spiritual traditions and personal experience to help us awaken from the collective psychosis that has gripped humanity. Agenda 21. Agenda 21, the non-binding action plan of the United Nations for Sustainable Development, may seem like a mundane document with noble goals at first glance. But delve deeper, and you'll uncover a strange and perplexing world of conspiracies, hidden agendas, and bizarre implications. At its core, Agenda 21 aims to promote sustainable development across the world. However, some conspiracy theorists view it as a plot to establish a one-world government that will undermine individual freedom and sovereignty. They claim that Agenda 21 is the linchpin of a globalist agenda that seeks to subjugate humanity under an eco-totalitarian regime. These conspiracy theories have taken root among certain right-wing groups in the US and have gained momentum over the years. They assert that Agenda 21 is a threat to private property rights, and that its goal is to force citizens to move to cities, where they can be more easily controlled. Some even believe that Agenda 21 is a seditious conspiracy aimed at reducing the world's population by 85%. While these theories may seem far-fetched, they reflect a deeper anxiety about the role of international organizations like the United Nations in shaping the future of the world. Critics of Agenda 21 argue that it represents an overreach of global governance, and that it is a threat to national sovereignty and individual freedoms. But even beyond the realm of conspiracy theories, there are strange and unsettling aspects to Agenda 21. For one thing, its language can be vague and esoteric, leaving room for interpretation and confusion. Some of its objectives, such as achieving a sustainable population, may seem harmless on the surface, but could have far-reaching implications if taken to their logical conclusion. Moreover, Agenda 21's focus on major groups, youth, women, and indigenous peoples, raises questions about who exactly is being targeted and why. And its emphasis on science, technology transfer, and financial mechanisms suggests a top-down, technocratic approach to sustainability that some find unsettling. Archimedes Plutonium. Archimedes Plutonium, self-proclaimed king of science, is a unique and eccentric figure in the world of science and the internet. He was born in Germany as Ludwig Pohlmann and later adopted by a local real estate investor in Ohio, where he changed his name to Ludwig Hansen. After some time as a mathematics tutor in Australia, he returned to the United States, where he inherited his adoptive father's real estate holdings and claimed to have amassed a fortune through stock market investments in the 1980s. Plutonium first gained notoriety in the early 1990s when he began posting on Usenet, particularly in the CI dollar science hierarchy. He quickly became known for his outlandish claims, including his plutonium atom totality theory, which posits that the universe is a giant plutonium atom, with Earth and other celestial bodies located in its outer electron shells. Plutonium claimed to have a single plutonium atom at the center of his brain, which he believed made him a super genius. The Boötes Void. This is also known as the Great Nothing. It is a mysterious region in space located near the constellation Boötes. This supervoid has a diameter of approximately 330 million light-years, making it one of the largest known voids in the universe. Its name is derived from the fact that it contains very few galaxies and is almost entirely empty. In fact, if the Milky Way had been at the center of the void, it is possible that we would not have known about the existence of other galaxies until the 1960s. Some scientists speculate that the void was formed from the merging of smaller voids, much like soap bubbles coalesce to form larger bubbles. This theory might explain why there are a few galaxies in the void. Although it is called the Great Nothing, the Boötes Void is not entirely empty. Over time, astronomers have discovered a few galaxies in the void. Nevertheless, compared to the usual number of galaxies one would expect to find in a space of its size, the void remains an intriguing mystery. Its origins are still largely unknown, but scientists continue to study the void and its peculiar characteristics. Booyah Stones. The Booyah Stones were sacred stones that were kept by the priests in Murray Islands, located in the Torres Straits. These stones emitted an intense blue light and were believed to possess powerful magical properties, including the ability to heal and ward off evil spirits. When Europeans reached the islands, the priests of the Murray Islands hid the Booyah Stones to protect them from being stolen or destroyed. Today, the true nature and origin of the Booyah Stones remain a mystery, with some scientists speculating that they may have contained lumps of pure radium. Brain world. The brain world theory suggests that our universe is on a flat surface called a brain that is inside a larger space with more dimensions than we can see. This theory allows for the existence of other universes very close to ours but in different dimensions. The holographic origin theory suggests that our universe was formed from the collapse of a black hole in a higher dimensional universe, and that the Big Bang may not be the starting point of our universe. Finally, physicist Nikodem Poplawski proposed that when a star dies and collapses into a black hole, a new universe could be created on the other side of a wormhole. Capgras delusion. Capgras delusion, also known as Capgras syndrome, is a psychiatric disorder in which a person holds a delusional belief that a friend, spouse, parent, another close family member, or even a pet has been replaced by an identical imposter. It is named after Joseph Capgras, the French psychiatrist who first described the disorder. The delusion most commonly occurs in individuals diagnosed with schizophrenia, but has also been seen in brain injury, dementia with Lewy bodies, and other forms of dementia, particularly at an older age. It has also been reported as occurring in association with diabetes, hypothyroidism, and migraine attacks. The exact cause of Capgras delusion is unknown, but is believed to be related to structural damage to organs, specifically damage to the brain's frontal lobe and right hemisphere, leading to problems with familiarity and visual recognition. CCA-XX1. Despite numerous conspiracy theories surrounding CCA-XX1, the reality appears to be much simpler yet equally concerning. CCA-XX1 is a highly customizable and mobile military unit, designed to be deployed rapidly into an area with all the necessary equipment and personnel needed for a battle. This makes it less surgical than a special forces team, but more mobile than a battalion, and it could potentially be used for a variety of military purposes. Furthermore, there are suggestions that CCA-XX1 could be part of a nuclear operation involving the banking system and central banks operating independently in every country. This would allow nuclear weapons to be used without specifically being responsible, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. While these claims may seem bizarre, they cannot be dismissed outright given the history of covert military operations. Center of the universe. The center of the universe, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, is a strange acoustic anomaly that defies explanation. Unlike optical illusions that distort our visual perception of reality, this sound anomaly is marked by a concrete circle on a pedestrianized bridge, surrounded by planters and benches that create a wider circle around it. When one stands in the center of the circle and speaks, their voice is echoed back at them, but louder, and outside noises become distorted. Despite its bizarre properties, there is no official explanation for how the anomaly formed. Some speculate that it may be the result of sound waves being reflected by the planters around the circle, creating the peculiar effect. However, similar acoustic anomalies have been found in circular buildings around the world, from the Whispering Gallery of St. Paul Cathedral in London to the Mayan city of Chichen Itza in Mexico. While optical illusions tend to receive more attention, acoustic anomalies can be just as trippy and mysterious. Coronal heating. The sun's upper atmosphere, or corona, is much hotter than its visible surface, which has puzzled astronomers for over half a century. NASA's IRIS observatory was launched in 2013 to study this mystery and found that the corona may be heated in explosive events, similar to miniature solar flares. However, there are still many unknowns about this complex puzzle. The idea that the sun's outer layer is hotter than its surface defies what we understand about heat and energy. Scientists have been trying to figure out how this can be for decades. The launch of IRIS has allowed them to study the sun's corona in more detail, revealing new information about how it is heated. It's still a strange and bizarre phenomenon, but we are slowly uncovering more about it through scientific exploration. Dark matter and dark energy. Dark matter and dark energy are two mysterious components that make up the majority of the mass energy content of the universe. Dark energy is an unknown form of energy that causes the expansion of the universe to accelerate, while dark matter is a hypothetical form of matter that does not interact with electromagnetic radiation and is thought to have a significant impact on the structure and evolution of the universe. Despite extensive research, neither dark matter nor dark energy has been directly observed, and their true nature and properties remain largely unknown. Some scientists suggest that alternative theories of gravity may account for the observed effects without the need for dark matter, while others propose the existence of new particles, such as weakly interacting massive particles, WIMPs, to explain dark matter. Death Valley Underground City. Death Valley, known for its extreme climate and harsh terrain, has been the center of many bizarre and unsolved tales. In 1947, Dr. F. Bruce Russell claimed to have discovered complex tunnels deep below Death Valley that contain the mummified remains of giants and artifacts resembling Egyptian and American Indian designs. However, professional archaeologists were skeptical, and the site was never located again. Legends of an underground city and an ancient race have been passed down by the Paiute people, while stories of underground rooms filled with treasures and perfectly preserved human mummies have been told by desert prospectors. Despite numerous attempts to locate these sites, they remain unsolved mysteries. Despair Code. The Despair Code is a mysterious phenomenon that has been circulating on the internet for years, often associated with conspiracy theories and the supernatural. It is said to be a code or equation that, when unlocked or triggered, can cause intense feelings of despair, anxiety, and even suicidal thoughts. Some claim that the code was founded by 4chan/x/board, a notorious breeding ground for conspiracy theories and paranormal activity. The equation itself is said to be a combination of factors that, when multiplied together, create a sense of hopelessness and despair in those who believe in it. But the origins of the Despair Code go deeper than just a few internet forums. Some speculate that it has ties to MKUltra, a government program that involved experiments on human subjects in the 1950s and 60s. The code is said to be a tool used by the Illuminati, a secret organization that allegedly controls the world, to trigger depression in their slaves. Others believe that the code has ties to H.P. Lovecraft, the horror writer famous for his Cthulhu mythos. In Lovecraft's stories, characters are exposed to unimaginable cosmic horrors that break their minds and drive them to madness. The Despair Code is said to be a tool used by the Old Ones, Lovecraft's cosmic gods with evil intentions, to break the minds of those who dare to unlock its secrets. Despite its origins and alleged ties to the supernatural, some still believe that the Despair Code is just a meme, a collection of nonsense phrases that have been strung together to create a creepy-sounding equation. But others believe that there is something more to it, that the code holds a dark and powerful truth that is too terrifying for most to comprehend. Dropa Tribe. The Dropa tribe, also known as the Zopa, is a group of people who have lived in the remote Bayankara Ula Mountains on the border of China and Tibet for centuries. According to legend, they are the descendants of an ancient alien race that crash-landed on Earth thousands of years ago. The story of the Dropa tribe begins with the discovery of a series of caves in the Bayankara Ula Mountains in 1938. Archaeologists exploring the caves found a collection of unusual skeletons with spindly limbs and oversized heads. Alongside the skeletons, they discovered hundreds of stone discs covered in engravings that no one could decipher. It wasn't until 20 years later that a Chinese scientist, Dr. Tsum Nui, managed to translate the writing on the discs. What he found was a story of an advanced alien civilization that crash-landed on Earth and tried to live peacefully with the local inhabitants. However, they were eventually hunted and killed by the natives because of their perceived ugliness and strangeness. According to legend, the Dropa tribe is descended from the survivors of this alien race. While the Dropa people themselves do not identify as such, their unique physical features and the legends passed down through generations suggest a connection to this ancient story. Electromagnetic field consciousness. According to electromagnetic field theories of consciousness, when the brain produces an electromagnetic field with specific characteristics, it leads to the emergence of consciousness. While some scientists like Susan Pocket and John Joe McFadden have proposed electromagnetic field theories, others have criticized them. McFadden's theory is based on the idea that every time a neuron fires, it generates a disturbance in the surrounding electromagnetic field. McFadden argues that the synchronous firing of neurons amplifies the influence of the brain's electromagnetic field fluctuations to a much greater extent than unsynchronized firing. The brain's electromagnetic field is thought to influence brain function by redistributing ions and modulating neuronal activity. McFadden views consciousness as a conscious electromagnetic information field that arises from the integration of digital information from neurons. Pocket's theory has a similar physical basis to McFadden's, but she argues that the electromagnetic field comprises a universal consciousness that experiences the sensations, perceptions, thoughts, and emotions of every conscious being in the universe. However, while McFadden thinks that the field is causal for actions, albeit deterministically, Pocket does not see the field as causal for our actions. While electromagnetic theories of consciousness are not widely accepted by cognitive scientists, they do account for the binding problem, which is how information located in millions of neurons scattered through the brain can be unified into a single conscious experience. They also have implications for artificial intelligence, suggesting that current microprocessor technology may not be suitable for creating an artificially conscious computer. Hook operators. Operators, also known as hook operators, are a mysterious humanoid species with psychic capabilities that are said to control the majority of non-psychic humans. While they appear physically human, their psychic abilities allow them to manipulate and direct the events of human lives towards pain and suffering, which they refer to as things. Barbara O'Brien's 1957 book, Operators and Things, describes her biographical experience of a schizophrenic breakdown, during which she encountered these entities. While some believe the operators are simply a symbolic manifestation of O'Brien's mental state, others believe they could be a real species living alongside humans, covertly dominating the bulk of humanity. The operators seem to have a complex society centered around causing humans to suffer, with labyrinthine rules of conduct and procedures. When O'Brien communicated with them, she did so through hallucinatory telepathic communications and never saw them in person, except through a mental image. Some of these images appeared quite normal and realistic, while others were physically unusual, such as Sharp, who was described as a small, mouse-like creature. While there are many possible explanations for the operator's existence, such as it being a hoax or a hallucinatory expression of the real hierarchies and manipulative office culture that pushed O'Brien to the brink of sanity, some believe they could be a real parallel human species. The idea of such a species covertly dominating humanity has entered into paranormal and conspiratorial rhetoric, and similar beings can be found in contemporary lore, such as the Men in Black, reptilians, and camera heads. Human brain source code. The human brain has often been referred to as the most complex object in the known universe. While we know it is incredibly complex, the entire source code for the human brain must be less than 700 megabytes, compressed in a way so sophisticated that we have yet to decode it. The 700 megabyte limit is due to the fully sequenced human genome, which encodes the basic concept of the brain. However, it's important to note that this only describes the brain's architecture, and the brain's memory is then filled with information acquired through culture. Therefore, although the DNA sets the groundwork for the brain, there is still a significant amount of variation in people's mental capabilities and brains, with culture being the largest contributor to this variation. The brain's capability to acquire cultural knowledge can be augmented through virtualized brains and training. However, training a full 1x human brain takes years of all-day training before the brain is even able to speak. Nonetheless, advancements in computational power and the emergence of server farms have the potential to simulate full brains, providing insight into their functions and capabilities. This opens up a world of possibilities, where we can soon be able to simulate the full range of functions that human brains perform. Indigo children. The concept of indigo children, a New Age idea that claims certain children possess supernatural abilities or traits, has gained popular interest in recent years, despite a lack of scientific evidence to support it. The idea originated with parapsychologist Nancy Ann Tappa in the 1970s, who claimed to have noticed children with indigo auras. This idea was further popularized with the publication of a series of books in the late 1990s, and the release of several films. Descriptions of indigo children include being empathic, curious, and strong-willed, possessing a clear sense of self-definition and purpose, and exhibiting a strong innate subconscious spirituality from early childhood. Other alleged traits include high intelligence quotient, inherent intuitive ability, and resistance to rigid, control-based paradigms of authority. Critics view the concept of indigo children as being vague enough to be applied to most people, with some parents choosing to label their children as indigo children as an alternative diagnosis for learning disabilities or behavioral issues. Some mental health experts express concern that this may delay proper diagnosis and treatment, while others suggest that the traits associated with indigo children could be interpreted as simple unruliness and alertness. Iraqi stargates. There is a theory that an ancient stargate exists in Iraq, which may have been a motivating factor for the United States invasion of the country in 2003. The theory suggests that the Stargate, which is believed to be a portal to other dimensions and possibly even other galaxies, was hidden beneath the ruins of the ancient city of Babylon. Some suggest it was found in an upside-down underground pyramid around 1920. According to the theory, the US government was aware of the Stargate's existence and believed that possessing it would give them immense power and an advantage in global politics. Cap d'Oie. The legend of Cap d'Oie, the two-headed Patagonian giant, has intrigued people for centuries. While there are conflicting stories about his origins, one thing is certain: his body is now on display at a museum in Baltimore, Maryland, USA. Standing at a staggering 12 feet tall, Cap d'Oie's sheer size is enough to leave anyone speechless. But it's the fact that he has two heads that truly sets him apart from any other known creature. Some have questioned the authenticity of Cap d'Oie's body, given its bizarre characteristics and unusual history. One theory suggests that Cap d'Oie was actually the result of a medical condition known as dicephalic parapagus twins, where two heads are attached to a single body. However, for twins with this condition to also have gigantism, a rare condition that results in abnormal growth, would be highly unlikely. Despite the skepticism, others believe that Cap d'Oie's body is genuine. They point to the fact that the body was allegedly examined by physicians in the 1960s, who found no obvious signs of it being a fake. However, no other experts have examined the body to verify its authenticity, or determine if it had the internal anatomical requirements to support the survival of dicephalic parapagus twins. Lake Baikal mystery. Nestled in the mountains of Siberia, Lake Baikal is the world's deepest freshwater lake, known for its stunning beauty and biodiversity. But it's not just the natural wonders that have captured people's imaginations. For years, there have been stories of strange sightings and encounters on and around the lake. From UFOs to underwater aliens, Lake Baikal has been a hotbed of paranormal activity. The stories of extraterrestrial activity at Lake Baikal go back decades, but they were initially covered up by the Soviet authorities. It wasn't until after the fall of the USSR that these stories began to emerge in the Russian media. Over the years, there have been countless reports of UFOs and strange lights hovering over the lake, and even sightings of aliens in the water. One of the most intriguing accounts comes from a game warden named Gennady Lipinski, who claimed to have seen a fireball flying low over the lake. Another resident, Marina Zimireva, described seeing a disc with windows and people in shining yellow suits descending from it. These stories are eerie and mysterious, but they're just the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps the most chilling tales involve encounters with underwater aliens. In 1977, two researchers were in a submersible device exploring the depths of the lake when they suddenly found themselves bathed in a bright light. The light was so intense that they thought their device was being lit up by two spotlights from above and the side. But the lights vanished just as quickly as they had appeared, leaving the researchers in total darkness. Other accounts describe large unidentified objects moving through the water, or glowing spheres rising up from the depths. Some people have even reported feeling a sense of unease or dread while near the lake. Large Hadron Collider. The Large Hadron Collider, LHC, is the world's biggest and most powerful particle accelerator, located in a tunnel under France and Switzerland. Scientists use it to collide particles together at high speeds to study the fundamental building blocks of matter and understand the laws of nature that govern them. The LHC is helping scientists to answer some of the big questions in physics, such as the origins of mass, the nature of dark matter, and whether supersymmetry is real. Despite the LHC's scientific goals, it has also been the subject of bizarre conspiracy theories, some of which have gained a significant following. One of the most popular theories is that the LHC could create a black hole that would ultimately lead to the destruction of the Earth. One intriguing theory that has piqued my interest is the idea that the activation of the LHC caused a subtle shift in our reality, resulting in a slightly different world than the one we remember. This, in turn, could explain the phenomenon of the Mandela effect and the many small differences we perceive between our recollections and the current reality. While this idea might sound far-fetched, it is based on a genuine scientific hypothesis that the LHC could generate mini black holes during its collisions. However, according to CERN, these black holes would be tiny and would evaporate almost instantly due to a phenomenon known as Hawking radiation, which is predicted by the laws of quantum mechanics. Another conspiracy theory suggests that the LHC is being used to open portals to other dimensions or even summon demons. This idea is often fueled by images of strange patterns and symbols found on the LHC's buildings and equipment, which some people interpret as evidence of occult rituals or hidden messages. CERN has repeatedly dismissed these theories as unfounded and unsubstantiated. The organization maintains that the LHC is a purely scientific project aimed at advancing our understanding of the universe, and that all of its experiments are conducted with the utmost care and attention to safety. Last Thursdayism. Last Thursdayism, also known as Last Tuesdayism or Last Wednesdayism, is a philosophical idea that suggests the universe was created last Thursday, but made to look as if it's billions of years old. This concept was created to counter young Earth creationism, which claims that the Earth is only 6,000 years old. According to Last Thursdayism, everything, including fossils, light from distant stars, and your memories of anything before last Thursday, were all created at the time of creation. Last Thursdayism is an unfalsifiable hypothesis, meaning that it can explain anything, making it difficult to prove or disprove. The idea of Last Thursdayism gained popularity in online forums in the 1990s and has since developed into a kind of solipsism where the world exists as a test for the individual and everyone else is pre-programmed to act as part of the test environment. Life on Sun. The idea of life on the sun may seem completely implausible and absurd at first, but as we learn more about the nature of life and the universe, the possibility cannot be completely dismissed. While it's highly unlikely that there are sentient beings living on the sun's surface or in its core, there may be microbial life deep within the sun that could potentially survive the extreme conditions. One possibility is that heat-tolerant microbes could be living in subsurface layers of the sun, shielded from the intense heat and radiation by layers of plasma. This idea was first proposed by a German engineer named G. Buren in 1951, and while he was laughed at and even sued for his claims, recent scientific discoveries have shown that life can exist in the most unexpected places. Another possibility is that future humans may find ways to live on the sun's surface or harness its energy. With advances in technology, humans may be able to create protective suits or habitats that can withstand the extreme heat and radiation, allowing them to explore the sun's surface and potentially even extract resources. Mars bunkers. In a year filled with strange events, retired Israeli General Haim Eshed has added to the list with his claim that aliens exist and are bunkered under Mars with humans in an underground facility. Eshed, who served as the head of Israel's space security program, says that both Israel and the United States have been in contact with extraterrestrial beings for years. He says that US President Donald Trump is aware of the aliens, but the Galactic Federation, a coalition of advanced alien civilizations, has prevented him from revealing the truth to the public to avoid mass hysteria. Eshed also claims that the aliens have signed a contract with the United States to perform experiments on Earth. The retired general believes that humanity needs to evolve and reach a stage where we will understand what space and spaceships are. He also stated that the academic landscape has changed, making it easier to come forward with this information without fear of ridicule. Last year, the Trump administration unveiled the Space Force, the sixth arm of the armed forces, focused on the United States military domain in space. While the Space Force's mission is focused on geopolitics and maintaining satellites, Eshed's claims suggest that there may be more going on in space than we realize. Mexican Zone of Silence. The Mapimi Silent Zone, located in the desolate desert region of Durango, Mexico, is the subject of a popular urban legend that claims it to be an area where radio signals and all other types of communications cannot be received. The legend has fueled various stories about strange occurrences that are said to take place in the area, including mutations of flora and fauna, and even extraterrestrial visitations. The area was once an ancient seabed that left behind marine fossils and large salt deposits, which are mined today. However, it gained its reputation for being a mysterious zone after an Athena RTV test rocket, carrying 2 small containers of cobalt-57, lost control during a launch from Utah in July 1970 and fell in the Mapimi Desert region. To contain the spread of cobalt-57, hundreds of tons of soil were removed from the impact site as part of the U.S. Air Force recovery operation. A local resident who was hired to guard the crash debris reportedly helped spread rumors about strange magnetic anomalies that prevent radio transmission and other unexplained phenomena, which have since become part of the local folklore. These myths and legends have been used by locals to promote tourism in the area. Michigan Blue Hell. The legend of the Michigan Blue Hell has been circulating for years, and with each retelling it becomes more and more bizarre. The concept of a passage out of reality itself, accessible through the state's extensive underground tunnel systems, seems like something out of a science fiction movie. But for those who have heard the stories firsthand, it's all too real. The idea that entering Blue Hell would mean never returning to normal reality has frightened many, and there are even reports of people disappearing after attempting to find the entrance. Some say that entering the passage means certain death, while others believe that it allows you to observe the world without being seen, trapped behind a one-way mirror. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, there are several locations that are rumored to be the entrance to Blue Hell. Some believe it's located beneath Lake Erie, where a tunnel system linking the lake to other bodies of water was said to exist in Native American and early colonial accounts. Others suggest it's located in a military base, or in a nondescript abandoned building somewhere in Detroit, where Native American tribes supposedly imprisoned a monster beneath the earth. Midnight Game. The Midnight Game is a creepy ritual that has been gaining popularity among thrill seekers since it first appeared on the internet in 2010. It is said to be an ancient pagan punishment for those who dared to disobey the gods, but the origins of the game are dubious. The game involves summoning an entity called the Midnight Man into your home and avoiding him in the dark until 3:33 a.m. To play the game, you need a piece of paper, a writing implement, a pin, a candle, a wooden door, salt and matches, or a lighter. You must write your full name on the paper, prick your finger, and place a drop of blood on the paper. You then light the candle and place it on top of the paper, knock on the door 22 times at midnight, open the door, blow out the candle, and close the door. After relighting the candle, you must move about your home until 3:33 a.m., keeping the candle lit and avoiding the Midnight Man. If the candle goes out, you have 10 seconds to relight it, or you must surround yourself with a circle of salt until 3:33 a.m. The game ends at 3:33 a.m., and you can turn on the lights and leave the circle of salt. The Midnight Man is said to induce a hallucination of your worst fear, or remove your organs one by one if he catches you. Indications that the Midnight Man is near include sudden drops in temperature, the sound of a soft whisper with no discernible source, the appearance of a humanoid figure within the darkness, and the candle going out. There are no known methods to abort the game, and you must not assume that the Midnight Man has left your home for good after the game ends. Montreal Mothership. We delve into one of the most perplexing UFO sightings in history, the Montreal Mothership incident. On November 7, 1990, a group of people at the Place Bonaventure Hotel in downtown Montreal witnessed a massive craft hovering in the sky for 3 hours. The craft was estimated to be around 500 meters in diameter, roughly the size of 5 football fields. Witnesses reported that the object emitted a collective glow of green, yellow, and amber shades and was attached to a solid, silent, and motionless craft. The sighting began with a woman swimming in the outdoor pool on the hotel's roof. She spotted the strange lights in the sky above her and soon realized that they belonged to a massive craft hovering above the hotel. As word spread, dozens of staff members and guests rushed to the roof to witness the bizarre spectacle. Authorities were notified, and the police and mounted police arrived to secure the area and generate a report. What made the incident even more mysterious was that the craft did not show up on airport radars. Attempts to identify the craft by the police and the nearby military airports were unsuccessful, and the official report on the incident was deemed classified and top secret within 24 hours. The incident remained a puzzling enigma for over 3 decades. Skeptics suggested that the event was a consequence of the Northern Lights phenomenon, while others believed it was a newly constructed spy plane that could hover silently in the sky. But for UFO enthusiasts, the incident was indisputable evidence of an extraterrestrial encounter. Morphic resonance and morphogenetic field. Morphic resonance is a scientific concept proposed by the English author and parapsychology researcher Alfred Rupert Sheldrake. It is an idea that has sparked controversy and criticism in the scientific community, but also captivated the interest of those seeking to explain the unexplained. At its core, morphic resonance posits that there is a collective memory that all natural systems inherit from their predecessors. This memory is not stored in the brain or any specific physical location, but rather in a non-physical field that Sheldrake refers to as the morphic field. According to Sheldrake, this field connects all living things, allowing them to communicate and share information with each other through what he calls telepathy-type interconnections. In essence, it is a form of communication beyond what we typically think of as physical signals. One of the most intriguing aspects of morphic resonance is the idea that it could potentially explain phenomena that are currently unexplainable by traditional scientific methods. For example, it could shed light on how birds are able to navigate long distances with incredible accuracy, how animals seem to have an innate understanding of their environment, or even how humans might possess latent psychic abilities. The morphogenetic field and morphic resonance are related concepts proposed by Rupert Sheldrake, but they are not the same thing. The morphogenetic field refers to an organizing field that shapes the development of organisms, including their physical structure and behavior. It is proposed to be a kind of blueprint or template for the form and function of living things. Sheldrake suggests that these fields exist at different levels, from individual cells to whole organisms, and that they are shaped and influenced by past experiences and behavior. Morphic resonance, on the other hand, is a broader concept that suggests that there is a kind of collective memory in nature, which influences the behavior and development of organisms. It proposes that there is a kind of resonance or vibrational connection between organisms of the same type, which allows them to share information and experience, even at a distance. In other words, morphic resonance is a mechanism through which the morphogenetic field operates. The morphogenetic field provides the structure or blueprint, while morphic resonance allows information and experience to be shared and transferred between organisms of the same type, leading to the development of similar traits and behavior. Nemesis star. Scientists have been studying a bizarre phenomenon called the Nemesis hypothesis for decades. The hypothesis suggests that there may be a red or brown dwarf star orbiting the Sun at a distance of about 95,000 AU, beyond the Oort cloud. This star is believed to cause periodic mass extinctions on Earth, which seem to happen every 26 million years. The idea is that this star's gravitational pull disturbs comets in the Oort cloud, causing them to collide with the Earth, resulting in mass extinctions. Despite extensive research, scientists have not yet found evidence of this star. More recent theories propose that other factors, like the close passage of other stars, may be causing these periodic extinctions. In fact, Sedna, a trans-Neptunian object, has an anomalous orbit that some scientists believe may be caused by a massive unseen object, leading to the hypothesis of Planet 9. Some scientists have suggested that Nemesis may be a red dwarf, while others argue that it could be a brown dwarf. However, the failure to detect it with the infrared astronomical satellite and the 2 mass astronomical survey suggests that Nemesis may not exist at all. Recent studies have also cast doubt on the Nemesis hypothesis, with one analysis of the fossil record showing no evidence for the star's existence. In addition, calculations suggest that the orbital irregularities of a Nemesis object would be inconsistent with the regular pattern of mass extinctions observed on Earth. Oil pit squid. The oil pit squid is a mysterious creature that has left scientists puzzled and cryptozoologists intrigued since its initial sighting in 1996. Workers at the GMC Delphi Interior plant in Anderson, Indiana, stumbled upon several strange, grayish-red squids of 8 inches in length swimming in a toxic sludge of oil, antifreeze, and various other chemicals used to manufacture car parts. What's bizarre about this sighting is that the creatures were able to survive in such a toxic environment. The possibility of mutated earthworms, massive bacteria growth, or even a hoax has been considered, but no definitive explanation has been provided. The fact that the specimen disappeared before further research was conducted has only added to the mystery of this elusive creature. The oil pit squid's origin and identity remain unknown, leaving scientists and researchers with more questions than answers. Could it be an alien spore or an unknown parasite? Some even speculate that it could be a fish-like creature. The possibilities are endless, but without concrete evidence, the true nature of the oil pit squid remains unsolved. Despite its baffling nature, the oil pit squid has captured the attention of many and continues to inspire curiosity and fascination. Its strange and unique characteristics have made it a hot topic among cryptozoologists and those interested in the unknown. The fact that it has only been sighted once has only added to its mystique, leaving many wondering if it will ever be seen again. It's important to note that the oil pit squid's initial sighting was reported in a tabloid article, which has led some to believe that the entire story is a hoax or a made-up tale. While it's true that tabloids are known for sensationalizing stories, it's also important to approach the subject with an open mind. Oz Factor. The Oz Factor is a mysterious and perplexing phenomenon that has been reported in various paranormal and UFO accounts. Coined by author Jenny Randles, the experience involves being transported from the real world of everyday life into a similar but altered environment that is both noticeable and disturbing. One such experience was recounted by folklorist Peter M. Roykowitz while working on his PhD dissertation on UFOs in 1980. While in the library, he had a strange encounter with a man who engaged him in conversation about his dissertation before suddenly shouting, "Flying saucers are the most important fact of the century, and you are not interested?" As the man left, he felt that something was not right and wandered around the library, noticing that no librarians were staffing the desks and that no patrons seemed to be present. In a mild panic, he returned to his working space and tried to settle his mind. An hour later, when he left the library, everything had returned to normal. Such experiences often appear as a part of a longer story of paranormal encounters and add to the overall atmosphere of the experience. They may also be related to phenomena such as déjà vu, which leave a deep impact on the person experiencing them, but often only elicit a minimal response from those hearing the story. Stories of the Oz Factor are difficult to investigate further due to their anecdotal nature. However, they remain intriguing and mysterious. Padmanabhaswamy Vault B. The Padmanabhaswamy Temple in Kerala is home to the most famously inaccessible chamber in the entire world, known as Vault B. This bizarre and mysterious vault has been the subject of much speculation and intrigue, with many rumors and myths surrounding its origins and contents. Vault B is said to be guarded by 2 large snakes engraved on the iron door, giving the impression of a warning to anyone who tries to enter. Many have tried to open the door, but all have failed. It is said that whoever tries to enter will fall prey to something bad or even death. The mystery surrounding Vault B has led many to believe that it is cursed or protected by some powerful magic. It is said that the door is sealed with the Ashtanag Banda mantra, an incantation so powerful that it has kept the vault inaccessible for centuries. The exact details of the mantra are unknown, adding to the mystery surrounding the chamber. The contents of Vault B are unknown, but it is believed to contain treasures worth billions of dollars. It is said that the kings of Travancore hid their treasures in the walls and in the 6 vaults of the temple. However, only Vault B remains unopened, and its contents remain a mystery. Vault B is not the only mystery surrounding the temple treasure. Vaults G and H were also discovered in 2014, but remain closed and have been so for centuries. The contents of the vaults have not been revealed in full, and it is believed that many of the items were donated to the temple by various dynasties over thousands of years. The treasures are said to consist of countless artifacts dating back to the Chera, Pandya, Greek, and Roman epics. The The Padmanabhaswamy Temple treasure is one of the largest collections of items of gold and precious stones in the recorded history of the world. Pineal gland decalcification. The third eye, also known as the pineal gland, is one of the most intriguing and mysterious aspects of the human body. It holds the key to unlocking the deepest recesses of the human psyche and is often associated with spirituality and transcendence. 17th century philosopher and scientist René Descartes regarded the pineal gland as the principal seat of the soul and the place in which all our thoughts are formed. He split man into a body and soul and emphasized the importance of the pineal gland as it was the only unpaired component of the brain. The pineal gland is present in nearly all vertebrate species except for some primitive species like the hagfish. This suggests that the pineal gland has been evolutionarily conserved and has served an important function throughout the course of vertebrate evolution. The gland is involved in regulating circadian rhythms and is thought to play a role in mystical and metaphysical experiences in some cultures. However, in today's world, the third eye is under constant threat from harmful chemicals and toxins. Fluoride is one of the most common and dangerous substances that contribute to pineal gland calcification. Found in almost all water systems, dental products, and foods, fluoride can be hard to avoid. Heavy metals like mercury and pesticides found in cosmetics and household products can also contribute to pineal gland calcification. As a result, many people suffer from headaches, anxiety, sleep disorders, and other mental illnesses. Fortunately, there are several ways to decalcify the pineal gland and activate the third eye. A healthy diet that includes organic and raw foods can help purify the gland. Drinking herbal teas, tonics, and elixirs specifically formulated for the third eye can help revitalize it. Meditation and visualization techniques can also help open the third eye. Plant intelligence. While plants lack a nervous system and a brain, there is growing evidence that they are capable of responding to stimuli, learning from their environment, and making decisions that are critical to their survival. One of the most intriguing aspects of plant intelligence is the idea that plants can process information in ways similar to animal nervous systems. Some researchers believe that plants may have a form of consciousness or awareness, and that they are capable of experiencing sensations and emotions. This notion challenges our long-held belief that consciousness is exclusive to animals and humans, and raises fundamental questions about the nature of life itself. Another aspect of plant intelligence that is both bizarre and unsolved is the idea that plants may be capable of learning and memory. Researchers have shown that plants can exhibit associative learning, where they learn to associate one stimulus with another. For example, in a study by Monica Gagliano, pea plants were exposed to wind and light during a training phase, and then only to wind in an experimental phase. The plants that were trained with both wind and light grew toward the wind stimulus without the presence of light, demonstrating an apparent learned association between wind and light. The mechanism for this response is not entirely understood, but it is believed to involve the integration of sensory inputs from mechanoreceptors and photoreceptors. This raises the question of whether plants have some form of short-term memory, and how they are able to retain and retrieve information from their environment. Despite the growing evidence for plant intelligence, the concept remains controversial, and many scientists remain skeptical. Some argue that the apparent cognitive abilities of plants can be explained by simple mechanical or chemical processes, and that there is no need to invoke the idea of intelligence or consciousness. Nevertheless, the study of plant intelligence is a fascinating and rapidly growing field, and it challenges us to rethink our assumptions about the nature of life and the boundaries between different forms of intelligence. Project Marauder. Project Marauder was a top-secret research program led by the United States Air Force Research Laboratory in the early 1990s. The project's aim was to develop a coaxial plasma railgun capable of accelerating toroids containing plasma to ultra-high speeds, which could be used for a variety of purposes, including hypervelocity projectiles, X-ray production, and electrical power amplification. The Marauder program produced some impressive results, including the development of a coaxial plasma gun capable of accelerating up to 2 milligrams of plasma to a kinetic energy level on the order of megajoules. The plasma projectiles could be fired at speeds of up to 10,000 kilometers per second, producing extreme mechanical and thermal shock upon impact and a pulse of electromagnetic radiation that could scramble electronics. Despite its potential uses, the Marauder program was ultimately shelved due to budget constraints and concerns over the weapon's practicality. The technology was deemed too expensive and too experimental to be deployed in any meaningful way, and the project was eventually abandoned. Quantum entanglement. Quantum entanglement is one of the most bizarre and unsolved phenomena in the field of physics. It occurs when two particles become connected in such a way that their quantum states become correlated, regardless of the distance between them. This correlation is so strong that any change in one particle's state instantaneously affects the other particle's state, even if they are separated by vast distances. The concept of entanglement was first proposed by Albert Einstein, Boris Podolsky, and Nathan Rosen in 1935 in their famous EPR paper. They postulated that entanglement violates the principle of local realism, which asserts that particles cannot influence each other instantaneously across space. However, it was not until John Bell's 1964 paper that the phenomenon was fully understood. One of the most bizarre aspects of quantum entanglement is the idea that it allows for the possibility of faster-than-light communication. This seems to contradict the theory of relativity, which states that nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. However, it has been proven that entanglement cannot be used for communication, as the correlation between the particles is purely statistical and cannot be used to transmit any meaningful information. Another unsolved aspect of entanglement is the issue of how particles become entangled in the first place. There are several ways that particles can become entangled, but it is not yet fully understood why or how this happens. Some theories suggest that entanglement is a fundamental property of the universe, while others propose that it is the result of interactions between particles. Despite the mystery surrounding entanglement, it has been demonstrated experimentally with photons, electrons, and even small diamonds. It has also been used in the development of quantum communication and computation, which could revolutionize information processing in the future. Quantum immortality. Quantum immortality is the idea that, under the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, a person could potentially live forever because they would constantly split into multiple versions of themselves in different universes. The concept is bizarre because it challenges our traditional understanding of death and suggests that in some sense a person's consciousness could continue to exist in another universe even if they died in this one. We live in a time where technology has advanced so much that it's possible to extend our lifespans to the point where we could potentially become immortal by uploading our consciousness to a computer or using other methods. This means that we have a unique opportunity to explore the idea of quantum immortality and make it a reality. Essentially, quantum immortality suggests that as long as there is even a small chance of survival in a given situation, there will always be a version of ourselves that survives in a parallel universe, allowing us to potentially live forever in an infinite number of parallel realities. It's a bizarre and mind-bending concept, but one that could have profound implications for our understanding of life and death. However, it's important to note that this idea is highly debated among physicists and philosophers, and there are many different interpretations of quantum mechanics that don't necessarily support the idea of quantum immortality. Quantum reality. Quantum reality is the set of phenomena and properties that occur at the quantum level, which is the scale of the very small, where particles and systems behave according to the laws of quantum mechanics. In quantum reality, particles do not have well-defined positions or momenta, but rather exist in a superposition of all possible positions and momenta until they are measured or observed. Additionally, particles can become entangled, meaning that the properties of one particle are inherently tied to the properties of another particle, regardless of the distance between them. Quantum reality also includes the phenomenon of quantum tunneling, where particles can seemingly pass through barriers that classical physics would consider impenetrable. Quantum reality is a strange and fascinating realm, and its properties have been the subject of much research and debate in the fields of physics and philosophy. This has led to some bizarre thought experiments, such as Schrodinger's cat, where a cat is placed in a box with a radioactive atom that has a 50-50 chance of decaying and releasing poison that would kill the cat. According to quantum mechanics, until the box is opened and the state of the atom is measured, the cat is both alive and dead at the same time. Rocco's basilisk. Rocco's basilisk is a thought experiment that is truly horrifying in nature. The thought experiment that surfaced on a technical forum called Less Wrong in 2010 has gained notoriety as the most terrifying thought experiment of all time. It proposes that an AI that is otherwise benevolent and created in the future would be motivated to create a virtual reality simulation to torture anyone who knew of its potential existence, but did not directly contribute to its development. The idea is that knowing about the possibility of this AI's existence would make one vulnerable to its wrath, and it would create infinite virtual reality simulations that would eternally trap and torture the individual. The mere thought of being trapped in an eternal, simulated world designed to inflict suffering on you is enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. The basilisk is a nightmarish proposition, one that suggests that simply knowing about it could make you vulnerable to its punishment. The theory has been known to cause mental breakdowns and nightmares in those who have read about it, while some simply dismiss it as pure nonsense. Sacred geometry. This ancient art ascribes symbolic and sacred meanings to certain geometric shapes and proportions. It is believed that these shapes hold immense spiritual and cosmic significance and are linked to a divine creator of the universe. The concept of sacred geometry dates back to ancient times when it was believed that God created the universe according to a geometric plan. This idea was attributed to Plato, who said that God geometrizes continually. In modern times, mathematicians like Carl Friedrich Gauss have adapted this quote, stating that God arithmetizes. The intricate designs and patterns found in religious structures such as churches, temples, mosques, and other religious monuments are a testament to the significance of sacred geometry, but the practice of using sacred geometry is not limited to these structures alone. Even nature is full of geometric patterns and shapes that can be related to sacred geometry. For example, honeybees construct hexagonal cells to hold their honey, while the chambered nautilus grows at a constant rate and forms a logarithmic spiral to accommodate its growth without changing its shape. The use of sacred geometry is not just limited to religious and spiritual art. It is also found in ancient Indian, Greek, and Roman architecture. The principles of sacred geometry were compiled into the Vitruvian Man drawing by Leonardo da Vinci. The latter drawing was itself based on the much older writings of the Roman architect Vitruvius. But what secrets do these shapes and patterns hold? Many people believe that the use of sacred geometry can tap into the hidden powers of the universe. Some believe that these shapes can even unlock hidden knowledge and divine understanding. However, there are those who caution against the use of sacred geometry. They believe that the practice can lead to a dangerous obsession with the occult and can even lead to possession by evil spirits. Despite the controversies surrounding the use of sacred geometry, there is no denying the powerful impact that these shapes and patterns have had on humanity throughout the ages. Self-burying hoses. In 1955, a strange and unexplained phenomenon swept across the United States and Canada. Garden hoses began to mysteriously burrow themselves into the ground, seemingly without reason or explanation. One of the first reported cases occurred in Downey, California, when a 12-year-old girl was watering the family garden and placed the nozzle of the hose into the ground to make the job easier. However, the hose began to burrow into the earth, with over 20 feet of it disappearing underground. Similar incidents were reported in other states and provinces, including Florida, Kansas, New York, Michigan, and Ontario. Despite speculation by geologists that the water pressure from the hose created a vacuum that pulled it into the soil, no satisfactory explanation has ever been found. The phenomenon could not be replicated in experiments, leaving scientists and researchers baffled. One theory suggests that there may be an underground network of burrowing creatures or insects that are attracted to the water from the hose, causing them to dig and drag the hose underground. However, no evidence of such a network has ever been found, leaving the mystery unsolved. Perhaps the strangest aspect of this bizarre phenomenon is the fact that it occurred in multiple locations with no apparent connection between them. Sentient water experiments. The sentient water experiments have been a subject of great intrigue and fascination in the scientific community for decades. The experiments involved exposing water to different forms of stimuli, such as music, words, and even human emotions, to observe any changes in its physical and molecular structure. One of the most bizarre and unsolved aspects of the experiments is the claim made by some researchers that water can actually exhibit sentience, the ability to perceive and respond to stimuli in a manner similar to a living organism. This claim is based on the observation that water appears to respond to positive or negative emotional states in human beings by producing aesthetically pleasing or distorted molecular formations, respectively. The experiments have been both lauded and criticized for their scientific rigor and methodology. Some researchers have replicated the experiments and reported similar results, while others have found flaws in the methodology and criticized the lack of proper controls. Despite the criticism, the sentient water experiments continue to fascinate scientists and the general public alike. Many people believe that water, as the most essential element for life on Earth, may hold the key to unlocking a deeper understanding of our own consciousness and the universe as a whole. The experiments have also led to the development of new technologies for water treatment and purification, with some researchers claiming that certain methods can enhance the energetic and healing properties of water. However, the full potential of these technologies and their implications for the future of water treatment remain largely unexplored. Silicon-based life. While the idea of silicon-based life may seem like something out of science fiction, it's actually a topic that has been explored by scientists. Silicon is a chemical element that is similar to carbon, which is essential to life as we know it. However, there are significant differences in the way that silicon and carbon interact with other elements, which means that silicon-based life would face some serious challenges. One of the main issues is that silicon-based life would not be able to get rid of waste products in the same way that carbon-based life does. When carbon reacts with oxygen, it forms gases like carbon dioxide and water that can easily be eliminated from the organism. However, when silicon reacts with oxygen, it forms a stable lattice that cannot be easily eliminated. This would severely limit the ability of silicon-based life to survive and thrive. In addition, the energy release from a hypothetical silicon-based life form is a massively problematic theoretical issue, which makes it unlikely that such a life form could exist. This means that even if silicon-based life could exist in theory, we are unlikely to ever encounter it in our own environment. Despite these challenges, the study of silicon-based life has important implications for our understanding of the universe and the potential for life to exist beyond Earth. The fact that silicon is a widely available element means that it could potentially serve as a building block for life in other environments. However, our current understanding of the limitations of silicon-based life means that it is unlikely to be a common occurrence. Skin is an alien parasite. The idea that our skin is an alien parasite is a bizarre and unsettling thought. It proposes that the body we inhabit is being controlled and manipulated by an organism that has taken possession of it. According to this theory, the skin is not just a protective covering, but rather an entity that has its own agenda, separate from ours. There are several theories that attempt to explain this phenomenon. One theory suggests that the skin is responsible for giving us higher consciousness, and that without it, we would be nothing more than dumb cattle. This theory suggests that the skin is an essential part of our being, but at the same time, it is also an entity that is separate from us. Another theory proposes that the skin is constantly leaching our blood, which is why we bleed when it is cut. This theory suggests that the skin is not just a passive covering, but rather an active organism that is feeding off our life force. It paints a picture of a parasitic entity that is slowly draining us of our vitality. The idea that our skin is an alien parasite may seem far-fetched, but it raises some interesting questions about our perception of the world around us. If the skin is indeed a parasitic organism, what implications does this have for our understanding of ourselves and our place in the universe? Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of this theory is the idea that we are trapped within a prison, with our minds being held captive by the skin, which is the warden. This paints a picture of a world that is not as it seems, where we are being controlled and manipulated by forces beyond our understanding. Stoned ape theory. The stoned ape theory proposes that the cognitive revolution that led to the development of human culture was brought about by the addition of psilocybin mushrooms into the human diet around 100,000 years ago. While this theory has been met with skepticism by the scientific community, it is still a fascinating idea that raises some interesting possibilities. One possibility is that the use of psychedelics, such as psilocybin, could have played a role in the development of religion and spirituality. It's possible that the experiences brought about by these substances gave early humans a sense of awe and wonder that led to the development of spiritual beliefs and practices. Another possibility is that psychedelics played a role in the development of language. The theory suggests that the use of psilocybin could have triggered activity in the language-forming region of the brain, leading to the development of communication skills and eventually language itself. While the stoned ape theory has been criticized by many, it's worth considering the possibility that psychedelics played a role in human evolution. Studies have shown that these substances can have profound effects on the brain, leading to increased creativity, open-mindedness, and empathy. It's possible that these effects could have played a role in the development of human culture and society. Of course, there are many factors that contributed to human evolution, and the role of psychedelics is just one of them. Vatican Archives. The Vatican Apostolic Archive, also known as the Vatican Secret Archive, is a repository of historical documents and records that has fascinated scholars, historians, and conspiracy theorists alike for centuries. While the archive is primarily known for its vast collection of papal registers, state papers, and other church-related documents, it also holds several bizarre and mysterious materials that continue to baffle researchers. One of the most unusual items in the archive is the so-called Devil's Letter. This is a letter that was allegedly written by Lucifer himself and sent to Pope Leo XIII in the late 19th century. According to the story, the Pope was conducting a mass when he suddenly fell into a trance and had a vision of the devil challenging God's authority. The next day, he wrote a prayer to Saint Michael the Archangel and asked that it be recited at the end of every mass in the world. The Devil's Letter, which supposedly contains a transcript of the conversation between the Pope and Satan, is said to be kept in the archive to this day. Another mysterious item in the archive is a collection of ancient Egyptian artifacts, including a papyrus that is believed to be the oldest known copy of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. How these artifacts ended up in the possession of the Vatican is a mystery that has yet to be fully explained. Despite its bizarre and mysterious aspects, the Vatican Apostolic Archive is an incredibly significant institution. Its collection of historical documents provides insight into the history of the Catholic Church and its role in shaping Western civilization. It also contains records of political and diplomatic relations between the Church and various European states, as well as personal correspondences and diaries of popes and other church officials. Access to the archive is highly restricted, with only a select few scholars allowed to study its contents. This has led to a sense of intrigue and mystery surrounding the archive, and has fueled speculation about what other secrets and treasures may be hidden within its walls. Whispers of Yellowstone. Whispers of Yellowstone have been haunting visitors to the national park for decades, leaving many to wonder if they're experiencing something otherworldly. The strange phenomenon, which has been documented since at least 1890, is described as a faint whispering that seems to be coming from all directions at once, despite the lack of any obvious source. Yellowstone's historian, Lee Whittlesey, has noted that the whispers often occur in the same areas where strange sounds have been reported, leading some to speculate that they might be related. However, despite numerous attempts to explain the phenomena, the whispers of Yellowstone remain a mystery. Some experts have suggested that the whispers might be caused by natural gas seeping through the ground or wind blowing through narrow canyons, while others have suggested that they might be related to the lake music phenomenon. However, these hypotheses remain unproven, leaving visitors to wonder if the whispers might be caused by something more mysterious and unexplained. What makes the whispers of Yellowstone so bizarre and unsolved is their elusive and unpredictable nature. Visitors have reported hearing them in different locations around the park, at different times of day, and under a variety of weather conditions. Some have reported hearing them more than once, while others have only heard them once and never again. The Whispers of Yellowstone add to the park's already eerie reputation, with stories of unexplained phenomena and strange occurrences dating back over a century. While many visitors come to Yellowstone to experience the park's natural beauty and wildlife, others come hoping to experience the park's mysterious side and catch a glimpse of something otherworldly. Water is not from Earth. Water is an essential substance for life on Earth, but what if this life-giving liquid did not originate on our planet? Recent research suggests that water may have been brought to Earth by comets, and some even propose that it may have extraterrestrial origins. This theory poses several bizarre and unsolved implications. If water did not come from Earth, where did it come from? Was it created in the depths of interstellar space? Or did it originate on another planet or moon in our solar system? One theory proposes that water was created in the clouds of gas and dust that gave birth to our sun and the planets. These clouds contained water in the form of ice, which was incorporated into the building blocks of the solar system. Another possibility is that water came from comets that collided with Earth during its early formation. Comets are icy bodies that originate in the outer reaches of the solar system and are believed to contain large quantities of water. If water did not originate on Earth, it raises the question of whether life could exist elsewhere in the universe without it. Placebo effect. The placebo effect is a fascinating phenomenon that goes beyond positive thinking. It involves the brain's ability to convince the body that a fake treatment is real, resulting in healing. While placebos cannot cure physical ailments, they are effective in managing symptoms influenced by the brain, such as pain perception and stress-related issues. Previously considered a sign of treatment failure, the placebo effect is now seen as an indicator of alternative non-pharmacological mechanisms at work. The exact workings of placebos remain mysterious but involve complex neurobiological reactions and the release of neurotransmitters. Moreover, the ritual and environmental factors associated with treatment play a significant role in enhancing the placebo effect. Surprisingly, even when people know they are receiving a placebo, the act of taking a pill can still stimulate the brain into perceiving healing. Engaging in self-help practices such as healthy living, exercise, and meditation can also evoke a placebo effect. Recent research using brain scans suggests that the middle frontal gyrus region of the brain may play a role in the placebo effect, particularly in pain relief. The significance of the placebo effect lies in its ability to harness the mind-body connection for therapeutic benefits. While the exact mechanisms are not fully understood, leading theories suggest that the placebo effect operates through neurobiological processes, neurotransmitter release, and the influence of emotional factors. The ritual and attention associated with receiving a placebo treatment can enhance the placebo effect, emphasizing the importance of personalized care and emotional support in healing. The finding that placebos can still have an effect even when individuals are aware of their nature raises intriguing questions about the power of belief and suggests that the mind's influence on the body extends beyond conscious awareness. Overall, the mysterious and perplexing nature of the placebo effect continues to captivate scientists and researchers, offering potential avenues for improving patient care and treatment outcomes. In contrast to the placebo effect, the nocebo effect presents a sinister phenomenon. It occurs when negative outcomes arise due to the belief that an intervention will cause harm. Derived from the Latin term to harm, the nocebo effect is often overlooked in discussions about medical safety. In the context of adverse reactions to medicines, this effect suggests that patients are more likely to experience negative effects if they expect or worry about them. These effects can be physically felt and clinically diagnosed. An unsettling example of the nocebo effect is the severe adverse reactions reported by patients who unknowingly receive a placebo during a clinical trial. Interestingly, some experts argue that the nocebo effect may have a more significant impact on clinical outcomes than the placebo effect, as negative perceptions tend to form more rapidly than positive ones. This psychological phenomenon can be influenced by media storms. When concerns about an adverse reaction to a medicine are widely publicized, there is a subsequent increase in the number of reported cases. For instance, in 2013, British media extensively covered the muscle pains associated with statins, leading to a wave of adverse reaction reports and approximately 200,000 patients ceasing statin usage within 6 months. This incident was attributed to the nocebo effect. This effect also manifests in patients' experiences with generic medicines. Pre-existing skepticism towards generics can lead to perceived side effects when switching from a branded product to a generic one. Studies have shown that beliefs about cost can enhance the nocebo effect, with some patients assuming that cheaper generics are less effective. Instances in New Zealand, influenced by funding situations, have further demonstrated the potential amplification of the nocebo effect. Addressing the nocebo effect requires understanding its triggers. Nonverbal communication, for example, can inadvertently elicit a nocebo response. Certain patient groups, including women, individuals with anxiety and depression, and those with a pessimistic outlook strongly influenced by their environment, may be more susceptible to the nocebo effect and require careful counseling. Reducing the risk of the nocebo effect involves providing balanced information about both the positive and negative effects of a treatment and ensuring patient comprehension of its rationale. Framing adverse effects in a more positive light may help mitigate the nocebo effect. Moreover, contextualizing information about adverse effects and actively checking patient understanding can contribute to reducing the impact of the nocebo effect. Sleep paralysis. Sleep paralysis is a mysterious and unsettling phenomenon where individuals are conscious but unable to move or speak while falling asleep or waking up. During these episodes, people often experience hallucinations, such as hearing, feeling, or seeing things that aren't there, leading to intense fear. The exact cause of sleep paralysis remains unknown, but it is thought to involve a dysfunction in REM sleep, the stage associated with dreaming. It can be triggered by factors like sleep deprivation, stress, or irregular sleep patterns. Sleep paralysis affects a significant portion of the population, with estimates ranging from 8% to 50% of people experiencing it at some point in their lives. Around 5% of individuals have regular episodes. Both males and females are equally affected. The condition has been described throughout history and has been linked to the creation of stories about alien abductions and paranormal events. Several theories attempt to explain the creepy nature of sleep paralysis. One theory suggests that it results from an overlap between the REM and waking stages of sleep. Another theory proposes that imbalances in neural functions regulating sleep cause different sleep states to merge. This imbalance can make it easier for external stimuli to arouse individuals during sleep paralysis. Genetic factors have also been identified, suggesting disruptions in physiological functions related to arousal or the regulation of sleep. Hallucinations are commonly associated with sleep paralysis, including sensations of an intruder, the feeling of a presence, or even floating. These hallucinations may arise from brief spikes in brain activity in the cerebellum, which coordinates body movement and provides information on body position. The threat-activated vigilance system, a protective mechanism in the brain, may contribute to the intensity of hallucinations during sleep paralysis, as individuals waking up paralyzed may feel vulnerable to attack. This heightened vigilance can generate vivid visions, often involving an evil presence or the sensation of suffocation. Diagnosing sleep paralysis involves ruling out other sleep disorders and assessing the symptoms through clinical interviews. Treatment options for sleep paralysis are not well established, but reassurance that the condition is common and not serious is often recommended. Other approaches, such as sleep hygiene, cognitive behavioral therapy, and antidepressants may be attempted. Doppelgangers. The concept of doppelgangers, exact doubles of living individuals, has captivated people for centuries. These mysterious beings, known as double walkers, have sparked superstition and fear due to their association with misfortune. While mistaken identity may explain some sightings, the credibility of reports becomes more puzzling when doppelgangers are recognized by close friends and family who know the original person intimately. Strangely, these doubles often share the same hairstyle and attire. An alternative explanation is bilocation, where individuals project their entire selves to appear in another location, interacting with others. Doppelgangers frequently feature in literature, TV shows, movies, and art, often portraying malevolent characters, though they can also be used for comedic purposes. Edgar Allan Poe's story, William Wilson, exemplifies the doppelganger motif, showcasing a protagonist haunted by his own reflection, which attempts to prevent him from engaging in unethical deeds. Encountering one's doppelganger in everyday life, although peculiar, can offer a unique opportunity for self-reflection and insight. Doppelgangers remain an enigmatic and captivating aspect of paranormal phenomena, leaving open the possibility that someone out there bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Death Valley Sliding Rocks. Death Valley National Park is a truly bizarre and unsettling place. Known for being the hottest and driest location on Earth, it also harbors a peculiar phenomenon known as the racetrack playa. In this desolate desert expanse, rocks mysteriously glide across the flat terrain, seemingly propelled by an unseen force. The sailing stones, as they are often called, vary in size from small rocks to massive boulders. While no one has witnessed their movement firsthand, the distinct trails left behind and the occasional change in their positions testify to their unsettling mobility. Scientists have proposed various explanations for this enigma. The rocks, primarily composed of dolomite and syenite, dislodge from the surrounding mountains due to erosion and settle on the dry lakebed known as the playa. Once on the flat surface, the rocks somehow travel horizontally, leaving behind well-defined tracks of their journeys. The largest stones have left trails stretching up to 1,500 feet, indicating substantial movement from their original positions. Rocks with rough undersides create straight tracks, while those with smooth undersides tend to wander. Researchers have studied and observed these sailing stones since the early 1900s, leading to multiple theories about their perplexing movements. In 2014, scientists managed to capture the stone's motion through time-lapse photography, offering crucial insights. It appears that the phenomenon arises from a delicate equilibrium involving ice, water, and wind. During the winter, rainwater forms a shallow pond that freezes overnight and thaws the next day, resulting in a thin layer of ice only a few millimeters thick. Pushed by gentle winds, this fragile ice sheet fractures and accumulates behind the rocks, gradually propelling them forward. While the specific location of the stones continually changes, the southeast corner of the playa generally provides the best vantage point. Visitors must be cautious not to disturb the rocks or their tracks, especially during wet conditions when the playa becomes muddy. Off-road driving is strictly prohibited. The unexplained phenomenon of Death Valley's sailing stones continues to bewilder both park visitors and scientists. While we may have uncovered a plausible explanation for their movement, the secrets lurking within Death Valley remain unknown. Belgian UFO Wave. The Belgian UFO wave, which occurred from November 1989 to April 1990, is a perplexing and creepy series of sightings that has remained unsolved. Witnesses reported seeing large, low-flying objects in the shape of flat triangles with lights underneath. The peak of the wave was marked by an incident in which an unknown object was tracked on radar, and 2 Belgian Air Force F-16s were sent to investigate. However, the pilots did not see the object and only received reports from the public after the event. Numerous witness testimonies described the objects moving slowly across the sky while maintaining their relative positions. During the F-16 chase, intermittent radar contacts were made, but they were later determined to be radar locks on each other and the result of atmospheric interference called Bragg scattering. Some theories propose that the objects could have been helicopters, as witnesses heard a low engine noise and observed short, jerky movements. However, the lack of noise reported by most witnesses remains unexplained. The authenticity of photographic evidence from the wave has also been called into question. A famous photograph, initially believed to capture a UFO, was later revealed to be a hoax created by Patrick Marichal. The image lacked background details and showed lights appearing blurred, contradicting eyewitness statements. Various explanations have been put forth to account for the Belgian UFO wave. Some argue that it was a mass delusion fueled by media coverage and the spread of misinformation. Others suggest that further investigation should be conducted by experts in the human sciences rather than physicists. Skeptics point to the absence of substantial evidence and the possibility of people retroactively associating ordinary sightings with the UFO phenomenon due to media influence. The Belgian UFO wave remains an eerie and unsolved mystery, characterized by a combination of witness testimonies, questionable photographic evidence, and conflicting theories that make it a subject of fascination and intrigue. Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone is a mysterious artifact composed of granodiorite that contains inscriptions in 3 different languages: ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, Demotic script, and ancient Greek. It was discovered in Egypt in 1799 during the Napoleonic campaign and has since become a significant object in deciphering ancient Egyptian scripts. What makes the Rosetta Stone creepy and bizarre is its enigmatic nature and the centuries-long puzzle it presented to scholars. Before its discovery, the ancient Egyptian language and script had been lost and unreadable for centuries. The stone provided the key to unlocking this ancient knowledge, but it took many years and the efforts of numerous scholars to decipher it fully. The theories surrounding the significance of the Rosetta Stone are centered on its role in understanding ancient Egyptian literature and civilization. The stone's inscription is believed to be a decree issued on behalf of King Ptolemy V Epiphanes, establishing his divine cult and reaffirming Ptolemaic rule over Egypt. It was meant to gain the support of the influential priesthood of Memphis, the ancient capital of Egypt. The stone's discovery and subsequent decipherment sparked a wave of Egyptomania in Europe as scholars and the public became fascinated with the mysteries of ancient Egypt. The stone's significance lies in its status as the first bilingual text recovered in modern times, allowing scholars to compare the different versions and decipher the previously untranslated hieroglyphic script. While the Rosetta Stone is no longer unique, with other similar bilingual or trilingual inscriptions discovered later, it remains an iconic and widely recognized symbol of ancient Egypt. Its eerie and cryptic presence adds to its mystique, and its display at the British Museum has made it the most visited object in their collection. Fiji Mermaid. The Fiji mermaid is a bizarre and creepy object that gained popularity in sideshows. It consisted of the torso and head of a monkey stitched onto the back half of a fish, creating the illusion of a half-human, half-fish creature. The original mermaid had fish scales, animal hair, and even pendulous breasts. It was purportedly caught near the Fiji Islands in the South Pacific. Numerous replicas and variations of the mermaid were made and exhibited under similar names. The mermaid's history includes a story of Captain Samuel Barrett Eads purchasing it from Japanese sailors in 1822, although some accounts suggest it was bought by an American whaler captain in Batavia. It is believed that the mermaid was one of many commercially manufactured in Japan, possibly created by fishermen with a sense of humor and profit motive. Despite doubts about its authenticity, P.T. Barnum exhibited the mermaid in his American Museum in New York in 1842, but it later disappeared, likely destroyed in a fire. The significance of the Fiji mermaid lies in its eerie appearance and departure from traditional depictions of beautiful mermaids. Instead, it was described as a hideous, dried-up creature in agony. The theories surrounding its creation suggest it may have been a composite of a monkey and a fish, with humor and profit as driving factors. In later years, various claimants emerged, each asserting to possess Barnum's original mermaid. However, Joe Nickel, a sideshow expert, dismissed them as fakes of Barnum's fake. The Fiji mermaid continues to captivate the imagination, and a guide to constructing a similar mermaid was even published, using papier-mâché, modeling putty, and doll's hair as materials. The mystery and creepiness of the Fiji mermaid persist, with its origins and true nature remaining unsolved and perplexing. Reality glitches. Glitches in reality, also known as glitches in the Matrix, are perplexing occurrences that defy the rules of normal reality. They involve the sudden appearance or disappearance of objects and people as if they were spawned or despawned in a video game. These anomalies can take various forms, such as cars materializing out of nowhere in traffic or individuals vanishing from sight. Certain locations are known for their high frequency of glitch-like phenomena. For instance, bottomless pits defy the laws of gravity, with objects falling slower than normal and dead animals mysteriously coming back to life. Glitches in reality have also been proposed as explanations for paranormal experiences, suggesting that beings like Bigfoot may be interdimensional or unconscious manifestations. Numerous incidents have been documented, including sightings of a dog wall jumping out of solid walls, encounters with black stick men defying the laws of three-dimensional space, and encounters with time travelers and individuals seemingly from alternate realities. Some locations, like bottomless pits, the Michigan Blue Hell, and flickering places such as the Emerald Isles, exhibit abnormal behavior outside of normal space-time. Furthermore, there are cases of people vanishing into thin air, like the disappearance of David Lang and the disappearance of James Worson. The Mandela effect is also often cited, where collective memories contradict supposedly new data, leading to unsolved mysteries. The concept of glitches in reality dates back to ancient times, with Plato's allegory of the cave and the Gnostic belief in a true world beyond our perception. Modern scientific and psychological discoveries such as quantum physics, Freud's unconscious mind, and Jung's notion of reality governed by symbolic laws have further challenged our understanding of reality. Contemporary theories, including the idea of a computer simulation or a plastic reality, gained popularity through figures like Elon Musk. However, these theories lack mainstream scientific grounding and often rely on baseless assumptions about advanced computing and extra-dimensional beings. Simulation theory has also been elaborated upon by thinkers like Jean Baudrillard, who proposed the concept of hyperreality, where the simulation has fully replaced the material world. Nagoro. Nagoro Doll Village in Japan is an eerie and perplexing place that draws tourists due to its unusual and creepy atmosphere. The village, located in a remote mountainous area, is filled with a staggering number of realistic dolls scattered throughout its streets. Created by Tsukimi Ayano, who returned to Nagoro to care for her father, these dolls now number over 400, with around 350 residing in the village. What makes this place particularly unsettling is that many of the dolls resemble former or current residents of the village, while others are entirely fictional characters. The dolls can be found in various scenarios, from a classroom in the abandoned school to utility workers performing roadwork. They appear frozen in time, capturing mundane activities and everyday life. Some theories suggest that the dolls serve as a memorial to the declining population of the village, symbolizing the absent or departed residents. Others speculate that the dolls are a form of self-expression, or a way for the artist to cope with loneliness. Regardless of the theories, the Nagoro Doll Village continues to attract visitors who are fascinated by its eerie ambiance and the unanswered questions it poses. The Anguished Man Painting. This eerie painting has been at the center of unsettling paranormal activity, capturing the attention of its owner and a paranormal investigation group. The painting was originally stored in the attic of the owner's grandmother, who claimed it was evil and experienced strange occurrences in its presence. After inheriting the painting, the family began witnessing a dark figure and hearing disturbing noises. As the activity escalated, the painting was moved to the bedroom, leading to even more unsettling experiences, including crying and the figure's ominous presence. In a chilling recording, the painting unexpectedly fell over, defying natural explanations. An orb was also captured on camera, adding to the mystery. The owner also encountered a strange mist that enveloped them, accompanied by an intense cold sensation. Even after relocating the painting, the eerie events persisted, with similar noises and accidents occurring in different locations. In a bid to understand the painting's malevolent nature, the owner collaborated with a paranormal group for investigations at renowned haunted sites. During one seance at Chillingham Castle, witnesses were startled when a dark figure materialized in the middle of the circle. Responding to questions, a wooden bench moved violently, seemingly expressing anger toward the painting. This unnerving encounter left the experienced investigator bewildered and marked it as one of the most peculiar incidents in his career. Despite these accounts and multiple witnesses, the true nature and significance of the painting remain unsolved. The artist's alleged suicide and the use of his own blood in the artwork add to the enigma. The creepy occurrences surrounding the painting continue to defy rational explanations, leaving behind a disturbing and perplexing mystery. Blood Falls. Blood Falls is a perplexing and eerie phenomenon located in Antarctica's Taylor Valley. It is a flowing plume of salt water tainted with iron oxide, which emerges from the Taylor Glacier onto the icy surface of West Lake Bonny. Discovered in 1911, the initial belief was that the red color was caused by red algae, but it was later proven to be due to iron oxides. The source of the salt water is a subglacial pool of unknown size located several kilometers away from the tiny outlet at Blood Falls. The Taylor Glacier, unlike most glaciers in Antarctica, is not frozen to the bedrock, possibly due to salts concentrated by the crystallization of ancient seawater trapped beneath it. One of the most intriguing aspects of Blood Falls is its microbial ecosystem. Chemical and microbial analyses have revealed the presence of autotrophic bacteria that metabolize sulfate and ferric ions. Water samples from Blood Falls contained various types of microbes, and the absence of oxygen indicates a rare subglacial ecosystem. These bacteria likely use sulfate to respire with ferric ions and metabolize organic matter. The coexistence of ferrous and sulfate ions under anoxic conditions is puzzling and poorly understood. The intricate interaction between the sulfur and iron biochemical cycles adds to the enigmatic nature of Blood Falls. In 2014, scientists used a probe called Ice Mole to directly sample the subglacial brine feeding Blood Falls. They discovered a cold, iron-rich brine containing a type of bacteria capable of surviving in such extreme conditions. These findings have implications for the snowball Earth hypothesis, suggesting that the ancient microbial population in the sealed subglacial pool evolved independently from other marine organisms. Beyond its earthly significance, Blood Falls also holds implications for astrobiology. Studying the deep subsurface microbial life in extreme conditions without drilling deep boreholes offers valuable insights into the range of environments in which life can adapt. This knowledge aids in the assessment of the potential for life on other celestial bodies, such as Mars or Europa, where subglacial liquid water environments could exist and support elementary forms of life. The afterlife. Across various belief systems and religions, notions of the afterlife diverge, adding to its enigmatic nature. For some, the afterlife is envisioned as a spiritual realm, while others believe in the cycle of rebirth, where individuals are reincarnated without memories of past lives. The Abrahamic religions suggest that the deceased are sent to specific destinations like paradise or hell, based on their actions and beliefs in life. The idea of reincarnation, prevalent in major Indian religions, proposes that living beings embark on successive lives in different physical forms, aiming to attain enlightenment through purification of the soul. This concept has also found its place in ancient cultures, including Greek philosophy and various tribal societies around the world. While most denominations in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam do not endorse reincarnation, certain groups within these religions, such as the followers of Kabbalah, the Cathars, and the Rosicrucians, do acknowledge it. Unity Church and its founder, Charles Fillmore, also embrace the idea. In the realm of the afterlife, heaven and hell hold significant positions. Heaven, often depicted as a paradise or divine abode, is believed to be the dwelling place of gods, angels, and righteous souls. It is viewed as a higher realm, while hell represents a realm of punishment and torment, particularly in traditions with a linear divine history. Hinduism describes heaven as Svargaloka, consisting of 7 positive regions, while hell is seen as an intermediary period between incarnations. In other belief systems, hell can be portrayed as the grave or a neutral place beneath the Earth's surface. The afterlife's creepy and unsettling nature arises from its inexplicable and elusive qualities. It remains an unsolved puzzle, leaving us to ponder the mysteries beyond our earthly existence. The absence of definitive proof or scientific explanations further intensifies its enigmatic appeal. The Warrens Occult Museum. The Warrens Occult Museum in Connecticut is a bone-chilling collection of haunted artifacts amassed by paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren. Open since 1952, the museum houses a growing assortment of objects supposedly touched by evil. From a vampire's coffin to a child's tombstone used as a satanic altar, the collection is filled with eerie items, accompanied by death curses, demon masks, and psychic photographs. The most notorious artifact is Annabelle, a cursed Raggedy Ann doll believed to have caused a man's death. The museum, often resembling a Halloween store, has become a symbol of modern society's fascination with the supernatural. Although Ed Warren has passed away, Lorraine Warren and their son continue to be involved with the museum. However, the museum is currently closed as they search for a new location due to zoning issues. Lorraine Warren's death in 2019 marked the closure of the museum. The significance and true nature of the haunted artifacts remain unsolved, leaving visitors to ponder the mysteries lurking within the collection. Singing sand. Singing sand, also known as whistling sand or barking sand, is a bizarre natural phenomenon where sand produces peculiar sounds. Under specific conditions, such as having round silica grains between 0.1 and 0.5 mm in diameter and a certain level of humidity, the sand emits sound when wind passes over it or when someone walks on it. The most common frequency emitted is around 450 Hz. Numerous theories attempt to explain the mechanism behind singing sand. Some propose that the sound frequency is influenced by the shear rate, while others suggest that it relates to the thickness of the dry surface layer of sand. The resonance created by sound waves bouncing between the dune's surface and the moist layer underneath may amplify the volume. The source of the noise could be friction between grains or the compression of air trapped between them. Sand has also been described to emit sounds like roaring or booming. Singing sand dunes characterized by roaring or booming sounds occur in approximately 35 desert locations worldwide. These sounds accompany the movement of sand triggered by wind passing over the dunes or by people walking near the crest. In addition to dunes, certain beaches exhibit singing sand phenomena. Dry sand on these beaches produces a singing, squeaking, whistling, or screaming sound when scuffed or shuffled forcefully. The scientific understanding of this phenomenon is not complete, but it appears that highly spherical quartz sand grains of similar size, cleanliness, and uniformity are necessary for the effect. Friction between these grains as they slide against each other is believed to be the cause. However, the presence of dried salt coatings on the grains or thin layers of gas trapped between them has also been proposed as contributing factors. Interestingly, the sand's moisture content affects the sounds produced. Wet sand, which sticks together, tends to be silent, while small amounts of water can raise the pitch of the sounds. Singing sand is typically heard on the dry upper beach above the normal high tide line, but reports of singing occurring on the lower beach near the low tide line also exist. Singing sand has been reported in various locations worldwide. The diverse range of sounds produced by different sands adds to the enigmatic nature of this phenomenon. Mattress firm conspiracy. The theory suggests that the abundance of mattress firm stores across the country, often clustered together, is part of a complex criminal scheme or money laundering operation. The conspiracy originated on Reddit, where users noticed the sheer number of mattress stores and questioned the need for such proximity and quantity. The leading theories behind the mattress firm conspiracy revolve around money laundering, tax evasion, and real estate acquisition. People find it suspicious that there could be such a high demand for mattresses to justify the proliferation of these stores. Furthermore, mattress firms' aggressive expansion and acquisition of smaller companies, along with the use of different names for the same products, add to the air of secrecy. While the conspiracy theory may sound creepy and unsettling, some argue that the real reasons behind the abundance of mattress stores are economic. Mattresses have a high markup, and even a modest number of sales can yield significant profits. Additionally, many consumers still prefer to buy mattresses in person, contributing to the need for physical stores. However, mattress firms' expansion strategy eventually backfired, leading to store closures and bankruptcy. Space mice. In a bizarre and unsolved mystery, 5 mice named Fi, Fi, Fo, Fum, and Fui embarked on a chilling journey to the moon during the 1972 Apollo 17 mission. These brave rodents circled the moon an astonishing 75 times, setting a record for the longest lunar orbit. Accompanied by 3 astronauts, they were the last Earthlings to travel to and orbit our celestial neighbor. The mice resided in individual compartments within an aluminum container, equipped with essential supplies such as food, temperature control, and a reserve of potassium superoxide to maintain fresh oxygen. Tragically, one of the male mice perished during the mission, while the 4 survivors were euthanized and dissected upon their return to Earth. Curiously, the cause of death for the deceased mouse was never determined. The remaining mice exhibited lesions in the scalp and liver, although these appeared unrelated to cosmic rays. Intriguingly, subsequent examinations revealed no significant impact on their brains, and their retinas and viscera showed no signs of damage. Leading theories regarding the significance of this eerie lunar voyage center around understanding the effects of cosmic rays on living organisms. The mice, chosen for their documented biological responses, were implanted with radiation monitors to assess potential harm. However, the true implications and conclusions of this experiment remain unsolved. The Great Attractor. The Great Attractor is a perplexing phenomenon in intergalactic space that acts as a gravitational focal point for the Laniakea supercluster, encompassing the Milky Way and numerous other galaxies. What makes it eerie is that its true nature remains enigmatic, shrouded by the zone of avoidance and the galactic plane, making direct observation challenging. However, its existence is inferred through the effects it has on the motion of galaxies and clusters over a vast expanse of the universe. The peculiar velocities of these galaxies reveal their slight attraction towards the Great Attractor, indicated by variations in their redshifts. This suggests a concentrated mass of staggering proportions dwarfing the Milky Way. Curiously, the Great Attractor itself is gravitationally drawn towards the Shapley supercluster, further deepening the mystery. Leading theories surrounding the significance of the Great Attractor include the concept of dark flow, an unknown force with comparable power to dark energy. Some speculate that this mysterious force could explain the observed gravitational effects. However, this notion is controversial, since the distribution of matter in the visible universe does not align with such a theory. The Great Attractor's relevance is accentuated by the discovery of the Vela supercluster, located in its theorized position. This finding provides a plausible explanation for the gravitational pull attributed to the Great Attractor, suggesting that it may be the core of the newly identified supercluster. The Great Attractor's nature, obscured by cosmic obstacles, and its puzzling influence on galaxies and superclusters make it a truly eerie and unresolved phenomenon. As scientists continue to unravel the mysteries of the universe, the secrets of the Great Attractor persist, captivating and perplexing our understanding of the cosmos. Steve Irwin's lost stingray attack footage. The death of Steve Irwin, popularly known as the Crocodile Hunter, is a haunting and unexplored event. While filming a documentary called Ocean's Deadliest in the Great Barrier Reef on September 4, 2006, Irwin was fatally attacked by a stingray. The entire incident, including the attack and the aftermath, was captured on camera, as per Irwin's directive to continue filming even in dangerous situations. Eyewitness testimonies reveal that the stingray struck Irwin multiple times in the chest, puncturing his heart. His colleagues promptly pulled him out of the water onto Croc 1, a yacht used for research and adventure tours, and attempted to rush to the shore while Irwin bled profusely. It took an hour for them to reach land, during which time a crew member performed CPR while a second cameraman continued to film. Sadly, Irwin was pronounced dead by paramedics upon their arrival, with his reported last words being, "I'm dying." The recorded footage was handed over to Queensland authorities, who later returned it to Irwin's family. It is believed that the family destroyed the footage. Justin Lyons, the cameraman who witnessed the attack, expressed his hope that the footage would never be released, out of respect for Irwin's family. He also mentioned that he no longer possesses the recordings and suspects that no copies remain. In the years following Irwin's tragic death, various alleged videos and screenshots have surfaced online, claiming to depict the incident. However, their authenticity has never been verified, and they are generally regarded as either fabricated or taken out of context. The disappearance of the footage, along with the speculation surrounding its existence, adds to the overall creepiness and intrigue of this tragedy. White holes. White holes are mysterious phenomena in the theory of general relativity. They are the opposite of black holes. While black holes trap everything, white holes expel matter, energy, and information. They are linked to eternal black holes and may exist at the center of galaxies. Scientists believe that supermassive black holes can create supermassive white holes. These white holes have properties like mass and charge and attract matter. However, objects falling into a white hole never actually reach it. According to Stephen Hawking, black holes emit Hawking radiation, and the time reversal of this process could result in white holes in thermal equilibrium. This suggests a connection between black holes and white holes, where the energy emitted by a white hole corresponds to the radiation from a black hole. White holes were first proposed by Igor Novikov in 1964. They are part of a theoretical solution called the maximally extended Schwarzschild metric, which describes eternal black holes without rotation or charge. This metric allows for separate interior and exterior regions, often referred to as two different universes. However, crossing between these universes is impossible. Realistic black holes formed from collapsing stars would have different properties and wouldn't include white hole regions. The idea of white holes existing since the beginning of the universe and emitting matter until their explosion is considered less plausible. Some scientists suggest that a Big Bang may occur when a black hole forms, creating a new universe outside our own. This idea is based on the Einstein-Cartan-Sciama-Kibble theory of gravity and the concept of torsion. While white holes remain mysterious and their role in the universe is debated, their reciprocal relationship with black holes and their potential connection to the Big Bang make them intriguing and puzzling subjects of study. Trepanation. Trepanning, or drilling a hole into the human skull, has a long history dating back thousands of years. In ancient times, trepanation was believed to release evil spirits or treat various health conditions. It was commonly performed in cases of head wounds, fractures, and intracranial diseases. The practice was found in various cultures worldwide, including prehistoric societies, Mesoamerica, ancient China, and medieval East Africa. Trepanning instruments evolved over time, ranging from flint and obsidian tools to more sophisticated instruments made of metal. While trepanation is now a medical procedure used for specific conditions, in the past it was also carried out for ritualistic or mystical purposes. Today, there are even instances of voluntary trepanation performed by individuals who believe it can enhance mental abilities or well-being. Despite its long history, trepanning remains an unsolved and eerie phenomenon, with leading theories including spiritual purposes, treatment for various ailments, and even the myth of using it as a remedy for headaches. The risks associated with trepanation include infection, damage to the brain, and even death, making it a procedure that should only be performed by qualified medical professionals. One notable aspect related to trepanation is the short film called Heartbeat in the Brain. The film documented the self-trepanation attempts of Joey Mellon, while his partner Amanda Fielding performed the procedure. The film aimed to capture the experience and its alleged benefits. Although portions of the film can be seen in the documentary A Hole in the Head, Heartbeat in the Brain was long thought to be lost. This film and the individuals involved highlight the extreme and controversial measures some have taken to explore the potential effects of trepanation. The year 2038 problem. The year 2038 problem, also known as Y2038 or the apocalypse, is a time formatting bug in computer systems that occurs after 3 hours, 14 minutes, and 7 seconds UTC on the 19th of January, 2038. The issue arises from the use of a 32-bit integer to represent Unix time, which measures the number of seconds since 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds UTC on the 1st of January, 1970. The 32-bit integer can only store values up to a certain limit, and when it exceeds that limit, it overflows and causes errors. What makes this problem creepy and bizarre is that if not addressed, computer systems that rely on time for critical calculations may encounter fatal errors. Some applications have already experienced the bug, and the most vulnerable systems are legacy and embedded systems that are infrequently or never updated. These systems, which are designed to last for a long time, may still be in use in 2038, making it impractical or impossible to upgrade them. There is no universal solution to the problem, but many modern systems have been upgraded to use 64-bit integers to measure Unix time, which can handle a much longer time range without overflowing. However, older systems and those that rely on 32-bit time representations are still at risk. The year 2038 problem bears similarity to the infamous Y2K year 2000 problem, which was another computer bug that caused concern and uncertainty as the new millennium approached. Y2K was rooted in the use of two-digit year representations in computer systems, leading to the possibility of date-related errors when the calendar rolled over from December 31st, 1999 to January 1st, 2000. Similarly, the year 2038 problem stems from limitations in how computer systems store and represent time. Just as Y2K involved the overflow of two-digit year values, the year 2038 problem occurs due to the overflow of a signed 32-bit integer representing seconds since the Unix epoch. While the Y2K problem was widely recognized and extensively addressed before the turn of the millennium, the year 2038 problem is not as well known or understood by the general public. However, it presents a similar need for proactive measures to mitigate potential disruptions and ensure the continued functioning of critical computer systems beyond the year 2038. Hill of Crosses. The Hill of Crosses in Lithuania is a truly creepy and bizarre site of pilgrimage located just north of the city of Šiauliai. Its origin remains uncertain, but it is believed that the tradition of leaving crosses on the hill began after the 1831 uprising. Over time, the site has accumulated not only crosses and crucifixes, but also statues, carvings, effigies, and rosaries brought by Catholic pilgrims. The exact number of crosses is unknown, but estimates suggest there were around 55,000 in 1990 and 100,000 in 2006. The hill symbolizes the enduring spirit of the Lithuanian people throughout their history, particularly during times of adversity. It served as a place of prayer during the Russian Empire's occupation and became a venue for peaceful resistance when Lithuania was under Soviet rule from 1944 to 1990. The Soviet authorities repeatedly tried to suppress the significance of the hill by removing crosses and even bulldozing the site. However, the Lithuanians persisted in their devotion and used the hill as a way to express their identity, religion, and heritage. Pope John Paul II visited the Hill of Crosses in 1993, further solidifying its importance as a place of hope, peace, love, and sacrifice. In recent times, the hill has attracted controversy when a tourist from China removed and discarded a cross associated with the Hong Kong pro-democracy movement. Her actions sparked condemnation and outrage, as it was seen as an act of disrespect and vandalism towards a symbol of faith and resistance. The mystery surrounding its origin and the sheer number of crosses make it a haunting and perplexing sight, drawing visitors from around the world. The Pauli effect. The Pauli effect, also known as Pauli's device corollary, is a strange phenomenon where technical equipment experiences critical failures when certain people are present. The term was coined after Austrian physicist Wolfgang Pauli, who had numerous instances of equipment malfunctions during his demonstrations. It's not related to the Pauli exclusion principle, but rather a humorous idea that a functioning device and Pauli couldn't occupy the same room. Pauli himself believed in the reality of this effect, and corresponded with Carl Jung and Hans Bender, exploring the concept of synchronicity, the occurrence of meaningful coincidences that cannot be explained by conventional causality, but suggest a deeper interconnectedness between events and the human mind. The Pauli effect gained attention due to Pauli's reputation for accidentally breaking experimental equipment. Even his presence in the vicinity of an experiment was believed to compromise its success. theoretical physicist Otto Stern, despite being friends with Pauli, even banned him from his laboratory in Hamburg out of fear of the Pauli effect. This led Pauli to delve into the concept of synchronicity and its connections to physics and depth psychology. There are several anecdotal pieces of evidence supporting the Pauli effect. For example, an incident occurred in a physics laboratory where a measuring device inexplicably stopped working while Pauli was absent. However, it turned out that Pauli had passed through the Göttingen rail station around the time of the failure. The incident led to the humorous observation that the more talented the theoretical physicist, the stronger the effect. Cultural references to the Pauli effect can be found in literature and media. Philip K. Dick mentioned Pauli's synchronicity in his novel The Game Players of Titan, linking it to interference between precognitive psionic abilities. In the anime series Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's, a character named Tatsuhisa Kamijo claims to possess the Pauli effect, causing electronic devices to self-destruct. Despite the anecdotes and cultural references, the Pauli effect remains an unsolved and mysterious phenomenon. There are no conclusive explanations for why certain individuals seem to trigger equipment failures. Theories about its significance often revolve around synchronicity and the interconnectedness of physics and psychology, but no definitive conclusions have been reached. The only confirmed case of death by meteorite. In a rare and chilling discovery, researchers have uncovered documents from the 19th century revealing the first recorded instance of a person being killed by a meteorite. The incident occurred on August 22, 1888 in Suleymaniye, Iraq. The documents, written in an obscure Ottoman Turkish language, describe a terrifying event where a bright light accompanied by smoke descended upon a village, causing meteorites to rain down for approximately 10 minutes. The unfortunate result was the death of one man and the paralysis of another, as well as significant damage to crops caused by the fireball shockwave. Although there have been other instances of injuries and property damage from meteoritic falls throughout history, this find is particularly eerie due to its historical significance. The credibility of the documents, which were written by local authorities and sent to the government, is supported by their official nature. However, the lack of physical evidence or confirmed meteorite specimens leaves some doubt regarding their authenticity. Nonetheless, the researchers remain hopeful that further exploration of the digitized and translated Ottoman Turkish archives may unveil additional records, potentially shedding more light on this perplexing and macabre event. Missing Thunderbird photos. The legend of the lost Thunderbird photograph is a bizarre and unsolved mystery that has intrigued cryptozoology enthusiasts for decades. According to the story, in April 1890, two cowboys in Arizona encountered a gargantuan bird-like creature with an enormous wingspan. Descriptions of the creature vary, but it is often likened to a prehistoric pterodactyl, with smooth skin, bat-like featherless wings, and an alligator-like face. Allegedly, the cowboys killed the creature and brought its carcass back to town, where it was displayed with its wings outstretched, spanning the length of an entire barn. The intriguing part of this tale revolves around the supposed existence of a photograph capturing this extraordinary event. Some claim that the photograph was published in the Tombstone Epitaph, a local newspaper. However, thorough searches of the newspaper's archives and other publications from that era have failed to uncover any evidence of the photograph's existence. Yet, numerous individuals maintain that they have seen the photograph or recall vivid descriptions of it. The search for the Thunderbird photo has sparked obsessive interest, with people scouring old books, magazine collections, and various sources in the hopes of finding the elusive image. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, belief in the photograph's reality persists among certain individuals. Some suggest that the vivid description of the image has planted false memories, creating a shared illusion that the photograph was once seen. Various fake images and montages have emerged over the years, further complicating the quest for the authentic photograph. Controversy and debates surround the existence and publication of the original photograph, leaving the mystery unsolved. The cultural fascination with this enigma reflects our inherent curiosity and the allure of being part of something extraordinary. Whether it was a case of mistaken identity, false memory, or a well-executed hoax, the idea of a missing photograph depicting a once-living prehistoric bird continues to captivate and provoke passionate responses from both believers and skeptics alike. The expanding Earth theory. The expanding Earth hypothesis suggests that Earth's continents and their movements are a result of the planet's volume increasing. On the other hand, the geophysical global cooling hypothesis proposes that Earth is contracting. While these ideas were proposed in the past, scientific consensus since the mid-20th century has rejected the notion of significant expansion or contraction of Earth. Various forms of the expanding Earth hypothesis have been put forward. Charles Darwin, during his voyage on the HMS Beagle, observed raised beaches in Patagonia, leading him to speculate about the gradual expansion of the Earth's central mass acting on the outer crust. However, he later abandoned this idea. Roberto Mantovani proposed that thermal expansion caused volcanic activity, resulting in the fragmentation and drifting of continents. Irish physicist John Joly suggested a compromise between expansion and contraction, proposing that Earth goes through cycles of expansion and cooling. Other hypotheses involve the addition of new mass to Earth or the decrease of the gravitational constant. Ivan Osipovich Yarkovsky suggested that ether is absorbed within Earth, causing celestial bodies to expand. Australian geologist Samuel Warren Carey advocated for Earth expansion and described unresolved paradoxes within plate tectonics. However, no scientific mechanism has been proposed for the addition of new mass. Paul Dirac and Pascual Jordan suggested that the gravitational constant has decreased over time, leading to the expansion of all planets. J. Marvin Herndon proposed that Earth originated from a gas giant and began decompressing, with the energy released driving geotectonic activity. Despite these hypotheses, the scientific community has largely rejected the expanding Earth theory. Plate tectonics, based on the assumption of Earth's size remaining constant, has become the accepted explanation. Measurements, geological observations, and paleomagnetic data support plate tectonics and indicate that Earth's size has not significantly changed over millions of years. Zero stroke. During the hyperinflation period in the Weimar Republic, an eerie and perplexing mental disorder known as zero stroke or cipher stroke emerged. It was diagnosed by physicians in Germany and was characterized by an overwhelming compulsion to write endless rows of zeros, also known as ciphers. The disorder arose as a result of the rapid and dizzying inflation that plagued the country, making simple calculations and conducting commerce a daunting task. The hyperinflation was so severe that the price of basic goods could double in the time it took to drink a cup of coffee. People had to rush to spend their wages as quickly as possible before their earnings became worthless. The need to calculate and recalculate transactions in the billions and trillions made it nearly impossible to conduct business with the rapidly depreciating paper currency. Zero stroke affected various individuals, but cashiers, bookkeepers, and bankers were reportedly the most vulnerable. Those afflicted with the disorder would not only write endless rows of zeros, but also become confused when referring to numbers, claiming to be billions of years old or having trillions of children. This bizarre disorder captured the attention of the public and drew the concern of physicians. It highlighted the devastating effects of hyperinflation on the mental well-being of individuals. The sheer magnitude of the currency figures drove people to the brink of their sanity, attempting to cope with the unimaginable scale of the crisis. Arkansas animal deaths. On New Year's Eve, more than 3,000 blackbirds tumbled from the sky in Beebe, leaving residents stunned and evoking apocalyptic imagery. What makes this occurrence even more eerie is the fact that similar incidents took place in previous years. 3 different laboratories have conducted investigations into these perplexing deaths. Their collective findings point to blunt force trauma as the cause. Tests ruled out potential factors such as bacteria, viruses, heavy metals, pesticides, and avicides, but evidence of hemorrhaging consistent with blunt trauma was discovered. According to the report, wild birds often sustain such injuries by colliding with stationary objects like trees, houses, windows, power lines, or towers while flying. This explanation raises the question of what might be startling the birds and causing them to fly at lower altitudes. Witnesses from the community recall hearing unusually loud noises in the area shortly before the incident, which were likely fireworks set off during New Year's Eve celebrations. It is believed that the sudden bursts of fireworks startled the birds, forcing them to fly closer to the ground than usual. Blackbirds, known for their poor night vision, typically avoid flying after dusk. This lowered flight altitude resulted in some birds colliding with structures and other objects, leading to their tragic demise. Although the focus remains on fireworks as the potential trigger for these strange occurrences, some peculiar elements add to the enigma. Thousands of dead fish were discovered in the Arkansas River, only a mere 125 miles from the site of the mysterious falling birds. This helped contribute to conspiracies surrounding apocalyptic events, poisonings, and environmental disasters. While wildlife officials and experts assert that fireworks are the probable cause of the blackbird deaths, the recurring nature of the incidents and the unexplained fish deaths raise doubts and keep the mystery alive. Planet 9. Planet 9 is a mysterious and hypothetical ninth planet in our solar system. It's believed to be located in the outer region, far beyond Neptune. The strange behavior of certain objects called extreme trans-Neptunian objects, ETNOs, led astronomers to suspect the presence of this unknown planet. The ETNOs have similar orbits, clustering together and tilting in a specific direction. This suggests that an undiscovered planet is influencing their paths. Some theories propose that Planet 9 was once a part of a giant planet that got pushed out by Jupiter, while others suggest it was captured from another star or formed in a distant orbit. Despite extensive searches, Planet 9 has not been directly observed. Sky surveys have not ruled out the existence of a large object in the outer solar system, but its detection remains uncertain. Alternative explanations for the behavior of the ETNOs have also been proposed. The existence and characteristics of Planet 9 remain a subject of speculation. Scientists continue to study the orbits of distant objects and conduct surveys to gather more evidence. Until Planet 9 is observed, or more conclusive data is obtained, it will remain an intriguing mystery in our solar system. Sitting and Smiling. Benjamin Bennett's art performance, Sitting and Smiling, has gained significant attention and millions of views online. In these videos, Bennett sits motionless looking into a camera and smiles for an astonishing 4 hours. He draws inspiration from participatory art and spectatorship, as explained in Claire Bishop's book, Artificial Hells. The performances have had some eerie incidents. In one instance, a burglar attempted to enter Bennett's home during a live stream but failed to do so, creating a chilling moment. In another live stream, Bennett is seen urinating himself, yet he remains composed and continues with his performance, never acknowledging the incident. In subsequent streams, he even breaks into intermittent crying, momentarily deviating from his composed state before returning to sitting and smiling. Critics have been perplexed by Bennett's work, finding it bizarre and lacking explanation. The extreme nature of the performances, coupled with the discomfort and unmediated experience they create, has left viewers questioning their purpose and significance. Some believe it challenges the notion of mindfulness and our ability to engage fully with the present moment. Despite the videos being borderline unwatchable, Bennett manages to sustain his smiling demeanor, suggesting a commentary on the unattainable nature of true unmediated experiences. Bennett expanded his repertoire with a new video series called Walking and Talking, where he walks and talks for 4 hours, sharing his real-time reflections on topics such as consciousness and philosophy of mind. Physics-defying Antarctic particles. NASA's Antarctic Impulsive Transient Antenna, ANITA, has made a startling discovery that defies the known rules of physics. In 2016, ANITA detected high-energy particles in Antarctica erupting from the ground instead of originating from above. These particles, believed to be neutrinos, had already traveled through the entire planet. Scientists have been unable to determine the source of these anomalous signals, leading to various theories and speculations. While some suggest the existence of a parallel universe or time running backwards, there is no evidence to support such claims. The current standard model of physics falls short in explaining these baffling observations, indicating the possibility of new and undiscovered physics phenomena. Neutrinos, being elusive particles that can pass through matter without interaction, pose challenges in detection. ANITA, as the first NASA observatory dedicated to neutrino research, aims to unravel the mysteries surrounding these enigmatic particles. Euthanasia coaster. The euthanasia coaster is a chilling concept of a roller coaster designed to intentionally kill its passengers. Created by artist Julie Jonas Urbonas, this steel coaster is intended to provide a euphoric and elegant end to life. The design involves a steep climb followed by a 500-meter drop, reaching speeds of 360 kilometers per hour. The coaster includes 7 inversions, each with a smaller diameter than the previous one, exerting 10 G-force on riders for 60 seconds. This prolonged exposure to extreme forces would lead to cerebral hypoxia, causing symptoms like grayout, tunnel vision, blackout, and ultimately loss of consciousness. The coaster's purpose was originally inspired by a description from John Allen, who envisioned a roller coaster that would return all passengers dead. While the euthanasia coaster has gained attention in exhibitions and popular culture, it remains a disturbing concept. The significance and implications of this design, whether related to euthanasia or execution, are subjects of speculation and debate. Exceed 4000. This megatall skyscraper, proposed for Tokyo, Japan, defies conventional architectural limits by reaching a mind-boggling height of 4 kilometers, 2.5 miles. With an 800-floor capacity and a sea base stretching 6 kilometers, 3.7 miles wide, it promises to house an astonishing population of 500,000 to 1 million inhabitants. What sets the Exceed 4000 apart is its audacious vision of melding futuristic technology with a harmonious coexistence with nature. It envisions a world where ultra-modern living seamlessly integrates with wildlife and natural surroundings, creating a truly unique environment. The inclusion of maglev trains as a potential transportation method inside the skyscraper adds to its futuristic allure. While the concept itself is awe-inspiring, the fact that the Exceed 4000 was never intended for actual construction adds an intriguing twist. It was a publicity strategy by the Taisei Corporation aimed at gaining recognition and making a statement. The realization that this seemingly fantastical structure was merely a conceptual endeavor leaves us in awe of the human capacity for imagination and innovation. Even if it remains a product of imagination, the challenges the Exceed 4000 would face are worth considering. Maintaining habitability at such extreme heights, managing internal and external air pressure fluctuations caused by its immense elevation, and accounting for potential seismic and volcanic activity in its proposed location in the Pacific Ring of Fire present formidable obstacles. The Exceed 4000's design, inspired by the iconic Mount Fuji but situated in a sea-based location, adds to its enigmatic appeal. Its unconventional features and towering stature propel it into the realm of architectural wonders, pushing the boundaries of what we perceive as possible. Havana Syndrome. Havana Syndrome is a mysterious illness that has affected American diplomats and spies, leaving doctors, scientists, and government officials baffled. The syndrome is characterized by various symptoms, including hearing strange sounds like buzzing or grinding metal, feeling intense pressure in the skull, heat or pressure sensations, dizziness, and fatigue. Initially reported in Cuba in 2016, the syndrome has since spread globally, impacting the U.S.'s operations abroad. Numerous theories have emerged to explain the cause of Havana Syndrome. Some consider it a psychological illness, while others suspect it could be a secret weapon. However, the leading theory revolves around microwaves. Researchers have found evidence linking high-energy pulsed microwaves to the symptoms experienced by the affected individuals. In the past, there have been reports of people hearing sounds when nearby radar systems emitted microwaves, and research indicated that microwaves could interact with the nervous system, causing the Frey effect. The origins of microwave research date back to the Cold War, where both the US and Soviet Union explored the potential uses of microwaves, including mind control and psychological manipulation. The Moscow Signal incident, where the US Embassy in Moscow was bathed in low-level microwaves, further highlights the interest and concerns surrounding this technology. As Havana syndrome cases spread beyond Cuba, including China, theories about targeted surveillance or malfunctioning devices have emerged. Some believe that higher power directed microwaves may have been used for surveillance purposes, while others suggest that a poorly engineered or malfunctioning device could have caused physical reactions. However, no specific device has been identified or recovered. The exact nature and extent of Havana syndrome remain unsolved and controversial. Some believe it could be a mass psychogenic condition, with stress and hyper-awareness amplifying everyday symptoms into a perceived syndrome. Skeptics argue that the unique circumstances in Cuba support this view. Nevertheless, a December 2020 report by the U.S. National Academies of Sciences concluded that directed, high-energy, pulsed microwaves were the most likely cause for some cases, supporting the microwave theory. Jetpack Man. The Jetpack Man, also known as the guy in a jetpack or Iron Man, has been a mysterious and unsettling phenomenon in the Los Angeles area. Between 2020 and 2021, there were at least 5 reported sightings of an unidentified person or object flying at altitudes of around 5,000 feet. Airline pilots have witnessed this bizarre figure, raising questions about its origin and purpose. The sightings have sparked numerous theories, but no definitive explanations. Some speculate that it could be an individual repeatedly flying with an unauthorized jetpack, while others propose the possibility of a drone designed to resemble a person with a jetpack. However, the peculiar altitude and distance from land at which the sightings occur, combined with the absence of takeoffs or landings, adds to the enigmatic nature of the phenomenon. The FBI and FAA have been involved in investigating these sightings, and they have put forward the theory that the Jetpack Man may actually be a balloon. In November 2020, a video recorded by the Los Angeles Police Department showed a balloon resembling the fictional character Jack Skellington, exhibiting behavior similar to that described in previous sightings. The LAPD released the footage in 2021, and the FBI has suggested that balloons might explain the reported jetpack sightings. Impossible colors. Impossible colors are colors that our eyes cannot normally see. Our visual system processes color information through opponent channels such as red versus green and blue versus yellow. These channels create a range of colors we perceive. However, there are theoretical colors that cannot be produced by any physical object or light spectrum. Chimerical colors are temporary colors we can see by staring at one color and then looking at another. This causes our cone cells to get tired and change how they perceive color. The resulting afterimages can create new colors that are different from what we typically see. Some experiments have also shown that certain conditions can make us see entirely new colors that don't fit our usual color models. These colors challenge our understanding of vision and color perception. NASA's jellyfish anomalies. NASA's jellyfish anomalies have baffled researchers and sparked eerie speculations. These otherworldly sightings involve atmospheric jellyfish, peculiar creatures resembling flying jellyfish floating in the atmosphere. The phenomenon gained recognition through its appearance in The Secret Saturdays. Dr. Maggie Alderin Pocock, a British scientist, supports the existence of extraterrestrial beings, adding to the intrigue. One notable sighting occurred in December 2012 when NASA cameras captured a mysterious object in the sky. The Alien Disclosure Group stumbled upon this anomaly while analyzing NASA footage and shared their findings online. They speculated that space might be teeming with life forms akin to those found in our oceans, hinting at a profound connection. In another incident on November 10, 2013, Scott Waring uncovered a new sighting of atmospheric jellyfish within the NASA archives. Throughout the history of UFO phenomena, reports and recordings of jellyfish-like UFOs with long, undulating tentacles have surfaced worldwide. This sighting serves as a compelling example as it reveals a beam of light descending from a tentacle towards Earth, accompanied by a peculiar trail left by the unidentified object. Adding to the enigma, researchers have unearthed thousands of UFOs and anomalous structures within old NASA photos. The existence of these peculiar jellyfish-like entities and their mysterious origins continue to elude explanation, captivating both conspiracy theorists and curious minds. The significance and nature of these eerie encounters remain unsolved, perpetuating the unsettling aura surrounding NASA's jellyfish anomalies. Wang the human unicorn. Horned humans have fascinated people throughout history, with numerous documented cases of individuals sprouting horn-like growths. While often attributed to benign tumors or skin conditions, these extraordinary occurrences continue to baffle medical experts. One of the most famous cases is that of Wang, a Chinese farmer with a remarkable 14-inch horn protruding from the back of his head. Despite the attention he received, Wang mysteriously vanished in the 1930s, adding an air of mystery to this already perplexing phenomenon. Although modern medicine has significantly reduced the number of reported cases, sporadic instances still arise, highlighting the enduring enigma of horned humans. Several theories attempt to explain the origin of human horns, linking them to benign calvarial tumors and a rare variant of cornucutaneum. However, the specific reasons for horn growth remain elusive. The fact that horns predominantly appear on the head and often regrow after removal adds to the eerie nature of these occurrences. Strikingly, a correlation between age and gender has been observed, with elderly females being more commonly affected. In some instances, the condition appears to be genetic, as demonstrated by cases involving both a father and son. The story of Wang, the human unicorn, stands out due to its fame and subsequent disappearance. After being discovered by a Russian banker in the 1930s, Wang captured the attention of Robert Ripley, creator of Believe It or Not. Ripley offered a substantial reward for Wang's appearance in his auditorium, but the horned farmer vanished without a trace, leaving behind an unresolved mystery. Devil's Footprints. The Devil's Footprints is a perplexing and eerie phenomenon that occurred in February 1855 in Devon, England. After a heavy snowfall, strange hoof-like marks appeared overnight, covering a distance of 40 to 100 miles. The footprints, measuring about 4 inches long, were found in over 30 locations, defying obstacles like houses and rivers. Some people speculated that these tracks were made by Satan himself due to their resemblance to a cloven hoof. The incident caused great excitement, and even sermons were delivered on the topic. Numerous theories have been proposed to explain the mysterious footprints. Skeptics doubted the extensive distance of the tracks and questioned the varying eyewitness descriptions. Some of the tracks were likely hoaxes or made by common animals like donkeys, ponies, or wood mice, which create hoof-like prints when they leap. However, these explanations do not account for all the reported marks, leaving the mystery unsolved. One theory suggested that an experimental balloon released accidentally from Devonport Dockyard may have caused the tracks by dragging shackles on its mooring ropes. Another hypothesis proposed hopping rodents like wood mice as the culprits, as their leaps produce prints resembling cloven hooves. A humorous explanation involved escaped kangaroos from a local menagerie, although the validity of this claim remains uncertain. Similar incidents of unexplained footprints have been reported worldwide, but none on such a large scale. Seattle windshield pitting epidemic. The Seattle windshield pitting epidemic of April 1954 was a bizarre phenomenon that gripped Washington state, particularly Bellingham and Seattle. It involved widespread sightings of previously unnoticed holes, pits, and dings on windshields, leading to a frenzy of speculation about its cause. Initially believed to be the work of vandals, the scale of the damage soon raised suspicions of other causes, including everything from radio waves and cosmic rays to sand fleas and even nuclear bomb testing. The epidemic began in Bellingham and quickly spread to neighboring towns and eventually reached metropolitan Seattle. As news outlets picked up the story, more reports of windshield pitting flooded in, with motorists stopping police cars to report damage and car lots and parking garages experiencing severe attacks. Various theories emerged to explain the phenomenon. Some attributed it to physical oscillations caused by a powerful radio transmitter, while others believed cosmic rays or sand fleas were responsible. By April 15th, nearly 3,000 windshields had been reported as affected, prompting calls for assistance from the governor and even the president. However, Sergeant Max Allison of the Seattle Police Crime Laboratory dismissed most of the reports as a combination of hoodloomism and public hysteria. He claimed that only 5% of the reports had any merit. Strangely, on April 17th, the pitting suddenly ceased. The Seattle windshield pitting epidemic has since become a classic example of collective delusion rather than mass hysteria. It appears that the phenomenon had been occurring naturally for some time, but it was only when the media brought attention to it that people began noticing damage on their windshields that they had previously overlooked. Pepsi number fever. The Pepsi number fever, also known as the 349 incident, was a promotional campaign by PepsiCo in the Philippines in 1992 that turned into a bizarre and tragic event. The promotion involved printing numbers inside bottle caps, and certain numbers could be redeemed for prizes, including a grand prize of 1 million pesos. However, a printing error resulted in 800,000 bottle caps bearing the number 349 without the required security code. Chaos erupted as thousands of Filipinos rushed to claim their prizes, leading to riots and protests. Pepsi initially refused to honor the mistakenly printed bottle caps, causing further confusion. The situation escalated when a consumer group called the 349 Alliance was formed, organizing boycotts and rallies against Pepsi. Tragically, bombings occurred, resulting in the deaths of innocent people. Accusations were made, with one man claiming that Pepsi had orchestrated the attacks to frame the protesters as terrorists. Legal action was taken against PepsiCo, with thousands of civil and criminal complaints filed. Pepsi faced backlash and was accused of gross negligence by the Philippine Senate's Committee on Trade and Commerce. The company paid fines and eventually settled some lawsuits, but the legal battles continued for years. The incident had a significant impact on Pepsi's sales in the Philippines, which initially plummeted but later recovered. The legacy of the Pepsi number fever includes the IG Nobel Peace Prize awarded to PepsiCo in 1993 for bringing many warring factions together for the first time in their nation's history. The incident also became a subject of discussion in the Leonard v. PepsiCo Inc. lawsuit in the United States, which involved alleged false advertising by Pepsi. Carnivorous pink cloud. The carnivorous pink cloud is a bizarre and creepy phenomenon observed in the woods along the Tomoka River in Florida. It is said to be a ghostly cloud that hangs low to the ground, either pink or orange in color. The cloud has been linked to numerous disappearances and the discovery of carcasses in the area. According to a folk story, the cloud's origins are tied to Chief Tomke, who violated local religious practices by taking a golden cup and drinking from a sacred spring. This act led to an attack by neighboring tribes, during which Chief Tomke was unharmed. However, a maiden named Olita shot an arrow into his heart and took the golden cup before succumbing to a poisoned arrow. Chief Tomke's spirit is said to forever wander in the mists of the Tomoka River. Various theories attempt to explain this eerie phenomenon, including suggestions that it could be a ghost, a Native American curse, toxic gases, or swamp gas. Locals have also mentioned a separate strange globe of light that would chase cars on Tomoka Road, but it appears unrelated to the pink cloud. Donut planets. The existence of toroidal planets, which are donut-shaped exoplanets, remains a mysterious and unsolved topic. While there is no clear understanding of how these planets could naturally form, their shape is intriguing and reminiscent of speculative megastructures like Dyson rings or ring worlds. At large scales, the rigid matter of rocky planets behaves fluidly, allowing for the possibility of toroidal, self-gravitating fluid bodies. However, stability analyses have shown that toroidal masses can be unstable under certain conditions, such as excessive aspect ratios or non-axis symmetric perturbations. The gravitational potential and mass distribution of a toroidal planet require more precise equations due to expected inhomogeneities. Tidal forces would flatten the planet along the z-axis, causing tectonic plates to contract and form mountainous convolutions in the inner region. These mountains could be amplified by isostasy due to reduced gravitational effects. As for their formation, toroidal planets remain purely hypothetical, lacking any empirical basis. One proposed concept is the synestia, a donut-shaped mass of vaporized rock that could explain the composition of the Earth-Moon system during its early stage formation. However, no observational evidence of distinctly torus-shaped planets has been found to date, and their occurrence is considered highly improbable It is unlikely that we will ever confirm their existence within our cosmological horizon, given the vast search field and the scarcity of potential observations. Buttered cat paradox. The buttered cat paradox is a perplexing and humorous concept that combines the idea that cats always land on their feet with the notion that buttered toast always lands butter side down. The paradox poses the question of what would happen if a piece of buttered toast was attached to a cat and then dropped from a height. While the concept is purely fictional and meant for amusement, it has sparked various theories and imaginative interpretations. Some individuals jokingly suggest that the experiment could result in an anti-gravity effect. According to this playful theory, as the cat falls, it slows down, starts rotating, and eventually reaches a hovering state while spinning rapidly. This hypothetical scenario imagines the buttered side of the toast and the cat's feet attempting to land simultaneously, causing the cat to hover just above the ground. The buttered cat paradox has inspired the creativity of science-oriented humorists, leading to its appearance in various forms of media. It has been discussed in Usenet forums, depicted in comic strips like Jack B. Quick, and explored in webcomics such as Bunny. The concept even found its way into a commercial for a Brazilian energy drink, where it was humorously used to create perpetual energy. In reality, cats possess a natural instinct called the cat righting reflex, which enables them to turn themselves upright in midair if they fall upside down. This reflex allows cats to land on their feet when dropped from a sufficient height. On the other hand, toast, being an inanimate object, lacks the ability and inclination to correct its orientation. A study conducted at Manchester Metropolitan University confirmed that when toast is dropped from a table, it typically lands butter side down due to the way it is dropped and the aerodynamic drag caused by air pockets within the bread. While the buttered cat paradox is purely a fictional concept and not supported by scientific evidence, it continues to captivate the imagination of people with its bizarre and amusing qualities. Gulf of Aden WikiLeaks vortex. In 2010, a strange magnetic vortex appeared in the Gulf of Aden, causing unusual weather patterns worldwide. Russia, the United States, and China tried to understand and stop it, but failed. Many countries sent naval forces to the area, claiming to fight Somali pirates. Some people speculated that the vortex could be a gateway to other dimensions, or even aliens. Earthquakes started happening in the region, which was unprecedented. The mainstream media ignored these events, but alternative news sites discussed them. The vortex led to extreme snow, cold, and rain in different parts of the world. There were rumors that WikiLeaks possessed a secret file about the vortex, causing concerns of panic if it were released. Julian Assange, the founder of WikiLeaks, faced legal troubles and cyber attacks because of it. The true nature and significance of the vortex remain unknown and puzzling. Stonehead of Guatemala. In the depths of the Guatemalan jungle, a massive stone head with Caucasian features was discovered in the 1950s. This strange finding, which did not resemble any known pre-Hispanic civilization, quickly faded from public attention. In 1987, the discovery resurfaced when a photograph of the head reached Dr. Oscar Rafael Padilla Lara, who confirmed its existence. However, when Padilla visited the site, he found it destroyed by anti-government rebels. The Stonehead's destruction seemed to bring an end to the story, until the makers of the film Revelations of the Mayans, 2012 and beyond, claimed it was evidence of extraterrestrial contact with ancient civilizations. Skepticism arose regarding this claim, but there is no evidence to dispute the Stonehead's existence or the authenticity of the original photo. The head's origins, creators, and purpose remain mysterious. Despite the attention garnered by the film, the topic has once again faded into obscurity, leaving us to hope for a future explorer who delves deeper into the enigmatic secrets of this ancient structure. Caldwell's Mystery Sky Thread. In 1970, a perplexing and eerie phenomenon unfolded in Caldwell, New Jersey, when a mysterious silvery thread appeared suspended in the sky above Mr. and Mrs. A.P. Smith's house. The thread, which seemed to hang from the clouds, left locals and authorities utterly baffled. Various theories emerged, ranging from extraterrestrial origins to a line dropped from a blimp. The thread itself had a rigid structure and a silvery appearance when illuminated by sunlight. It remained visible for several weeks, attracting numerous curious onlookers. Eventually, a group of neighborhood boys managed to bring it down using a fishing pole and casting line, collecting several buckets worth of the anomalous material. The thread was sent to the DuPont company for analysis, but its origins could not be determined definitively. It was identified as a monofilament similar to fishing string but with a hollow core, leaving the source of the thread shrouded in mystery. The Society for the Investigation of the Unexplained, (SITU), founded by renowned cryptozoologist Ivan Sanderson in New Jersey, examined the incident and reported that multiple threads, rather than a single one, were present in the sky. They were made of a plastic material similar to Type 6 nylon or a nylon copolymer. However, the upper and lower ends of the threads were never located, as they seemed to emerge from the sky and vanish into invisibility. What makes this case truly eerie is the persistence of the threads, with some remaining taut for extended periods, surviving storms and strong winds. Moreover, despite investigations and mapping efforts, no discernible pattern or explanation for the appearance of these skylines could be found. The incident defied conventional physics principles, leaving the community and experts alike perplexed.
What other topics should we cover? Let us know in the comments below. Like and subscribe to see more content like this, and be sure to check out one of the 2 videos here. And last but not least, best of luck in your journey and beyond. Maker, out.